From Spanish chorizo to English black pudding, in my time hosting, I've covered 50 regional specialties across Europe. I want to take you across the continent to show you every regional eat I've ever covered. Our first stop is Paris, to see how traditional French baguettes are made.
The recipe is quite simple, you just need flour, water, yeast and salt. Yet here in France, it's not just any loaf of bread that anybody can make at home. We're in Paris, in the 14th district, and we're about to meet with Mahmoud Msedi. He's an artisanal baker, son of a baker, who's been making bread basically ever since he can remember. This is his shop. Let's walk in.
Mahmoud is a master of bread. Look at this giant loaf. He even won an award for the best baguette in Paris. What he's going to show us is not your average baguette, but the baguette tradition, which is a baguette made on site with simple ingredients.
La baguette tradition est différente parce qu'elle a un procédé différent des autres pains en fait. C'est quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas faire vite. Si on ne respecte pas le temps, eh ben, on n'aura jamais une bonne tradition. Et c'est pour ça qu'elle est unique et c'est pour ça aussi qu'elle est connue.
Making a baguette is much more complex and time-consuming than you'd think. Every step requires inside knowledge, skill and expertise. It all starts with the dough. Mahmoud starts making the dough at 5 a.m. with only flour and water. Kneads it, then at 8 a.m. he adds yeast and salt and water again.
L'eau, c'est pour par exemple contrôler la température. Si par exemple ma pâte est trop froide, je vais rajouter de l'eau chaude. Si elle est trop chaude, je vais rajouter de l'eau froide. Ça me permet de récupérer en fait, d'avoir à chaque fois la température la même tous les jours. Donc, donne un gant à madame. Mais touchez. Vous allez voir, elle est très froide.
Oh ouais, c'est très très froid.
Voilà. C'est pour ça que nous, on va mettre de l'eau chaude ici. Parce que aujourd'hui, il fait très froid. Et nous, on pétrit dans la boulangerie, pas au sous-sol. La plupart des boulangeries, ils pétrissent au sous-sol. Donc, il fait souvent chaud au sous-sol. Mais nous, non, on est obligé de s'adapter parce que s'il fait froid, eh ben, ma pâte va être trop froide. S'il fait très chaud, ma pâte va être très chaude. Donc, je vais devoir à chaque fois réajuster. Okay. Je m'adapte en fonction du temps, en fait, the weather.
Sa pâte, elle a reposé pour
3 heures, c'est ça. Donc, elle prend la température extérieure.
Parfait. Est-ce qu'il y a une température idéale ou...
Oui, à la sortie, 24. Quand je sors ma pâte, l'idéal c'est 24 degrés. Le plus important, c'est le mélange. Si on réussit le mélange, on réussit toute la production. Il faut que la pâte soit lisse.
On ne pourrait jamais ajouter tous les ingrédients comme ça, tout ensemble.
Bah, c'est déconseillé. C'est comme la cuisine ou les gâteaux, on ne met jamais tout d'un coup. On surveille toujours le mélange et on réajuste à chaque fois. Parce que ce qui compte, c'est le résultat. Déjà, on entend les bulles qui commencent à...
You can hear the sounds of the dough.
Je ne sais pas si vous entendez les bulles s'éclater. Cloc.
Combien de temps il faut, selon vous, pour apprendre à connaître la pâte comme vous
Moi,
faites?
j'ai eu la chance, c'est que mon père, il est boulanger. Donc j'ai grandi dans le milieu. Donc je l'ai regardé quand j'étais petit travailler. Donc c'est devenu une habitude maintenant. Mais sinon, un bon boulanger, il lui faut au moins 10 ans d'expérience. Voilà.
Et vous m'avez juste dit que vous êtes en train d'ouvrir une autre boulangerie au Canada.
Oui.
Est-ce qu'il y a... Bon, bien sûr, il y a des différences de température.
Oui, ça va être nouveau pour moi, ça sera une expérience pour moi. Je sais qu'il fait très très froid au Canada, que par exemple, il y a des jours où il fait moins 10, moins 20 peut-être. On n'a jamais ça à Paris. Donc ça va être nouveau pour moi. Il va falloir faire chauffer l'eau avec la casserole. Donc là, vous voyez, elle ne colle pas sur le bord. C'est arrondi. Vous pouvez toucher. C'est mou et à la fois ferme.
Ok. Oh, ah ouais, c'est vrai. L'extérieur, c'est très ferme, mais on a...
Et en même temps, c'est comme une balle.
Oui,
Voilà.
Oui.
Vous pouvez taper, vous voyez, c'est dur et en même temps, c'est mou.
Oui. C'est vraiment comme ça.
Oui. Donc ça veut dire que mon réseau, il est constitué et en même temps, c'est moelleux. Donc là, à la fin, je vais avoir une tradition avec une belle croûte parce qu'elle est dure et en même temps, ça sera moelleux à l'intérieur. Ça, c'est très très bien. Donc nous, on va mettre un petit coup de deuxième pour lui donner un peu plus de force. Vous entendez? Là, il y a des bulles d'air qui se forment. et elles vont éclater. Et c'est comme ça qu'on sait que la pâte elle est prête. Donc là vous avez vu, ça colle là. Voilà. On va la laisser se reposer. Là il y a une bulle d'air. C'est ce qu'on trouve dans les tradis après. Voilà, on va trouver. Et donc, ce qui fait la différence, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont des bulles d'air, soit toutes petites. Moi, on va avoir toutes les tailles. Vous allez voir après, quand on ouvrira une, on aura des petites, des grosses, des moyennes, toutes les tailles.
Est-ce qu'il y a un message
Quand c'est petit, c'est comme tout le monde. Quand c'est irrégulier, c'est personnel. C'est pour ça que la tradie, on la trouve. La mienne, on ne peut pas la trouver ailleurs.
Vous ne pouvez pas contrôler la taille des bulles d'air?
Je ne peux pas contrôler, mais je peux faire en sorte d'avoir des bulles irrégulières. Ça, c'est un de mes secrets, ça.
When the dough is ready, it rests for 1 hour. Then it is taken out in small batches.
Donc les gens font avec la farine, nous on fait avec l'eau. C'est plus propre et c'est les anciennes méthodes.
Pourquoi pas de farine? Parce qu'on va
meilleur.
modifier l'harmonie des ingrédients.
Si on fait avec la farine, on va baisser le taux d'hydratation. Donc c'est comme si on aura mis moins d'eau parce qu'on aura augmenté de la farine. Quand on farine, quand on sort avec la farine, tous ces petits gestes, si à chaque fois on met de la farine, eh ben on va perdre en hydratation et donc on aura moins de bulles. On va casser en fait le réseau à chaque fois. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on fait avec de l'eau pour protéger le réseau au maximum. Regardez, vous avez vu les bulles?
Oui.
Elles sont déjà là.
Ok.
Et c'est pas les mêmes tailles. Ça c'est ce qu'on va retrouver dans le pain après. Et donc là on retrouve comme tout à l'heure, c'est bombé et en même temps...
The batches of dough will be left to rest until the following day, while batches from the day before are going to be cut in pieces and shaped. This is when the dough starts to resemble a baguette.
On peut le faire à la main, mais ça prend beaucoup de temps.
Ah, ok.
Et quand on fait à la main, on chauffe la pâte.
Ah oui, c'est vrai.
Et donc ça fait qu'on devra faire attention à la température, respecter que ce soit bien frais, parce que justement on a chauffé la pâte. Et le problème de la main, c'est que ce ne sera pas droit. Il y aura des coups plus gros, plus fins, plus gros, plus fins. Ça dépend en fait de la pression qu'on met pour la faire. C'est pour ça que la machine, ça permet d'être régulier.
Et ça, c'est du coton?
C'est de la toile.
Ah, ok.
Il y a des gens qui dessinent sur ça.
Ah, ok, oui.
Voilà,
Bien sûr.
oui.
Et pourquoi utilisez-vous ça?
Parce que ça ne colle pas. Et puis, s'il y a de l'humidité dans l'air ou dans la machine, et ben, ça va protéger la baguette. Le tissu il va boire l'humidité.
Et donc, la différence entre la baguette traditionnelle et la baguette, c'est qu'on utilise la pâte d'aujourd'hui?
Non, la baguette, elle est faite le jour même. Elle ne se repose pas. La tradie, elle se repose. Voilà. Donc, on met des rangées de 6. C'est l'idéal. Quand c'est trop serré, ça va mal cuire, elle va tomber parce qu'il n'y aura pas assez de chaleur entre les tradis. Et puis quand c'est trop espacé, ça cuit trop vite à l'extérieur et pas assez à l'intérieur. Donc c'est pour ça qu'il faut trouver le bon rendement en fait.
Vous utilisez cet outil en bois, en planche en bois?
Oui.
Parce qu'on pourrait jamais le faire avec les mains.
Alors, en fait, la tradie, c'est l'un des pains les plus fragiles. Parce que c'est pour ça que ça demande beaucoup de temps de repos, c'est très délicat la tradition. Donc pour protéger le réseau, les bulles d'air en fait, au maximum, l'alvéolage, on est obligé de les prendre à la planche. Il faut être très délicat.
Parce que comme ça, on respecte la forme.
Plus on fait attention à la tradie, plus elle sortira bombée. Voilà. Maintenant, on va donner un coup de lame pour la dégazer. Et puis pour l'esthétique aussi. Voilà. Soit on met un coup de lame, c'est ce que fait Mourad. Moi j'aime bien mettre 4 ou 5. Voilà.
Est-ce qu'il y a une règle ou c'est juste un dessin
Alors il y a une
personnel?
règle. Il faut de préférence donner au milieu. Et puis ensuite, il ne faut pas appuyer. Il faut avoir une lame qui coupe bien. C'est pour ça que j'ai plein de bobos partout. Et puis plus on coupera bien, plus la grille. C'est-à-dire que c'est ce qu'on verra à la fin, c'est ça la grille. Ça, c'est la green. Ça coupe. Si on fait ça, mon gant, il va se trouver.
One batch of dough will make about 20 baguettes, and about 200 baguettes will come out from the whole of the dough. La température est-elle importante aussi?
270. C'est important, oui. Si c'est pas assez chaud, ça sera plat. Si c'est trop chaud, ça va cramer trop vite. C'est pour ça que tout le monde pense que c'est facile de faire du pain, mais faire du bon pain, voire du très bon pain ou de l'excellent pain, c'est très difficile. Ça a bien gonflé, hein?
Ça a bien gonflé.
C'est bon, vas-y, allez, vas-y, sors. Voilà, c'est joli. Voilà.
Ça fait juste 20 minutes. Non.
Moins 19.
Moins 19, ok.
Voilà, là on a une belle green. It's very hot.
Est-ce qu'on cherche un son particulier?
On sent que ça croustille bien, donc c'est que la croûte est bien épaisse. Et puis en même temps, on sent que c'est moelleux. C'est ça le pire. C'est que quand on touche, c'est moelleux, mais en même temps, ça fait un bruit de craquement. Elle a gardé sa forme.
C'est vrai.
Elle n'est pas restée aplatie, elle a gardé sa forme. Voilà. Donc vous avez vu les bulles, c'est pas la même taille. Donc on a toutes les tailles. Petites, grandes, moyennes. La mi teint vers le jaune. Ça c'est dû à la fermentation. Et puis donc on a une croûte qui est assez épaisse, assez dure. Et à l'intérieur, c'est très moelleux, très tendre. Et là, on sent bien le froment, le blé français. Vous voulez sentir?
Oui. Waouh.
Vous pouvez toucher, hein, vous allez voir, c'est très moelleux.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. So soft inside.
Voilà.
Wow.
Et là, c'est très dur. Ouais.
Voilà.
Il y a aussi quelque chose qu'on peut faire, ça, quand on voit ça, c'est que c'est très aéré à l'intérieur. On arrive à voir à travers.
Donc il y a de l'espace pour la lumière de passer.
C'est quand on a ça, c'est qu'on a un réseau de bulles à l'intérieur.
Wow.
Quand on voit la lumière.
Incroyable.
Il faut qu'il fasse un petit peu plus sombre parce qu'il y a beaucoup de lumière ici. Si j'éteins la lumière.
Beau.
Vous avez vu? C'est beau, hein? C'est pour ça que la tradi, elle est bonne à manger, même pour la digestion. Elle est facile à digérer. Contrairement aux autres pains, on a beaucoup de mie et donc on se sent lourd. Alors que la tradi, non. Vous voyez, il n'y a rien. Il n'y a rien dedans.
Parce que la baguette, c'est très grand, mais en fait,
Oui.
c'est
Il y a
plein
rien.
d'air.
Il y a plein d'air dedans, voilà. Quand c'est bien fait, hein. Quand c'est pas très bien fait, on a beaucoup de mie dedans et on retrouve pas après là ce qu'on va voir les bulles. Voilà.
Wow.
Ça, on le retrouve pas si la lumière ne passe pas. On aura des mie et c'est pas bon pour la digestion.
Ça serait blanche?
Oui.
Non.
Vous avez vu les belles alvéoles?
Yes, c'est vrai, ce sont tous irréguliers.
C'est ça. Ça, c'est ma signature. Vous voulez goûter? Il est temps, hein? Voilà.
Ah, merci. Pour vous aussi.
Merci. Donc là, on sent bien le blé. Et quand on touche, c'est humide. On dirait que c'est mouillé.
Ah, ok, c'est vrai en fait.
On dirait que c'est mouillé.
Ça, c'est l'air qui
C'est l'eau aussi que je mets dans le pain. Donc le taux d'hydratation que j'avais dit tout à l'heure, si on réussit à le préserver, et ben, ça fait qu'on a une mie qui est humide. Donc c'est croquant, à la fois moelleux, et ça fond dans la bouche en fait.
Il n'y a pas de mie agressive, non. C'est très léger.
Ça fond.
Vous faites le boulanger depuis combien de temps?
Écoutez, ça fait, on va dire, 28 ans, depuis que je suis né en fait. Mon père est boulanger depuis 30 ans, il est boulanger. Donc j'ai grandi à côté de lui. Je me réveillais déjà à 4 heures quand j'étais tout petit. Hein. Je descendais avec lui à la boulangerie. Et donc il m'a transmis sa passion. j'ai appris à travers lui.
Et après, vous avez décidé d'ouvrir votre boulangerie
Alors, j'ai d'abord fait des études. J'ai fait un bac S, option maths, et ensuite j'ai fait une prépa et puis une licence de chimie. Et en même temps, j'ai travaillé avec mon père toujours. Je me réveillais à 4 heures.
Wow.
À 7 heures, je prenais une douche et je partais à la fac.
Est-ce qu'il faut, vraiment une connaissance de la chimie
Ça m'a aidé. En fait, la chimie, la prépa, toutes mes études m'ont permis de mieux comprendre ce que je fais en fait. Parce que je sais qu'il y a des réactions qui se passent, il y a des choses qui sont importantes, des détails, les pesées, les dosages, les mélanges, tout ça, c'est des choses qui font partie de la chimie que nous, on nous a enseignées, qui ont une importance énorme. Alors que je pense que certains boulangers n'ont pas cette notion d'importance pour ce genre de détails. J'ai des amis qui me disent je suis le boulanger chimiste. Ils m'ont donné un surnom.
J'ai vu ici que vous avez les deux drapeaux.
Oui.
Est-ce que c'est important pour vous d'avoir ce double héritage?
Oui. Pour moi, c'est une chance d'avoir deux nationalités, deux cultures différentes. Le fait d'être tunisien et d'être aussi français, et puis d'arriver là où je suis, d'être l'un des meilleurs boulangers de Paris, il n'y a pas mieux, il n'y a pas mieux. Je suis très fier.
From Portugal. We are in Matosinhos, a town nearby Porto. We are at Conservas Pinhais, which is one of the oldest preserving factories here in Portugal and one of the few that still can sardines the traditional artisanal way. Today we're going to learn how this small fish got such a big cult following. We're going to see how sardines are canned here at Pinhais and taste a few to understand what sets this artisanal method apart. If you travel to Portugal, chances are you will come back home with an array of souvenirs in the shape of sardines. And during the country's festivities in June, 13 sardines are eaten every second. The country has a long fish canning tradition, to the point that the sardine has become a national icon. But why?
Em Portugal, nós temos uma costa mediterrânea que é muito grande, em que o peixe mais importante e mais famoso e com mais qualidade, com mais sabor, é a sardinha. E, portanto, aí deu origem ao aparecimento da indústria conserveira.
Canning itself did not originate in Portugal. It was a French confectioner, Nicolas Appert, who first successfully preserved foods with the method. He found his way to fame in the early 1800s after presenting his inventions to French Emperor Napoleon, who was looking for a new food-preserving method to feed his army. After Appert's discovery was made public, canning quickly became popular. With Portugal's extensive coastline and an abundance of fish, it wasn't hard for the country to jump on the trend, and by 1925, it counted about 400 canneries.
Agora, quando foi a Segunda Guerra, os alemães e os ingleses, aí exportou-se muita coisa, porque eles também pagavam. Com a guerra, houve desenvolvimento da indústria conserveira muito grande.
An important fishing port already, Matosinhos became a hub for the canning industry.
Em Matosinhos, anos atrás, haviam 50 fábricas de sardinha. Empregavam à volta 6.000 funcionários. Portanto, era uma zona industrial. Aqui o Porto de Pesca de Matosinhos tinha 200 barcos que pescavam sardinha. Atualmente tem 20 barcos. Existem atualmente 2 fábricas de conserva em Matosinhos. Portanto, está a ver que a zona industrial passou a ser uma zona habitacional de Matosinhos. Portanto, a indústria acabou, morreu.
After the war, the industry gradually declined. In 2013, Portugal counted only 20 fish-preserving factories. Many factors contributed to this decline. The replacement of high-quality ingredients with cheaper raw material, climate change, fishing regulations due to diminishing stock, and the automation of the canning process. Founded in 1920, Pinhais is one of Portugal's last surviving preserving factories.
Meu avô, meu tio e meu pai também trabalhou aqui, fundaram esta casa. Todo o processo artesanal, tradicional. Os trabalhadores é como se fosse uma família. Temos aqui uma geração de pessoas com os avós, a mãe, as filhas, portanto, é uma família completa. Aqui, por exemplo, na fábrica de Pinhais, mantemos o processo desde 1920. Aqui trabalham 103, 80 mulheres e 23 homens. Nós temos uma capacidade produtiva diária à volta de 300 caixas, mais ou menos. Fazemos 30 mil latas por dia. Se comparar a uma indústria, uma fábrica industrializada, faz 1000 caixas por dia, 100 mil latas por dia. Agora, em termos de qualidade, não tem comparação possível.
Pinhais makes 4 types of canned sardines. Sardines in olive oil, sardines in tomato sauce, spiced sardines in olive oil, and sardines in spiced tomato sauce. We followed the making of sardines in tomato sauce and the spiced sardines in olive oil. These are the fresh sardines that have arrived this morning from Matosinhos Harbour, and the canning process will take place in 1 day. So everything is going to be finished by 5 p.m. this afternoon. All the sardines are going to be tinned. Now it's time to go and see how sardines are actually canned here at Pinhais. After the sardines arrive at the factory, they are placed on a marble table and the head and the bowel of the fish are cut off by hand. Then they are brined for about half an hour. The sardines are placed on grids that are handmade by Signor Albino in his workshop at the factory. Then the sardines are rinsed to remove salt and steamed.
Portanto, todas essas etapas, e um dos segredos está nisso, é que, repare-se, a sardinha, como as firmas faziam, a maior parte delas coziam a sardinha dentro da lata, quer dizer que a gordura e a umidade da sardinha fica na lata. E se a sardinha for cozida em grelhas, ao arrefecer, escorre essa gordura e essa umidade. Portanto, ao ser enlatada na fase posterior, a qualidade é muito melhor.
All the ingredients are cut during the day and handed by hand, one by one. Each can of spiced sardines has 1 pinch of black pepper, carrot, laurel, piri-piri, clove and cucumber. Signora Emilia is in charge of the tomato sauce, and she keeps her recipe secret. The fish are canned in tin plate tins, then washed and sterilized. These are the only 2 machines at the factory. These 2 ladies are in charge of quality control. They do that by listening carefully to the sound of each tin. This is the sound of a good tin, and this is a bad one. Tins are stored for at least 3 to 6 months. Whenever a customer submits an order, the cans are wrapped by hand, which, by the way, is not an easy job, as I had the chance to wrap a can myself. This one, okay. We have more than one there. Let's see. First at the bottom. It's very slippery. With this hand and with this finger. Too much tape, bit big, no? Gotta see. Yeah, it's hard. Obrigado. So we have finished our tour here at Pinhais, and now it's time for tasting. We have sardines in tomato sauce and sardines in spiced olive oil. This is actually my very first time eating sardines out of a can. Now it's sardines in tomato sauce time. I'm not good at opening cans. This particular can was made in 2015, 4 years ago. Well, let's have a sardine. Oh, it's so good. Wow. Wow, this is so good. It's really amazing. It tastes as sweet as tomatoes, and the oil is incredible. Like, just by this one bite, I can tell that it's good oil. I have a bad memory of canned stuff because I'm really scared of like the strong taste of vinegar or like very, very bad vegetable oil. Whereas this is so fresh, it's so nice. It reminds me of just like my grandmother cooking tomato sauce. She could have just, you know, done it this morning and this would be my lunch. Like, so good. Oh. Okay, well, let's try the spice. I'm not a big fan of spices, so let's see if this is going to change my mind. It's not the spice that I was expecting. This one is a very subtle spice, and also it tastes very like earthy. I can taste the laurel straight away, and that is interesting because that's like a very, very, very tiny part. Why haven't I been eating sardines all this time? Like, so good. Canning them, I think, makes them even better.
Pinhais exports 90% of its products all over the globe, from Austria to the Caribbean.
E nós apostamos sempre nos mesmos fornecedores, no mesmo processo, no mesmo método e na mesma qualidade de produto. E acho que isso foi a aposta ganha. O processo de trabalho, a maneira como elas trabalham, o ambiente de trabalho, o riso que elas têm na cara, a maneira como fazem. Não há máquina melhor do que isso, dessa equipa.
Today we're in Cortegana in the Sierra de Huelva in Andalusia in Spain to find out all about Iberico ham.
Iberian ham, or jamón ibérico, is one of the most expensive meats in the world. A leg of it can cost as much as $4,500. But what is it about this cured meat that makes it cost so much?
The reason why it's so prestigious is actually standing behind me. I don't know if you can see, but there are some pigs behind me, and they are of this special breed called the black Iberian pigs. During their life, they feed mostly on acorns, which are very, very present in the Sierra here, and that's what gives this ham such a special flavor. So today we're going to visit a ham factory to learn more about how the actual ham is made, and then we're going to talk about how it's cut, how it's served, and taste it to see why it is so special.
Black Iberian pigs descend from wild boars and have been considered a delicacy since long before our times. In the year 77, Roman writer Pliny the Elder praised their superior quality. In 1493, when he sailed across the Atlantic for the second time, Christopher Columbus had Iberian pigs aboard his caravels. The most expensive of them all sells for €4,100, which is over $4,500. But despite the high price, this ham remains a local favorite. Black Iberian pigs can be found in the southern and western regions of the Iberian Peninsula, which comprises Spain and Portugal. In Spain, Iberian ham production is confined to the provinces of Salamanca, Huelva, Córdoba, Cáceres, and Badajoz. Portugal also produces it under the name Presunto Ibérico. Spanish Iberian ham is protected by the EU's Protected Designation of Origin. The 5 Spanish provinces where it is produced are split into 4 different protected designations of origin. Out of the total production of Iberian ham, only 6% comes with a black label, indicating it's the 100% Iberian pure breed. Iberian pigs are raised in an ecosystem known as the Dehesa.
Es una zona muy quebrada, mucha sierra, difícil de acceso. Animales que se criaban son muy duros, se crían con tiempo malo, con mucho frío y con las inclemencias de la sierra, pero a su vez da mucho aporte energético, mucho rendimiento.
The pigs live in the wild, roaming freely in the Dehesa. Per regulations, there shouldn't be more than 2 pigs per hectare of grassland. The Dehesa is rich in olives, nuts and berries, but especially in acorns, called bellotas in Spanish, which are rich in nutrients and fatty acids, basically a superfood for pigs.
El cerdo ibérico proviene directamente del jabalí, entonces son cerdos que tienen mucha más masa muscular y menos grasa. Al estar en libertad, toda esa grasa está dentro del músculo y no se queda en la parte de fuera de la carne.
So after learning all about the black Iberian pig and why it's such a special pig and different from any other breed, we are at a local company here in Cortegana, Lazo, to find out about the making process of the hams. Ham comes from the rear leg of the pig. Most companies would also cure the front leg, called paleta, and use the rest of the meat for other products, like chorizo. Lazo stores over 150,000 legs in its cellars. Some of the hams made here come from an even rarer breed of the Iberian pig, the Manchego de Jabugo, which has black patches on its skin and can only be found in the Sierra de Huelva. The pigs are killed when they're 15 months old. The hams and paletas are then buried in salt for 15 to 20 days, depending on weight.
Eso es lo que hace secar la pieza y mantenerla en su conservación, que la carne no se pudra, ¿no?
After salting, the process starts to gradually slow down. The legs spend about 2 months in a temperature-controlled room, then they are moved to an airy room for 6 to 9 months.
Donde de una forma natural, en la Sierra de Huelva, con unas temperaturas, unas condiciones climatológicas distintas a otros sitios, de forma natural el jamón suda, la grasa se funde y hace que coja los aromas, los bouquets, los aires de la sierra. Eso transformado después pasa todo al magro, que es la carne. La carne tiene una untuosidad, tiene unas características organolépticas completamente distintas a las de otras especies y a las de otra nutrición, a la otra alimentación.
The final stage of curing, and also the longest, is the one in cellars. On average, an Iberian ham needs a couple of years to reach its peak flavor, but some legs can cure for much longer.
Están más o menos tiempo en función de su peso, pero 2 años, 3 años, 4 años pasan aquí.
To get a better understanding of how Iberian ham is labeled on the market, we visited Productos de la Sierra, a shop in Seville that sources local products from Andalucía and no farther than 250 kilometers.
Para el jamón ibérico hay 4 tipos de calidad que son representados con 4 colores. La máxima calidad es el color negro y es el jamón 100% ibérico de bellota. Eso quiere decir que la mamá y el papá del cerdo han sido 100% ibéricos de bellota y se ha criado en libertad alimentado con bellotas. Luego, la siguiente calidad es el color rojo, que sería que la mamá es 100% ibérica, pero el papá es duroc, que es otra raza de cerdo. Los cerdos que son criados en libertad, pero no se han alimentado con bellotas, es el cerdo verde, el precinto verde, que es el cebo de campo. Y luego hay otro estándar de calidad, que es el más bajo, que proviene de ganadería intensiva, que es el precinto blanco. How we know if it's a good ham? Needs to be, soft, and the fat needs to melt with a little bit of temperature, so it's a good one.
As with its origin and environment, Iberian ham is carved using a specific technique which can take a lot of time to learn.
El jamón ibérico se corta con un cuchillo largo, corto y muy flexible. Es muy importante cortar siempre en dirección del músculo para que el sabor de la grasa y la carne siempre permanezca en la misma dirección.
¿Cuáles son los retos de esta profesión?
Conseguir que tenga el máximo número de lonchas cada vez que cortas un jamón, y también hay la posibilidad de hacer bonitos diseños con la grasa y con las diferentes lonchas.
So this one is our jamón ibérico. This one is 100% ibérico, which is the highest grade. It's cut in like such a divine shape. I've never seen a ham cut like this. You're used to those like very long, just a bit sad slices. This one looks like kind of royal, and the room smells so nice. It smells so nice. And actually, before I try it, I just want to point out how shiny is this fat. so good. I have no words, my voice is gone. It's so good. It's not salty. Like, that's the thing that astonishes me every time that I have like a good quality ham or meat in general, that it doesn't taste like salt, even though it's the main stage of the production, of course. It's just nice and flavorful. Taste is nutty. Like, you can taste the corn in here. It really traces back to the actual pig that made this. It's really nice, and especially the fat, you should keep it. It's very nice and greasy, adds a bit more of a buttery texture, and the marbling as well, because these pigs are smaller than the usual pigs we're used to, and there is more muscles in their legs rather than fat. It's very, very tender, and it really has a different flavor compared to other hams. We're in Saint Malo, Brittany, France, and we're about to visit Bordier, a traditional maison du beurre or butter house. When you picture butter, you probably think of a yellow block in a plastic bag. Well, not here. Here, butter is done artisanally. Everything is churned, kneaded, and shaved by hand. And I can't wait to see that. Let's go.
In February, we met with Geneviève Bordier, son and grandson of butter and cheese makers, who brought back to France the 19th century technique of malaxage, using this big wooden wheel to knead the butter. To Geneviève, the malaxage is a more romantic way to make butter.
Je suis toujours parti du principe que ce qui était le plus important, c'était les émotions. Après, on va essayer de voir comment on peut faire avec les émotions. Mais si on fait un produit que marketing, ça ne m'intéresse pas. Comme ça ne m'intéresse pas de produire 10 millions de tonnes de beurre, ce n'est pas mon métier. Moi, je suis un tout petit bonhomme et je fais des toutes petites choses, c'est tout.
The malaxage is really what makes Bordier butter unique. These are 50 kilo blocks of butter extracted from milk, and are pretty standard in the butter making industry, even for the most artisanal. But while everyone else will use huge centrifuges to filter out the last remaining drops of buttermilk, butter at the Bordier workshop is flattened by a wooden wheel and worked by hand by Eric.
Là, ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on va vous montrer un malaxage complet. On va découper ces cubes de beurre et on va le transformer. Voilà.
Let's do it.
Little by little, the malaxage is going to give butter a new life. Dating back to the late 19th century, this tool was first used to rework different butters. At Bordier, it also helps give butter the desired texture.
C'est le plus mauvais moment de l'année pour le malaxage, puisque le beurre, la qualité de la texture du beurre, n'est que le résultat de ce que mangent les animaux. En hiver, les animaux mangent du fourrage, ce qui va donner des beurres blancs, friables, cassants, sans grande odeur. Vous voyez la vis ici, elle est légèrement humide, mais elle n'est pas encore complètement trempée. On est sur des beurres secs. Alors petit à petit, le beurrier est en train de rendre les choses plus agréables à travailler.
Et le bois, ça vous aide?
Le bois ou le métal, c'est un geste mécanique, peu importe. Par contre, c'est plus agréable, c'est plus joli, c'est... Voilà, c'est important que ce soit beau dans la vie.
Oui,
hein?
Oui, c'est vrai.
C'est très dur ce qu'il fait là. C'est très dur ce qu'il fait, Eric, là. C'est le moment le plus dur. Et là, il obtient un beurre remarquable et franchement, il n'était pas facile. Hein.
Là, tu vas juste le rouler comme ça. Essayer de l'enrouler comme ça. On va le laisser tourner et après tu vas le reprendre.
It's like no way we'll do this. Comme ça?
Tu le roules, ouais.
Comme ça? Oh, wow, super.
D'accord. Les gants, ils sont trop grands.
Let me just go this way, maybe.
Soulève.
Oh man, this is going super fast.
Ouais. Tu ramènes le gant. Sinon, tu vas mettre ton
Ok.
Tu le
Où?
fais une fois et après, juste en haut. Tu laisses ton doigt comme ça.
Ah, ok.
Juste
Ça
aller.
marche. C'est
Ça,
plus
ça va.
petit. C'est plus petit.
Tu mets ici. Allez.
Ici? Yeah, when you see him doing that, it almost has like an harmony. It's not easy. Monsieur Baudet said this is 50 kilos of butter. So try and lift a bit of it. It's going to be like what, 10 kilos just in one go? Il faut combien de temps pour apprendre à ramasser le
Pour
pot
apprendre
comme ça?
ce métier, 3 ans.
3 ans.
Oui. Vous savez pourquoi?
Non, pourquoi?
Parce que le soleil et la pluie ne tombent pas de la même manière tous les ans. Et c'est le soleil et la pluie qui vont donner à l'herbe et à la terre un goût particulier que les vaches doivent aimer et que les saisons vont mettre en musique. Le printemps, l'été, l'automne, l'hiver. Et que pour apprendre à découvrir le beurre, qui n'est que le résultat de la nourriture des animaux, il faut 3 ans.
Eric then salts the butter using fine salt. This step is crucial to make sure the butter finally rejects all the leftover water it has in it.
On est en train de voir, vous voyez, quelque chose. La vis est en train de se tremper, l'eau est en train de couler, le sel est en train d'attaquer la molécule de matière grasse et la molécule de matière grasse prend le sel comme une agression et rejette l'eau qu'elle a en elle. Et l'eau s'en va. On va avoir perdu presque 1 litre d'eau.
Ok.
Mais,
I
et
know,
je
yeah.
finis, en perdant l'humidité, je concentre la matière sèche. Dans la matière sèche, il y a le gras, et dans le gras, il y a le goût.
Oh wow. So actually I can see that it's getting wetter and wetter. It's picking up more water.
Vous entendez le bruit? Quand mon beurre chante, c'est qu'il pleure. Quand mon beurre pleure, c'est qu'il chante.
According to Geneviève, they work with old techniques, but they're not trying to recreate an old recipe.
On travaille avec des méthodes d'hier, mais on utilise un lait vivant d'aujourd'hui. Donc le beurre que je fabrique, le but de mon beurre n'est pas d'aller retrouver le beurre de 1857. Ce que fait Eric, c'est véritablement quelque chose qui n'existe plus. Ce que vous voyez là, c'est des gestes du 19e avec un lait de 2020 et c'est comment restituer et perpétuer la qualité de nos anciens, mais en vivant dans le monde d'aujourd'hui. Donc, je vais prendre un tout petit morceau.
Big one? Ah non.
Non, 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 like this, ok. Voilà.
It's
C'est passé le temps. It's very salt.
It's softer than the butter I'm used to.
24 heures plus tard, le beurre d'hier.
It's much sweeter, this one.
Le sel s'atténue, le sel ne disparaît pas, mais son intensité diminue. Et par contre, le goût de la crème est plus important. Un bon beurre ne doit jamais être mangé en sortie de baratte ou de malaxeur plateau. Il doit être mangé 3, 4, 5 jours après. Parce que les équilibres, l'harmonie des goûts se met en place. Les cannelures, les stries que l'on voit dans le beurre sont la preuve que ce beurre a bien été fabriqué chez nous. C'est la reproduction de la vis cannelée. Et ça, c'est la preuve irréfutable.
Parce que vous êtes le seul
Et voilà.
à l'avoir.
Baudet also makes flavored butters, including chili butter, buckwheat butter, vanilla butter, and more.
Vous faites aussi du beurre avec des algues?
Oui. Ça a été mon premier beurre composé en 1985. C'est un beurre un peu particulier qui est intéressant parce qu'il est à la fois très coloré et en même temps extrêmement parfumé. Et je vous laisse le goûter, vous fermez les yeux. Fermez les yeux, voilà. Fermez les yeux. Vous n'avez pas de problème. Fermez les yeux, vous n'avez pas... Ça va? Vous n'avez pas les pieds mouillés. Parce que ça arrive souvent avec le beurre aux algues qu'on ait les pieds mouillés. Ça va?
Yeah, very
Très bien.
fresh. It's very fresh and yeah, it tastes like seaweed, but yeah, it's not fishy at all. It's nice and sweet. It really reminds you of that like seaside wind when you just sit there at the beach and you can smell it. It's
Attention,
something like that. Whoop. What's
Il y
happening?
a des mouettes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're just like being catapulted into the picture now.
C'est une odeur terrible.
It's marvelous.
Ah, it's marvelous.
It's really, yeah, it's really incredible. And so, and this one is your like signature from Brittany because you're
Yeah.
from this region.
It's the roots of my identity. Ça, c'est une vraie identité. Comme le beurre au sarrasin. Il faut que ce soit comme ça. Et puis, si je vais au Japon, c'est comme ça que j'ai découvert le yuzu. Si je vais ailleurs, je ne sais pas. Peut-être un jour, si je vais sur Mars, je ferai un beurre tout vert. Je ne sais pas.
No, I would like to taste that then.
After it's ready, each stack of freshly churned butter is then placed into this butter cutter, another machine signature to Bourdieu.
Il était très important qu'au moment de faire les modèles, nous n'ayons pas de machine qui soit violente, mais qui soit très douce. Or, ce petit poussoir, les mottes de beurre qui viennent d'être faites vont dans le poussoir et tout simplement par un effet de vérin sont poussées ici et grâce à cet appareil qui date du 19e, par l'écartement de chaque corde de guitare, nous avons le grammage désiré.
There's a lot of water, so
Il y a toujours de l'eau.
yeah. So this means that there is still water that's coming out of the butter.
Ma méthode traditionnelle, il y a toujours de l'eau. Nous ne rajoutons pas d'eau. Au contraire, on en enlève.
Cette machine, est-ce que vous êtes le seul à l'avoir?
Ah oui, ça, alors là, pour le coup, oui. Et on l'a encore utilisée, cette machine-là, il y a 250 ans. Vous voulez que je vous montre où? Pendant la Révolution française. On appelle ça une Marie-Antoinette. Je vais vous interpréter une œuvre du 18e pour harpe et beurre.
Oh non. So 50 kilos de beurre. Hein?
Regarde,
Oh
il en
non.
reste.
The only thing that is left is shaping, and just like the rest, it is all done by hand. Each shape and size is custom. Some chefs may order these bite-sized shapes, others may just buy the whole stack and cut it themselves.
C'est des modèles uniques. Il n'y a pas de machine ici. Nous sommes des êtres humains. Vous voyez, avec le petit pompon.
Ok.
C'est extrêmement rare, il est tout seul à le faire. Et là, pareil, vous voyez, c'est des modèles rares. Il y a plusieurs tailles.
Ça ressemble à une construction qu'on a en Italie, en fait, dans ma région.
Ah, c'est vrai?
Oui. Est-ce que vous connaissez Albero Bello?
Oui.
C'est ça. Est-ce qu'il y a une différence entre les objets qu'il utilise?
Il peut y en avoir, oui. Je t'arrête. Déjà, il y a une partie striée, une partie lisse. Là, elle est petite, là, elle est grande. Et à chaque fois, la main de l'homme ou de la femme va travailler comme ça, comme ça, comme ça. Ça dépend. C'est un métier, hein. Merci.
Est-ce qu'il y a une raison particulière pour laquelle vous avez cette forme très petite?
De faire ça d'abord, parce qu'en fait, si on prenait un morceau, voilà, voilà, vas-y, fais-le. Alors en fait, il y a des craquelures partout, alors que là, il n'y en a plus. Voilà, c'est la qualité de la texture et le visuel, l'esthétique en fait. Hein. Mais nous avons fait énormément d'études. Hein. Nous sommes des scientifiques du tapé du beurre. Donc actuellement, le match est entre Lucienne l'embobineuse, Fred le mastiqueur.
There is something in this butter.
Mon grand-père avait fait le même métier bien avant. Et j'avais toujours entendu dire que ce métier était difficile, compliqué, voilà. Mais j'ai un défaut. Je fais toujours le contraire de ce qu'on me dit. Et comme ça, je peux comprendre. Et en fait, je suis tombé amoureux. Aujourd'hui, il y a peut-être 2% de la production beurrière qui se fait en baratte. Tout le reste se fait avec des butirateurs, des canons à beurre. Hein. Il faut nourrir le plus grand nombre. C'est très important. Hein. Mais je pense que, vous voyez, effectivement, si dans l'endroit où nous sommes, on remplaçait tous mes collaborateurs, tous mes compagnons par des machines, on irait beaucoup plus vite. On gagnerait certainement beaucoup plus d'argent. Mais il ne se passerait plus rien ici. Si j'ai fait ce métier, c'est aussi pour qu'il se passe quelque chose. S'il n'y a plus rien, ça ne m'intéresse pas. Amen.
Flaky layers, lots of butter, and a delicate crunch. These are what makes a freshly baked croissant absolutely irresistible.
It's a beautiful morning in Nice on the French Riviera, and I can't imagine a better way to start my day than having a croissant. I personally cannot imagine anything more French than a perfectly laminated dough, and if you know the series well, butter, lots of butter. We're going to find out more.
I know we promised you butter, and we'll get to that in a bit. But aren't you curious to learn how croissants get their perfect flaky layers? Sit tight, because it's going to take 3 days. At least, that's what happens in real life. Luckily for you, we're here to speed things up. Day 1 is the day of the dough. We need sugar, salt, water, yeast, leftover dough, and flour.
Là, on a 2 types de farine. J'ai ce qu'on appelle la farine de tradition française. C'est une farine qui ne contient pas d'additifs. Et ici, j'ai de la farine de gruau. Elle est fabriquée à partir de blés qui vont donner plus de force à la pâte. C'est ce qu'on appelle des blés de force. C'est ce qui va permettre d'avoir plus d'élasticité et une meilleure tenue de la pâte en fin de pétrissage.
Pouvez m'expliquer la différence entre la pâte à croissant et tous les autres types de pâtes? Quelle est la particularité de la pâte à croissant?
Alors, la pâte à croissant, elle fait partie de ce qu'on appelle la famille pâte feuilletée fermentée. C'est une pâte qui, d'un côté, va donner du feuilleté, du croustillant aux produits qu'on va fabriquer avec, et d'un autre côté, on aura une pousse, une fermentation, comme le pain.
This dough contains 8 kilos of flour and will make about 240 croissants. And this is only 1/3 of the daily production here at Boulangerie Roi Le Capitole, where over 1,000 croissants a day are churned out during the weekend. Frederic even supplies the most prestigious hotel in Nice, the Negresco. The dough kneads for 12 to 14 minutes, just enough to gain elasticity, but not too much to heat up and kickstart the fermentation process too soon. This, in baker terms, is called preserving the gluten network. It's what Frederic is showing me here. The dough is not breaking nor stretching. Once it has been divided into pâtons, which literally means pieces of dough, it is placed in the fridge and left until tomorrow. Day 2 is the day of the butter. Our favorite ingredient will take up as much as 30% of the croissant pastry, but butter is not mixed with the dough. The two have to be perfectly layered.
Une couche de beurre, une couche de pâte, une couche de beurre. Donc si le beurre est trop mou, il va se mélanger à la pâte, et à l'inverse, s'il est trop dur et que la pâte est molle, on a le même phénomène, c'est le phénomène inverse, mais tout se mélange. Okay. Donc si on a une consistance de pâte relativement ferme et que le beurre est ferme, rien ne va se mélanger, on va pouvoir conserver les couches de feuilleté au fur et à mesure que l'on va évoluer dans le travail.
This is how lamination works. The layers are achieved by, you guessed it, folding the dough and butter over and over again. To do that, there are 2 kinds of folds or turns. A single fold, where the dough is folded in thirds like an envelope, gives 3 layers, whereas a double fold, where both ends meet in the middle and then are folded again like a book, gives 4 layers. A baker can choose whichever technique they prefer. Frederic starts with a single fold, single again, and then double.
Donc là, si vous avez observé, quand j'ai démarré, donc j'ai replié la pâte avec le beurre au milieu, ce qui nous faisait 3 couches. Là, je viens de la plier en 3. Donc 3 x 3, ça nous fait 9 couches. Ce qui veut dire que déjà là, on a 9 couches, pâte, beurre, pâte, beurre, pâte, beurre. Là, on en est déjà à 9. Donc, là, je viens d'en rajouter 2. Et là, j'en rajoute encore 1, 2, 3, 4. On a bien 4 couches. Donc, j'en avais 9 tout à l'heure. Maintenant, 4 x 9, 36. On a 36 couches.
Un bon croissant, faut-il au moins combien de couches?
Entre 3 et 4.
Ok, donc 36, c'est...
Il y en a qui vont donner 50, tout dépend. Moi, je donne un tour double, un tour simple. D'autres vont donner 3 tours simples. J'ai des collègues qui font 2 tours doubles. Et on n'a pas le même nombre de feuilles à la fin. À moins on va donner de couches, à plus les feuilles du croissant vont être épaisses. Moi, je veux que quand on croque dedans, ça soit facile à manger, que les croûtes ne soient pas trop dures, que les différentes couches ne soient pas trop épaisses. Donc, c'est pour ça que je travaille de cette façon-là.
As the lamination process heats it up, Frederick puts the dough in the fridge for half an hour to keep it cold. Keeping the dough cold and firm is essential for what comes next, cutting it in the tiny triangles that will be our croissants.
Est-ce qu'il y a un épaisseur précis?
Ah oui, absolument. C'est-à-dire que là, comme on fait du croissant, si j'étalais trop fin, je prendrais le risque d'écraser les différentes couches de beurre et de pâte. Donc, il serait moins feuilleté. Là, pour les croissants, je passe à 4 mm et demi 2 fois.
Donc, ça vous permet de rouler le croissant sans l'écraser.
Et absolument.
Vous n'avez pas une moule?
Non, c'est les yeux, le moule.
Le croissant a cette forme de demi-lune.
Oui, absolument. Ça vient donc d'Autriche. Lorsqu'il y a eu l'attaque des Ottomans, c'est un boulanger qui était en train de travailler la nuit, qui a déclenché l'alerte et qui a empêché l'invasion. Pour fêter ça, ils ont créé une sorte de pain en forme de lune. Alors, sur la forme, ça ressemble au croissant. Par contre, ce n'est pas du tout le croissant tel qu'on le connaît aujourd'hui. C'est bel et bien les Français qui ont créé cette pâte feuilletée avec le beurre qui est devenu le croissant tel qu'on le connaît aujourd'hui.
Donc, c'est vraiment la forme qui est restée.
Voilà.
Pour le beurre. Donc, vous y croyez à l'histoire que la forme du croissant vient d'Autriche? Vous n'avez aucun problème avec
Non.
devant la caméra?
Aucun.
Non.
Aucun.
Et là, est-ce qu'il y a une technique particulière aussi pour rouler un croissant?
Il y a 2 techniques. Soit les rouler comme je suis en train de faire, comme ça, soit dans l'autre sens. Il y en a qui vont le prendre dans ce sens-là et qui vont l'étaler en le poussant. Il n'y a qu'une chose qui est importante, c'est le résultat.
Bien sûr.
Le résultat est important.
Ici?
Ouais, n'importe où vous voulez. Il faut déjà tirer dessus comme ça pour le rallonger. En descendant avec la main comme ça. Voilà. Et après on le pose, on l'écarte et on roule.
Ok. Ah. C'est joli, hein? Ça a des oreilles. On sent le beurre sur le nom.
Eh oui, c'est normal.
Donc il faut aller vite, sinon le croissant ne...
La chaleur des mains fait fondre le beurre.
Et vous voulez toujours garder la pâte froide. Oui.
Voilà.
En fait, c'est très froid.
You may think the croissants are ready to be baked, but we actually need to wait another 15 hours for that to happen. Following Frederick's step-by-step process really made me appreciate how much time and energy goes into producing the perfect product. Do you remember the baguette tradition? This type of baguette, by French law, has to be made on-site with simple ingredients. Well, for the last 4 years, Frederick has been campaigning to get croissants the same protection.
Puisqu'en France, on a une loi pour le pain. Le pain, dès lors qu'on a une enseigne boulangerie-pâtisserie, doit être pétri, façonné et cuit sur place. Par contre, pour la viennoiserie et la pâtisserie, il n'existe rien. J'ai interpellé le Premier ministre français sur la nécessité de créer une appellation tradition pour le croissant artisanal. Le croissant étant l'emblème français de la viennoiserie, Si on avait la même chose, ça serait une forme de reconnaissance pour les artisans et une garantie de qualité pour le consommateur. Il faut absolument repérer de vrais artisans et en faire parler autour de soi.
It's day 3 of our croissants. 3, like how they grow 3 times their size when they are baked.
Et donc là, maintenant, ils sont prêts à être cuits, mais avant de les passer au four, on va les dorer. C'est-à-dire que c'est un mélange de jaune d'œuf et d'eau qui va permettre aux croissants d'avoir un peu plus de croustillant, mais surtout d'avoir une croûte bien dorée et ça leur permet de briller.
Ils ont reposé au chaud, pas vraiment dans les fours, mais au chaud, parce qu'on voit un peu la beurre
qui a légèrement fondu, absolument, parce que pendant 10-11 heures, on était en froid à 4-5 degrés, et ensuite on est monté à 25-26 degrés, puisque c'est sous l'action de la chaleur que les levures vont vraiment s'exprimer. C'est la levure qui va manger le sucre et tous les corps sucrés qu'il y a à l'intérieur du croissant et fabriquer du gaz carbonique. C'est les petits trous qu'on voit après à l'intérieur, que ce soit dans le pain, dans les croissants. C'est la mécanique naturelle de la fermentation.
Donc il faut attendre beaucoup de temps et progresser la température lentement.
Alors qu'on travaille des levures, c'est le temps qui va faire la qualité du produit.
Vous avez une pizza, non?
Ah non, ça c'est une pelle à plaque. La pelle à pizza est beaucoup plus large.
Oui.
Donc là, ça va être pour mettre les plaques jusqu'au fond du four. Oui. On peut mettre 4 plaques.
4 plaques, voilà. Combien de croissants il y a-t-il dans ces plaques?
15. Donc là, on va en mettre 60.
Pour la cuisson, à quelle température
On est à 215 degrés et on va les faire cuire entre 15 et 17 minutes.
Ça fait c'est beaucoup plus long de la pizza.
Oui, le four à pizza est beaucoup plus chaud.
Oui, c'est vrai. Mais la technique, c'est la même.
Oui, le coup de pelle.
Et ici, on est à Nice, près de l'Italie.
Absolument.
On partage un peu les...
C'est nos voisins. Ce sont nos voisins.
Voilà, ce sont très très jolis. Hein?
Ben là, ils sont bons. Là, je suis assez satisfait parce que si on prend un croissant, le but recherché, c'est d'avoir du croustillant à l'extérieur et du moelleux à l'intérieur. Donc, si on regarde et qu'on écoute, on a un bon feuilleté et donc un très bon moelleux également. On croustille et on est moelleux. Donc là, on a un croissant au beurre qui va faire que le client va vraiment se régaler avec, hein, parce que là on a une belle mie, bien jaune, bien beurrée. Donc, je suis content.
Est-ce que vous essayez l'autre côté?
Vous voulez essayer l'autre côté? Allez.
Bien sûr.
C'est bon quand c'est chaud.
C'est frais, c'est chaud, c'est frais.
Là c'est royal, à la sortie du four.
C'est fantastique. C'est 9h, vous n'avez pas vraiment commencé votre journée avec le croissant.
Alors, on va dire que ceux-là sont terminés. Maintenant, il va être temps que je commence ceux pour demain. Puisque ceux de demain seront préparés aujourd'hui pour avoir au moins 15 heures de fabrication avant qu'on les mette au four. Ils auront eu 15 heures de repos. Et c'est l'avantage que les artisans ils ont sur les industriels, c'est que les industriels n'ont pas le temps. Donc, ils ne pourront jamais égaler une saveur gustative d'un croissant artisanal, ni les valeurs nutritives, que ce soit pour le pain, pour le croissant ou pour la viennoiserie, que nous, on obtient. Parce que nous, on prend le temps de faire les choses vraiment comme elles doivent être faites. Et ça, c'est le plus important, le temps. Tout est une question de temps.
Hola from Sevilla in Spain. Today we're going to find out all about chorizo. So like many European countries, it was the Romans that actually brought the art of making sausages to Spain, and then with time it actually became the chorizo that we know today. And actually there is thousands of varieties within the whole country of Spain. So what we're going to do today is see how chorizo iberico is made, which is a local variety here in Seville, and also the finest variety because it's made from a special breed of pigs.
Before seeing how it's made, how do locals like to eat their chorizo? Let's go and find out.
Con pan, con rosco, con un buen vino, se acompaña mejor, en las comidas tiene más sabor.
El picante me gusta muchísimo.
Una buena tapa de chorizo con una cervecita o con un buen vino, pues es un buen acompañante.
Pues siempre me gusta normal, con su rodajita y a piquito y con una buena cerveza también.
El chorizo es muy importante en los huevos revueltos con patatas y chorizo. También se puede utilizar en el famoso cocido de garbanzos y se puede utilizar también en cualquier tipo de arroz, que no paella, no paella.
Chorizo can be either fresh or dry cured, and apart from a standard base of lean pork and lean fat, there are some different varieties. You can get a chorizo blanco, which is made with black pepper, a sweet chorizo made with sweet or bittersweet paprika, or a spicy chorizo made with spicy paprika.
El pimentón es muy importante en el chorizo porque le da el color rojo y le da el toque ahumado y el sabor del pimentón, del páprica. Es muy importante utilizar especias de mucha calidad en el chorizo porque si utilizamos unas especias que tienen menos calidad, el sabor del chorizo también se verá que tiene menos calidad.
The variety that is most enjoyed in Andalusia is the Iberian chorizo, called so because it comes from a special breed of pigs, the black Iberian pig, which roams freely in the region's sierra.
La variedad de ibérico es la mejor cuando es alimentado con bellotas, porque es una ganadería extensiva. El cerdo, al ser más musculado, tiene menos grasa y la carne que tiene y la grasa que le queda es de mucha más calidad y tiene un sabor que es completamente diferente de otro tipo de cerdos.
So now it's time to see how chorizos are made, and to do that we are at Lazo, which is a company in Cortegana in the province of Huelva, and here we're going to see the making of two different types of chorizos, the one with pimentón and the one without.
El chorizo se ha hecho siempre porque es una pieza en la que se utilizan recortes de magro o de carnes un poco más nobles del cerdo. Entonces esos recortes, esos trozos pequeños, lo que se hacía es que se cortaban, se mezclaba con grasa y tenías otro producto más.
Jamones Lazo makes from 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms of chorizos per year. The process starts with ground meat, which is mixed by hand with the seasoning, garlic, paprika and salt.
After the meat is ground, it has to rest for about 24 hours, and afterwards it's placed into tripe. So the process is all done by hand, just the only machine is this one that actually pushes the meat into the tripe, and then the following step is to close the chorizo with a lace, all done by hand again.
Nosotros utilizamos tripa natural, son chorizos de un tamaño más pequeño, son 300-400 gramos, no suele llegar a 500 gramos, porque utilizamos tripa natural, como la sal que utilizamos o como todo el pimentón.
So after the chorizo is placed in tripe and is closed with a lace, it's important that it's pierced a few times to allow air into the meat, otherwise it would just implode. And actually behind me you can see these chorizos are like 10 minutes old, but they have already different colors. So the ones that are at the very end, they're like 1 hour, a few hours old, and then we get gradually to the very, very new ones that were made 5 minutes ago. You see the air coming in and the chorizo starting to dry within minutes. You can see also the little pockets of air with the meat that starts to come out and the chorizo starts to breathe.
Y después se pasan durante un mes a unas cámaras de frío para que vaya perdiendo y vaya tirando la parte de agua que tiene la pieza, que tiene la carne. Ese proceso se va curando y después se saca unos días a curación natural, que se utilizan los mismos espacios que utilizamos para los jamones, las bodegas en este caso, y ahí se acaban de curar y se acaban de hacer y darle el gusto y el color que habéis visto, ¿no?
Now back to Seville, where it's finally time to try some chorizos.
We have here the one that is sweet one, so without the spice, wine that is milder, and then wine that is supposed to be like the strongest. And also we have the actual pimenton. I want to give it a try. I'm not sure if I can yet handle it because I'm not a spice person, to be honest. But you know, for the sake of discovery and for the sake of the video, we're going to try. So let's start from the mild one. Here you go. This one is very good. I like that it is dry, but not yet that, you know, too dry. Like sometimes when you have some like dry sausages, like even the very common like Italian salame that myself as an Italian I'm used to, are too dry and too salty. Like that's the problem. Like this one was quite a big bite, but it wasn't salty at all. It was like so flavorful and meaty. Okay, let's go for the mild spicy one. So this one is a bit less dry. So as you can see, it's a bit more meaty, and then you can see the fat that here is more shiny in here. Start to get the chorizos on it. This one is so good. I love this fatty texture that it has, and all the oils from the fat. But the real test is coming. The real test is this one, which is this one that is the spicy version. Let's have it. There is a bit more spice in there. I feel it, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't bother me. Like my mouth is not burning. It's nice, it adds flavor. So it's really a milder spice. Let's see, we have the source here, which is the actual. Let's try just a small bit, like this much, because they're telling me from behind the scenes that this one is going to be bad. So, very bad. All right, this one is spicy. And this one, I'll suggest that you have it, you know, mixed with something else. Just don't eat pimenton like this off the plate. It's not good. It smells good. It smells smoky. It smells like it comes from actual peppers, which means that at the end when you put in the chorizo, you're gonna have a nice chorizo that has nice seasoning on there. We're in Edinburgh, Scotland, and we're about to visit Maxwell, a third-generation family-run haggis producer. What we're about to see is a traditional haggis, which is encased in an animal tripe and stuffed with meat, spices, salt, and a few more ingredients. So let's go and find out which ones.
I've always been curious about haggis, and finally I get the chance to travel to Scotland to find out how it's made and why it matters so much to Scots. Leading me in this journey is James Maxwell, who has turned his grandfather's butcher shop in Edinburgh into one of the most successful haggis companies in the UK.
Being a boy in a family business, I never get tired of eating haggis. From when I was old enough to understand what my dad did to, you know, 40 plus years later, I love haggis. I love haggis.
There is no steadfast rule as to what specific animal has to go into haggis. At Maxwell, the base is lamb lungs and beef fat.
I'm the third generation managing director of McSwain's. We're still using that same recipe that we started with in 1953. You can have a pork haggis, you can have lamb and beef, you could have a lamb, beef and pork. There's some people make venison haggis. We've made venison haggis in the past. But as long as this business has been making haggis, we have always made lamb and beef recipe.
How many lungs are there in?
Oh, hundreds. They've been, it's a big block of meat that we guillotine, but you know, there's hundreds.
Okay. And how many haggis are these going to make?
By the time Connor's lifted everything for this batch, it will make 2,000 puddings or 4,000 portions.
Each pudding is meant to serve 2 to 3 people, so that is about 2 portions per pudding.
It looks like marble.
Yeah, it's like
It looks like Tuscan marble.
travertine, pink travertine.
Yeah.
Some manufacturers mince a lot of their meat raw and then they cook it in the casing. We don't do it like that.
Okay.
We cook our lungs. Some don't.
Oh.
So cooking it makes our haggis light and fluffy. So we.
Smells like liver, actually.
Yeah, well, it will smell like it. It doesn't taste like it.
And lungs, they are safe to eat, I guess. But
yeah.
Why is it that they're banned in some countries?
According to Canada and America, they think that you're going to contract tuberculosis. Pretty much every butcher in Scotland will make haggis. We eat a huge amount of haggis in Scotland. Everybody's okay. It's really well cooked, you know. So we cook the lungs. They then once they've been mixed with all the other ingredients, it goes into the casing. It gets cooked again, and then for the consumer to eat it, it gets cooked again. It's very safe.
What James is referring to is a 1971 US ban on imported animal lungs that is still in place today. But while haggis cannot be imported from Scotland, there are still some local producers feeding those hungry for haggis across the pond. Lungs are cooked for about 2 hours before being mixed with onions and salt. Meanwhile, in this other room, spices and oatmeal are measured to then be blended together with gravy and the minced meat. They wouldn't share the full list of spices, but from what we can tell, there may be nutmeg, mace, and coriander.
It's really very simple.
Yeah, it is actually. It's just a lot of ingredients.
A lot of ingredients. It's just like making a hot sausage or a salami.
But you would never just miss out on any of these ingredients.
No, you wouldn't.
If you make haggis without spices, then
no. Haggis needs spice.
Now it's time to encase the haggis. This is done with beef intestine.
So this is intestine you use?
Yeah, this is beef intestine. This is what we call a large bung or the large intestine. There's this end here is the equivalent of your appendix.
Okay.
So it's that part of the gut. And then along here there's a small hole.
Where is that?
There, it's there. And that's where the large intestine joins the small intestine.
Okay.
All these casings you would see being used for mortadella, which is what this casing's for, or salami or chorizo. The small intestine is typically used for salamis for a narrower caliber, but for haggis, that's the casing that we use.
Haggis is quite wide. So
haggis is very wide.
Okay.
These are 454 gram haggis today, but we do make haggis that are 2.3 kilos, so they feed 10 people, and they're very wide and very long.
And is there a difference in taste as well, at the end?
Yes, very good question. Like real cheese, mature cheese, there is a flavour that comes off the casing that gives it a more traditional flavour.
Okay.
It's a more mature flavour.
The freshly made puddings are punched to let out the air as they cook. They will stay in the oven for about an hour and cook at 100 degrees Celsius.
Oh, wow. Look at that. There's some yellow water coming out. Is this for the spices?
Oh no, that's the fat.
Oh, okay. So it's not water?
No. Some of it's water and some of it's fat.
Okay, wow.
Because the casing's porous, it's just some of the fat, the moisture within the haggis seeping through. So.
Yeah, of course there is fat. You should save it. You should make it like foie gras or something.
All the flavours have been bound together through the cooking process. So you've got the lamb meat, the beef meat, the oatmeal, the seasoning, the spices, the salt, and then once it's now been filled into the casing's now shrunk through the cooking process.
It has shrunk so much. They just come back like half the size.
The haggis need about 4 hours to cool down before going to get vacuum packed.
But these are not ready to be eaten yet, because they need to be eaten up again after they're in the bags?
That's what the consumer would do.
All right.
But in the old days, when we used to run the butcher shop, back when my grandfather was running the business, if there was ever a burst haggis, the guys would take it away and eat it because it's at this right now the haggis at this stage is so tasty.
Is it?
Oh, it's fresh and succulent and juicy.
Oh no! So we're losing out so much just by cooking it afterwards.
No, you have it the same thing again when you heat it. But right now, there's nothing beats the taste of fresh haggis, and the recipe's only changed once in 67 years. We changed the blend of oatmeal. My father received a letter from a very well-renowned food critic called Derek Cooper, and he said, "John, I think your haggis is fantastic, but I think you could improve it. You might want to consider changing the blend of oatmeal." And Dad did. He sent a haggis back to Derek, and Derek replied, going, "Perfection." And we've never changed it since. Haggis isn't Scottish. Haggis, in one way or another, exists in every culture around the world. So a salami is a bit like a haggis. Mocia is a bit like a haggis. Feijoada in a stew in Brazil is a bit like a haggis. A haggis is a dish made with the bits and pieces that aren't whole muscle meat. So it's the original boil in the bag, you know, because you're just using all these bits and pieces, and you make something that's very tasty and very affordable.
James isn't kidding about it being in almost every culture. In Czech cuisine they have vitrenice, in Romanian cuisine they have toba, andouillette in France. They're all made from bits and pieces of animal meat and encased to boil. Not only they are tasty, but they're also an economical way to use as much of the animal as possible. Despite this style of cooking being everywhere, Scots have a unique passion for haggis. There is even one night a year devoted to haggis, which acts as a sort of unofficial national holiday. It's called Burns Night and is named after Robert Burns, Scotland's national poet. A Burns supper traditionally kicks off with an address to the haggis. To show you how seriously they take it, I'm going to play James reciting the entire poem, while I also show you a collection of people across Scotland acting it out. Okay, take it away, James.
So, To a Haggis by Robert Burns. Fair fa your honest sonsy face, great chieftain the puddin' race, aboon them all ye tak your place.
Pinstripe per thern, weel are ye worthy o a grace as lang's my earn.
The growing treasure, there ye fall.
Your hardies, like a distant hill.
Your pin would help to mend a mill in time o' need.
And through your pores the dews distill.
Like amber beat.
His knife, see rustic labour dicht.
And cut ye up with ready slight.
Drenching your gushing entrails, brick like ony Dutch.
And then, oh, what a glorious sicht. Warm, reeking, rich. Then horn for horn,
they stretch and strive.
You'll tack the hindmost on they drive, till their wheels
swalled kites belive are bent.
Like drums, and all big madness like to ride.
Bethank it hums.
Is there that o'er his French a ragout?
A rolio, 'twould staw a sou.
Or fricassee would mak her spew.
We perfect skinner.
Looks doon we sneer and scorn for you.
One sick a dinner. Poor deal, see him his trash.
As feckless as a weathered rash.
His spindle shanked gid whiplash.
His knee a net, through bloody flat of fields to dash.
Oh, how unfit. But mark the rustic, haggis fed.
The trembling earth resounds his tread.
Clapping his wally neva blade, he'll mak it whistle, and leagues the names and heeds'll sned like taps o' thistle.
Ye poors,
whack mak mankind your care, and dish them out their billow fare.
All Scotland wants nae skinking ware
that drops in luggies.
But if you wish her grateful prayer, gie her a haggis.
Pesto is one of the most popular sauces in the world. The original recipe calls for 7 ingredients, no more, no less. Basil, extra virgin olive oil, pine nuts, Parmesan cheese, pecorino cheese, salt and garlic.
We're in Genoa, Italy. Here is where pesto was invented. And ask any Genoese you know, and they will tell you that pesto made outside of the city just can't compete with the one that is made here. Why? Because all the 7 ingredients here are just a little bit more special. Take the basil, for example. This variety is considered the finest in the world because it has smaller leaves than usual and a more delicate flavor. And just like basil, all the 7 ingredients are distinctly Genoese. We're here to find out why.
Ci siamo.
È un mare verde.
È un mare verde, sì. Prego. E questo è il basilico genovese DOP, è un tappeto.
Ma quindi quali sono le caratteristiche di questa pianta qui rispetto ad altre varietà di basilico in altre parti d'Italia e del mondo?
Allora, tu hai innanzitutto la foglia è estremamente delicata e il sapore è preciso quello del basilico. Non ha note di menta, note di lavanda, note di limone come hanno altre varietà. Esistono 320 varietà di basilico al mondo, soltanto 60 sono commestibili e soltanto una è quella giusta per fare il pesto. Quindi questo
È quella che troviamo qui.
che è quello che troviamo qua. E vengono raccolte intorno ai 30-40 giorni, diciamo, dalla nascita, un pochino più alte di queste. E questa fogliolina è dolce, sa proprio di... prova.
Proviamo.
Sa proprio di basilico, no? Non c'è altro.
Buono, è dolce.
È dolce.
Sì, sì.
Senti solo basilico.
Si raccoglie una pianta di basilico, bisogna proprio estirpare tutta la pianta con
Sì.
la radice, non bisogna tagliarla.
No, in questo caso no, la tradizione prevede che si venga tolta anche la radice e poi venga messa in un piccolo sacchetto con la terra, e questo sistema ci consente di far durare il basilico 4 o 5 giorni. È un antico sistema che consente la commercializzazione di un prodotto, di un'erba, che altrimenti dopo poche ore sarebbe da buttare via. Infatti il pesto fatto secondo la ricetta tradizionale è costoso, perché questo spazio viene estirpato, non viene tagliato e aspettato che ricresca diverse volte.
Sì, sì, quindi la pianta ha una vita, insomma,
Esatto.
un pesto.
Un attimo.
Può fare.
Così.
Beh, insomma, però il fine giustifica.
Sì, senza dubbio.
Ok.
Once we've got our basil, we're at a crossroads. Mix the 7 ingredients with the more traditional, time-consuming pestle and mortar, or use a more common mixer. Both methods are possible and, most importantly, accepted by pesto experts like Roberto. Today, we'll see both methods, because each one leads to a different tasting pesto sauce. Let's start with the more modern approach. At the production site, the first thing that happens is washing the leaves. They are washed 3 times and disinfected to lose all residues of dirt and to make sure the leaves are absolutely clean. Then they're dried.
Cos'è questo?
È una centrifuga.
Una centrifuga.
Sì, sì. Siamo una lavatrice. Esattamente.
L'avete estratto? Siamo pronti per il chilogramma, 60 grammi.
Esattamente.
Bianchi o ora?
Bianchi delicati però, verdi delicati.
Ok.
I think we got it by now. Basil is an essential part of pesto. About 1/3 of it, in fact. Here we just washed 5 kilos of basil, which will make 15 kilos of pesto. But what about the other 6 ingredients? Unlike basil, not all of them come from Genoa or its region, Liguria, but they're all tied to its history. We'll tell you more about them as they go in the mixer. The first one to go in is extra virgin olive oil.
E questo anche è un olio?
Questo è un olio ligure, un olio di oliva taggiasca, dolce, ha un'aromaticità che non va a coprire il sapore degli altri ingredienti, perché ce ne va parecchio di olio nel pesto e quindi deve essere un olio delicato, l'olio ligure è perfetto.
The second ingredient is the basil. We now have the 2 cheeses, Parmesan and Pecorino, And when cheese is involved, it wouldn't be a Regional Eats episode without some tasting.
Buono. Sì, latte crudo.
Vero? Quindi
Buono.
Unlike the basil and the olive oil, these two cheeses are not local ingredients. So how did they become part of the pesto recipe? Well, the answer, at least for Parmesan, is simple. The same way it is the king of cheeses for 21st century's Italians, including me, Parmesan held a special place in the hearts of Italians and Genoveses in the Middle Ages.
il primo documento scritto dell'esistenza del parmigiano è un atto notarile genovese del 1200 ed è la prima notizia scritta che questo formaggio esiste. Poi esisteva ovviamente già da prima. Però i notai genovesi scrivevano tutto e allora avevano scritto anche di questa cosa qua.
Back in the Middle Ages and until the 18th century, notation was not the only thing happening in Genoa. Genoa was also one of the most powerful trading cities in the Mediterranean. One of the main trade routes of the Genovese Maritime Republic was Sardinia. From there, sailors would bring building stones back home to Genoa, but most of all, and I mean, can you blame them? Pecorino cheese.
Quindi anche questo ha un legame con la tradizione assoluta. Il parmigiano, questo è il pecorino.
Però il pecorino ce n'è di meno.
Meno, sì.
Che sarebbe troppo...
Lo cerchiamo. Bello del pesto che fermi gli ingredienti e puoi ottenere dei risultati molto diversi secondo come lo combini, no?
Perché non c'è una ricetta.
È molto interessante, non esiste, ma è bello che non ci sia, no? Se no mangeremo tutti lo stesso pesto ovunque, tutto uguale, no? Sarebbe tremendo.
We're getting to the end. The fifth and sixth ingredients to go in for the mix are pine nuts and garlic. This garlic is a local variety called Vessalico, named after a small town in this region. It has a strong aroma but a more delicate flavor than other varieties.
L'aglio è importante, no, nell'equilibrio degli ingredienti perché dà l'elemento piccante al pesto, altrimenti rimane una salsa dolce e l'aglio dà stabilità, esalta tutti gli altri ingredienti.
Last but not least is a touch of coarse sea salt, and why not, a bit more olive oil.
Guarda. Hop.
Io continuo, vado dentro perché non ci sto.
No dive, com'è?
Buonissimo, profumatissimo. Ma ok, quindi ora che succede?
E qui abbiamo il nostro pesto, adesso dobbiamo...
Ok, quindi che consistenza bisogna
Lo vedi?
ottenere?
Rimane compatto, no?
Sì.
Non è liquido, perché c'è una percentuale di olio che è importante, ma non deve essere tutto olio, non deve essere liquido.
Sì, quindi non si deve vedere l'olio, insomma, sui bordi.
Adesso appena fatto, no? Poi sicuramente si sedimenta, però in generale no, assolutamente. Poi ricordiamoci che questo è un pesto fresco e soprattutto poi vedi che rimane compatto, no?
Sì.
Montato.
Vero.
Prego, vai, assaggia.
Insomma, è qualcosa. Buono. Non si sente l'aglio, è vero, è vero.
Perché si integra, no? Si integra, c'è,
dire che sì.
ma non...
Ritrovo anche un po' quel sapore del pecorino, ma non forte come ovviamente.
Certo, ovviamente.
Sì, che c'è il formaggio da solo.
E poi adesso si deve assestare, no? Si devono bene amalgamare gli ingredienti e i sapori, ma già così si sente. Poi te lo devi immaginare sulla pasta, no? Che è calda, che ti tira fuori proprio gli aromi, no? I profumi di tutti gli ingredienti.
Quindi il prossimo step è un bel piatto di pasta.
Direi di sì.
We've seen the more modern way to make pesto, so now it's time to travel back in time and familiarize ourselves with these two tools, a wooden pestle and a marble mortar. We'll do this in Roberto's restaurant Il Genovese, in the center of the city.
A parità di ingredienti, perché gli ingredienti sono sempre gli stessi, dà un risultato diverso. quello là che abbiamo assaggiato era un pesto ottimo. Questo qui ha una personalità diversa che si può ottenere solo con il mortaio. Però alla fine, se lavori bene col mortaio, riesci a estrarre tutto l'olio essenziale, tutto l'aroma, tutta l'anima, no, del basilico, e la riesci a trasferire nel pesto. Allora ottieni un prodotto così, fuori dal comune.
Ma è vero poi comunque che il marmo non riscalda il basilico?
Certamente sì, certamente, ma più che l'effetto, no, del marmo e del legno del pestello, perché è importante che il pestello sia di legno, perché così non va a macinare, no, la pietra, perché altrimenti mangeremo pesto e pietra. Invece così col pestello di legno questo non succede.
Ok.
Cominciamo?
Cominciamo.
When making pesto with a pestle and mortar, the order the ingredients go in is a little bit different. Roberto starts with garlic.
Si è disintegrato.
Pochissimo, esatto, sì. Si scioglie, si dissolve. Adesso andiamo con i pinoli.
Quindi prima tutti gli ingredienti più duri,
Esatto, brava.
che altrimenti poi si perderebbero nel liquido.
E sarebbero più difficili da lavorare se lo facessimo in un secondo tempo.
Ma io non ho mai visto mortai così grandi. Questo
Guarda.
l'avete fatto fare voi?
No, questo è un mortaio antico, arriva da un monastero benedettino, ha più di 300 anni. È stato chiuso questo monastero durante il periodo napoleonico, quindi parliamo di più di 200 anni fa, ma era un mortaio che era già vecchio prima che venisse interrotta la sua vita, no, attiva.
E poi è finito qui.
E poi mi ha trovato lui, perché l'amico dell'amico ha detto: ma tu, che so che hai un amico che fa il pesto, il campionato mondiale del pesto, ti serve mica un mortaio?
Il campionato mondiale del pesto.
Eh sì,
Eh sì, perché anche qui esiste un campionato mondiale.
l'ho inventato io. 15 anni fa abbiamo cominciato con un gruppo di amici, abbiamo organizzato il primo campionato mondiale di pesto. Adesso siamo arrivati all'8ª edizione, marzo scorso, e arrivano 100 concorrenti da tutto il mondo. Gli stranieri, l'ultima edizione, erano 33, arrivavano da tutto il mondo. E si sfidano. No. L'ultimo era milanese, ha vinto un americano, ha vinto un tedesco, e arrivano un po' da tutto il mondo, perché sennò cosa...
Però gli ingredienti non
Gli ingredienti devono essere i nostri.
Now it's the basil's turn.
Che si sente comunque l'odore, ogni volta che si
È vero?
muove un po',
Guarda.
si smuove, si tocca.
Sea salt,
E adesso cominciamo a ruotare il pestello dentro il mortaio. Anzi, non hai ancora visto niente. Vai, lo facciamo lavorare?
Sì, dai, da che lato?
È lo stesso,
Perché io sono
non si
destra.
smonta, è lo stesso.
Boh. Vai, una bella macchia verde sulla maglietta bianca. Difficile,
È un bel
difficile.
gioco. Sembrava più facile.
Però non so, c'è come se ci fosse un percorso già scritto sul mortaio.
Vabbè.
Sì.
Ma anche nel tuo DNA, Perché il discorso, è il discorso,
io-
no, è un qualcosa nel genere umano, è scritto.
Ah, ok, perché io di genovese
Non hai
proprio
niente,
vedo.
no.
Poi...
Ma il mortaio è comune a tutti i popoli di tutto il mondo.
Certo. Diceva prima che il mortaio non è una cosa, insomma,
Solo genovese, assolutamente.
tradizionale, artigianale, veramente più che artigianale, forse più primitiva.
Lo è.
Sì.
Ma infatti a me questa cosa è piaciuta molto. Vado avanti io. Solo da tenere, lo volete vedere?
Sì. Ma quanti chili va il mortaio?
Penso a 42 kg il mortaio e 4 kg 7,50 al pestello.
Sì, beh, sono stati quei 7,50.
Sì.
we add the 2 cheeses and olive oil, and our pesto is ready. But we didn't taste it with pasta as promised after all.
Osa,
Allora, prendo quello più grande.
vai. Prendi quello più grande.
Vabbè, l'ho detto, l'ho fatto. Ok.
Evviva.
Buono. Un sapore più pronunciato rispetto a quell'altro, proprio perché ci sono ancora un po' di pezzettini.
Sì. Avevo messo un po' più di pecorino qua,
Sì, si sente.
un po' più marcato.
Buono, davvero buono. Mai mangiato un pesto con questo sapore in particolare. Grazie mille, la maionese
Grazie.
e quella bianca.
Every year, 650 million kilos of Gouda cheese are produced in the Netherlands. Most of it is produced industrially, using pasteurized milk. But there are some exceptions.
We're here to visit one of the few farms that is still producing traditional raw milk Gouda cheese.
We make a real farming cheese on this farm, and we are specialized in in aged cheese. And the taste will really be special when it's aged.
This place is actually quite remote. We're like immersed in nature and we're actually on an island. We had to take a small boat and cross a canal in order to get here. Do I go back? We're in the right direction, maybe? Not very coordinated, no? How do you row? And the woman that is producing the cheese is actually doing it in her own house, which is this one behind me.
Depending on whether you're a native, you will pronounce it either Gouda or Gouda. So since we're talking about authentic Dutch cheese, we're going to call it Gouda. The cheese takes its name from the city of Gouda in South Holland. But unlike with other cheeses that are named after cities, there was never any cheese making in Gouda. In the Middle Ages, Gouda acquired sole cheese market rights, basically becoming the only city in the country where farmers could trade their cheese. Gouda was associated so much with the cheese sold there that it was eventually named after the city. The Gouda cheese market was started in 1395. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in the Netherlands. There are only 280 farmers across the country still making raw milk boerenkaas, or farmer's cheese. And there are only 2 farms that take their cheese to the next level, making Boerengouwse Opperklaas, or aged artisanal Gouda, a special type of raw milk farmhouse cheese that must weigh at least 20 kilograms and can be made only in the summer with cattle grazing in the Green Heart region, between the cities of Amsterdam, Rotterdam and Utrecht. Meet Marije van der Poel, who lives on an island in the village of Rijkwettering in South Holland with her husband Hugo and their 3 children, and makes 15 wheels of aged artisanal Gouda every day at the back of their house.
The family van der Poel started here in 1932. So my husband's grandfather, grandmother, they started here, and we still make cheese on the same way, on the authentic way of cheese making. And in 1965, his father and mother, they came here, they married, and they came and start also. And they make cheese. We start living here in 1996. We get married, and my mother-in-law, she learned me how to make cheese. And now, so I do it now for 23 years on my own. We have 150 cows, and we milk them twice a day.
The cheese is made from cold milk from the previous day and warm milk that's fresh.
Every morning I wake up at 10 to 6, and my husband wake up at 4:15. He calls the cows out of the land and they come, and then at 5 o'clock he starts milking them. And in the evening before he also milk the cows, and then when I wake up at 10 to 6, the first thing I do, I make the milk sour. And then at 7 o'clock I have about 3,000, a bit more, milk liters, and then I put some rennet to it. And when you put some rennet to it, the milk will get thick in 30 minutes. It's real special every morning. So when I leave the milk rest for 30 minutes, after that short time, you can cut it really slowly. And when you cut it, the fresh cheese will go down and the whey will go up. We bring the whey away, we spread it all over our land. And the real fresh cheese we keep stirring, and slowly we bring it back to the temperature of the cows, up to 37 degrees, not higher, because we make raw milk cheese.
The process of adding warm water to the cheese, called washing the curd, is generally used to make the cheese sweeter. Washing the curd removes lactose, which bacteria could transform into acid. Blocks of curd are then pressed together into wooden molds with the help of linen cloths.
We still use the molds of my husband's grandfather and grandmother. The wooden molds is real special to make cheese. There are only a few cheesemakers in Holland who still use wooden molds. It's because we think the wooden molds is the best to make old aged cheese, because the wooden molds keep the warmth inside, and that's the best. For the taste. So the taste after 2 years is really special. You can still make slices of it after 2 years, and that's real special. There are only 2 farmers in Holland who make this cheese. So that's really, really special.
Each wheel has a unique plaque made from milk protein with information about where and when it was produced. The curds are pressed in the wooden molds for 2 hours on each side. In the evening, they are moved to brines.
It's a natural way to bring salt into the wheels and water slowly, only a few, out of the wheels. And that's different of the factories, because in the factories where they make cheese, they bring salt during the making process. And we do it on an authentic way, in a salty bath. So really slowly.
Cheese wheels stay 5 days in the salty baths, then dry for 24 hours. The Van der Poel family keeps them for a week in their farm, where they are covered by a biological coating.
We put the coating on it 3 times every side, because it's easier to keep them clean. And then every week a trader is collecting about 90 wheels up here, and he keeps them in big trader houses, warehouses I think, for a long time. And he aged them, because we are good in making cheese and he's good in aging cheese.
Gouda has to age for at least 28 days. This specialty, the aged artisanal Gouda, ages for at least 2 years, but some wheels can age longer.
And there are no farmers who take the risk to keep the cheese as long as we do in warehouses. So it's really special. This is perfect. It looks perfect. Only a few small holes, so the cheese looked at you like eyes. Only a few, and you see the crystals. All the people think they are salty crystals, but it's protein crystals.
Mariah's cut us a slice of a 3-year-old cheese, and as you can see from the texture, it's actually quite soft, and it's something that I wasn't expecting coming from a cheese that has been aged for 3 years. Like 3 years is such a long time, and I would expect it to be like harder. But here it is. Let's give it a try. It's got like real milky, cheesy taste, like no salt at all, and it's sort of like nutty, caramel-like. Like it reminds me a bit of Parmesan in a way, but in the sense that like it kind of touches the same taste buds, but texture-wise is completely different. Like this one is softer and it melts more in your mouth. It's buttery.
Authentic Dutch Gouda is protected by the EU's Protected Geographical Indication under the name Gouda Holland. This certifies that the cheese comes from Holland and has been made traditionally with Dutch milk.
Today we're in the village of Colston Bassett in Nottinghamshire, England, to learn more about how blue Stilton cheese is made. Today we're going to learn about its history and origin, and I will also be getting my hands dirty in the process. And then of course we're going to taste it. This cheese can only be made in 6 dairies, which are spread across 3 counties here in England, which are Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire and Derbyshire. And today we're going to visit Colston Bassett Dairy, which is one of the 6 dairies making Stilton cheese.
Stilton cheese takes its name from the village of Stilton in the east of England. The earliest reports of cheese made and sold here date to the 17th century. In 1724, English writer Daniel Defoe referred to the town being famous for cheese, calling the product the English Parmesan. What contributed to its popularity was that Stilton was relatively close to London, only 70 miles away. The town was on the Great North Road. Built by the Romans, this road was the only link between London and Edinburgh before modern motorways took over. The road passed through villages and market towns filled with coaching inns. One of these was the Bell Inn, where a lady named Frances Powlett sold her cheese to travellers, and the word of her Stilton cheese quickly started to travel with them. And though she probably did not invent the cheese herself, she is responsible for expanding its popularity beyond the village.
That was her route to market. It was basically a wayfares for the carriages, so people would stop overnight, and a lot of the cheese was sold there and taken down into London by travellers.
As its popularity grew, Stilton cheese started to be made in the surrounding areas. Today, Stilton production has strict geographical borders and is confined to 3 counties in England. Ironically, as the village of Stilton falls outside of the county's borders, there can't be any cheese made in Stilton called Stilton. Colston Bassett Dairy was founded in 1913 as a cooperative to save excess milk from farms in the village from going to waste. Today, the dairy works with 4 farms that supply 4 million litres of milk a year.
Over the last 100 and something years, they've gone from making 3 months a year, probably making 50, 60 cheese a day, to making 7 days a week. And we are doing, in peak, about 180 cheese a day.
The farms send the milk to the dairy, where it is pasteurized.
What we do is we take the milk, we add a blue mold culture, start a culture to produce acidity, and then we add rennet, which will help us clot the milk and turn it into curd. Once we've set it and it looks like a giant jelly, a giant white jelly, we will cut the curd, release the moisture, and we will drain that moisture off. Quite specific to us, all of our cheese will be hand ladled from vat to trolley, and that's just a transfer of curd from one large vessel to another. That will give us moisture release without losing too many fatty proteins to whey. Mechanised processes, large-scale business, people who are transferring large volumes can and do lose fatty proteins to whey. We do, but just less because we're doing it by hand.
If you think that ladling is just about transferring the curds from one vat to another, think again. Billy showed me how to do it, and I had a go myself.
So the thing to remember is not to dig, keep it quite flat and just push it through.
And that's it?
Okay, so you also need to...
No.
It needs to all come down to the same depth.
Oh.
So you can't have some deep, some not. So it's exactly the same all the way down. Same here.
So I'm just going to try one more for the road. Okay.
And that bit of cheese is now dead. You can let Craig have it and we'll get on with it.
Thank you. So you know when you say one day I'm going to quit everything and become a cheesemaker? Not an easy task, but you have to think it through.
So once we've ladled, we will then allow it to settle, and again more whey will come out, and then you will drain that whey, and once you start draining the whey, the bacteria that's in the curd will start to multiply and produce quite a high level of lactic acid overnight. And then the next morning we'll come in, and at a specific lactic acid point, we will break the curds by milling, so it's a uniform size. We'll hand salt the curds, hand mix the curds, and form it up into a cheese hoop, as you see behind me.
The cheese is placed in a warm room to allow some of the moisture to evaporate. The cheese is turned every day, and when it's dry enough and can stand on its own, the mold is taken off.
We need to stop the aerobic mold growing at that stage, because if you make it grow too quickly with Stilton, it won't taste right because you're changing the pH too quickly. So we will take a knife and we will actually rub the outside of the cheese, and by rubbing the outside of the cheese, we create a barrier so no oxygen can get inside, and we stop the mold growth at that, or the blue mold growth at that particular stage of production.
Then the wheels are turned every day. When they're 5 or 6 weeks old, they are pierced to allow oxygen in, which will activate the blue mold and produce the Stilton's characteristic blue veins. Then the cheese matures for another 5 weeks.
Put it on straight and then turn it all the way around. Right, now gently bring it out.
So this one is almost ready, yeah?
Almost, not quite. I mean, the other end might not be quite so firm because they don't mature in uniform. So what we should see, it'll start the bloom process from the centre and work out. So we can tell, looking at that, it's not ready yet because it's not fully blued. Mind your finger when you're bringing it back out. So push it to the centre, stop, finger on. Now use your other hand.
Like that?
Finger on, usually your thumb. And have it open the gap and then pull it out gently. And then just clean it so that that's covering the hole.
We've got a slice of freshly cut Stilton, so I'm so excited to give this a try. First thing that I want to point out about this is that it's not that smelly. You know how blue cheeses have this reputation for being so smelly. It's actually alright. Oh, it's so good. It just disappeared. It just melted like that. The texture is nice and crumbly. Even if this is some sort of hard cheese, so it's not that creamy, it actually is on your palate. It has some like sweet hints at the beginning when you first taste it, and then you're left with a bit of salty aftertaste, which is incredible. I mean, you know, you get 2 different flavors in one bite. It's so good. I'm gonna have another one. The sweetness of the blue veins, so good. And also if you get a mini piece without the blue, that in itself, it's marvelous. And again, the texture is incredible, so crumbly. And it's something that I haven't had with other blue cheeses. They are kind of gummy. This one is so nice, melts in your mouth, incredible.
Stilton is a registered trademark by the Stilton Cheesemakers Association, which was founded in 1936. The trademark protects the cheese in countries including the US, Canada, and Japan. Within the EU, the cheese was also granted the protected designation of origin in 1996. We're in Corato, Puglia, Italy, and today I'm going to meet with Isabella and her family, who are going to show me how they make their tomato sauce in their garden. Finding a family that makes traditional tomato sauce from their own tomatoes in their own house has become pretty rare, sadly, here in Italy. This is such a fascinating tradition, and most of all, it is the original way to make it. So they've got about 20 kilos of tomatoes ready for us. Let's go and turn them into sauce. Making tomato sauce from scratch is a laborious process that takes several hours. From hand-picking each tomato to adding basil leaves into jars one by one. It has a far greater meaning than just preserving the harvest of the summer. For Isabella, her mother Dina, and her daughter Federica, it is a bonding experience that brings together 3 generations.
Quanti anni sono che voi fate la passata tutti insieme?
Allora, io personalmente una vita, me lo ricordo da bambina.
Isabella and her family planted 80 plants of tomatoes this year. From them, they have harvested about 200 kilos of tomatoes. After seeding in the spring, tomato plants need 2 or 3 months to mature, depending on weather conditions. This is their 3rd harvest of the summer.
è il colore per cui tu capisci che lo puoi raccogliere.
Più è maturo, quindi più è rosso e maturo, e più il pomodoro diventa dolce.
E sono tutti la stessa varietà?
No, abbiamo 3 varietà. Abbiamo il pomodoro tranese, il pomodoro San Marzano, che è questo, e il ciliegino. E di là invece abbiamo anche il pomodoro regina.
Quindi avete
una quarta varietà. Sì, abbiamo tutte le varietà.
Crescono tutti insieme in armonia?
Sì, crescono tutti insieme, hanno bisogno soltanto di molto sole e molta acqua.
La varietà di pomodori ideale però per fare la passata è il San Marzano, no?
Il
Perché
San
non
Marzano
ha semi.
e il tranese.
Anche il tranese?
Sì, sì.
Quindi questi sono i pomodori con cui faremo la passata oggi?
Sì, sono stati raccolti 2 giorni fa.
A 2 giorni fa?
Sì, e bisogna attendere un po' perché deve decantare il pomodoro, diventa ancora più maturo e più dolce. E si tiene raccolto all'ombra.
Ah, deve riposare
sì,
praticamente
deve riposare
un
per
po',
2 o 3
ok.
giorni, sì sì. Adesso li prendiamo e li bolliamo.
Vuoi una mano?
Ok.
Ah, qui ci sono varie varietà, ci
Sì,
sono San Marzano.
Ci sono San Marzano, ciliegino,
Ah, vedi, questo è un
regina.
tranese perché ha la punta?
Sì, sì, sì.
Sto diventando pure io un'esperta di pomodori.
Certo.
Ma voi non fate differenza, fate tutte insieme la
No,
passata?
la mischiamo ed è anche più buona.
Anche con i regina?
Sì, sì.
Ma i regina non si fanno le insalate?
Ecco, regina.
Quelli sono i miei preferiti.
Ok.
Andiamo.
All together, the tomatoes are then boiled over a fire in this big pot.
Questo pentolone è di 50 anni fa.
50 anni fa?
Sì, sì.
E li fanno ancora così?
Ma sinceramente non lo so, comunque è un pentolone del nonno, di mio nonno.
Senti, ma qui non c'è tanta acqua, cioè come fanno a bollire i pomodori?
Perché adesso devo mettere il coperchio sulla pentola e il pomodoro caccia la sua acqua, quindi si cuoce nella sua acqua, quindi è più saporito.
E quanto tempo ci mette?
5 minuti.
5 minuti?
Sì, sì.
Quindi una cosa veloce?
Sì.
Ok, andiamo. Quindi adesso sono pronti?
Sì.
Vediamo. Wow!
Come puoi vedere
c'è molta più acqua.
Bolle, c'è molta più acqua perché il pomodoro ha cacciato la sua acqua. Quindi il pomodoro adesso è pronto per essere scolato. Adesso mi aiuta mia figlia.
Quindi passi la tradizione di generazione in generazione.
Biscotti.
Ma questa è la tua prima volta?
No, io diciamo la prima salsa che ho fatto è stata quando avevo 8 anni più o meno e il mio compito era quello di mettere, tra un po' vedremo, il basilico nelle bottiglie e di girare la manovella della macchina per passare la salsa.
E adesso ti hanno dato una promozione o fai sempre quello?
È la prima volta che diciamo aiuto a scolare,
vedi?
sì.
Okay. Oggi è un giorno speciale, andiamo.
Allora, vai di là. Questo è il contenitore per raccogliere il passato di pomodoro, è un contenitore tipico coratino, antico, chiamato in dialetto coratino ukandaried.
Ma non si potrebbe usare un qualsiasi contenitore?
No, perché questo è di un materiale particolare che non altera il sapore del passato.
Ah, e di che materiale è?
È di terracotta.
E questo anche di famiglia?
Sì, questo ha almeno 60 anni.
Ok, quindi questo è ancora più
anziano
più
anziano,
rispetto all'altro.
Sì. Ok.
Once drained, the tomatoes are placed in this strainer, which will separate the pulp from the skin and the seeds. It looks like Federica's task got another upgrade, and she's now in charge of pushing the tomatoes in the machine, while Nonna Dina supervises.
Vedi quanto si è riempito. Per ultimo si fa così. Ok. E adesso si sala.
Ma perché alla fine hai messo un pezzettino di scorza di pomodoro?
Per far sì che venisse fuori tutto il pomodoro che era all'interno della macchina.
Ah, perché altrimenti non esce,
Altrimenti non
per dargli
esce
una
tutto.
spinta.
Sì. E poi si aggiunge anche un po' di zucchero per togliere acidità al pomodoro. Un cucchiaino di zucchero.
Vediamo di sale com'è. Quei pochi pomodori.
Che bella. E questi quanti sono? Quanti chili sono?
Questi erano 13 kg di pomodori.
13 kg.
Però vedi quanta salsa.
Vedi quanta salsa.
Quanti boccacci riusciamo a riempire?
Penso tutti quelli che abbiamo.
Una
lì.
decina?
Sì.
The family uses any kind of container they can find in their pantry, from old honey jars to Coke bottles. Before being filled with the tomato sauce, they are filled with the best possible basil leaves Federica can pick from the garden. This is to add flavor to the sauce.
Una foglia solamente?
Una foglia sì, perché poi si sentirebbe troppo e quindi il sapore della salsa verrebbe coperto. Quindi mettiamo soltanto una foglia.
Per barattolo,
barattolo. Sì. Togliamo il picciolo, diciamo, e mettiamo una foglia intera.
Ma quindi questo è il tuo ruolo, mettere il basilico?
Questo era il mio ruolo da quando ero piccola.
Da bambina?
Sì.
Quindi tu hai selezionato le foglie migliori di basilico, no?
Ormai
sei abituata.
Le lavavo, le strizzavo, quindi era il mio compito. Questi barattoli hanno questo tappo che possiamo chiudere manualmente. Invece queste bottiglie hanno bisogno di uno strumento un po' più particolare.
Che sarebbe
questo qui. Tappabottiglie si chiama, non ha un nome particolare.
Un nome scientifico,
Però,
un nome in dialetto? No.
Tappabottiglie.
Va bene,
Però
va bene.
è uno strumento molto antico, era del mio bisnonno e sono più di 50 anni che lo utilizziamo nel fare la salsa. Si mette un tappo di lattina e si mette sotto, c'è tipo una calamita che se lo prende.
The freshly prepared sauce is then scooped into the jars.
Quindi quanti anni sono che voi fate la passata tutti insieme?
Allora, io personalmente una vita, me lo ricordo da bambina.
Sempre in famiglia?
Sì, sì.
E lei signora invece quanto tempo? C'è anche lei quando era bambina?
81 anni.
Quindi sono 81
Prima
anni.
si lavorava di più. Prima si passava a mano la salsa.
A mano?
Sì, stava in un recipiente adatto. Come lo faccio vedere, che è rimasto per ricordo il di sopra, e si passava con le mani.
Con le mani?
Con le mani.
Invece adesso
Poi
c'è la macchinetta.
Poi uscì la macchinetta.
Quindi questo già comunque è più moderno, una maniera più moderna.
Facevamo i quintali lo stesso, tutta passata a mano, che si rompevano le dita.
Ma quanto tempo ci mettevate con le mani?
Sai.
Tantissimo. Stavate giorni
Poi
interi.
le bottiglie erano con il tappo di sughero, le dovevi legare con lo spago. Io, il lavoro mio, a legare le bottiglie.
Solo legare le bottiglie?
Alla fine, perché le sapevo legare.
Da bambina.
Potevo avere 15-16 anni.
E poi invece con gli anni ha
Adesso
scalato le
arrivata a
posizioni.
81.
E la bottiglia?
Questa è la bottiglia che abbiamo riempito e andiamo ad utilizzare il tappo a bottiglia.
Momento della verità.
Il tappo l'abbiamo già messo sotto per la calamita. Mettiamo così, deve essere dritto. E poi andiamo a premere forte. Quando abbiamo sentito il tic, vuol dire che ha aderito bene.
Eccolo.
Il tappo appare sulla nostra bottiglia.
Adesso è sigillato.
Adesso
chiuso.
è sigillato, possiamo utilizzare qualsiasi tipo di tappo. L'importante è che non sia troppo rovinato, perché
Quindi
se no non si attacca bene alla bottiglia. E poi mettiamo
Quello che si passava la salsa.
Ah,
stava
sì.
la base sotto, questo lo poggiavi sopra e con le
E tu
mani.
dovevi spingere.
Era tutto manuale prima.
Poi è piccolino.
E questo è tutto rotto, lo teniamo
Sì,
giusto per
ricordo, no?
Ricordo della
Che materiale è questo?
È alluminio.
Alluminio, leggero.
Alluminio.
To make sure they can be preserved for a long time, the jars are given a final boil for 15 minutes.
This will also sterilize them.
Appena bolle deve trascorrere un quarto d'ora di bollitura e poi si lasciano raffreddare sino a domani.
E li lasci nel pentolone con
l'acqua? In quel
l'acqua?
pentolone, sì sì.
Quindi non vengono toccati?
No, non vengono toccati sino al raffreddamento completo. E poi sono pronti per essere conservati, però devono essere tenuti sotto controllo per una settimana i boccacci. C'è il rischio che possano esplodere.
Per una questione di aria che è entrata, che non sono stati chiusi
che
proprio
non sono stati chiusi bene. Ora copriamo. Questa è la passata che è stata prodotta la settimana scorsa, come vedi è già controllata per bene, quindi non c'è acqua all'interno.
Quanti ne avete fatti quest'anno?
Di boccacci? Di boccacci ne abbiamo fatti più di un centinaio. Totale 2 quintali e 20 kg di pomodori.
Voi,
adesso
la
siamo
famiglia.
a posto almeno per 1 anno e mezzo.
Ecco, si vedono le foglie di basilico.
Sì, sì.
Si vede ancora un po' la polpa del pomodoro,
certo.
No? Non è completamente liquido.
Certo. No,
non deve essere liquido.
Non deve essere liquido, no. Deve
essere...
avere una consistenza media, né troppo liquido né troppo denso.
Siete fortunati, sicuramente da voi la
dopo
lasagna,
tanto lavoro,
la pasta al pomodoro ha un sapore completamente diverso.
Buonissima,
no?
molto molto buona, ottima.
Hello from the Douro Valley in Portugal, where we're going to find out how port wine is made. Today we're going to visit Taylor's, which is one of the top wine houses here in Portugal, producing port wine. Port is a very special wine, not only because, unlike other wines, it's very sweet, but also because it retains a lot of the human element. For example, we are going to see how traditional food threading is done, which is a very important and traditional part of the making of port wine, and is very much done by hand, or we should say by foot.
So why is this method still being used? And how did this contribute to making port one of the most popular wines in the world?
Port wine is a fortified wine, and what differentiates port from a normal wine is that we will take the grapes, and if you were to make a red wine from these grapes, you would let all of your sugar be transformed into alcohol, and the final alcohol of the wine is the result of the initial sugar in your grape. In a port wine, we will take the same grapes, start fermenting, and when half of the sugar has been converted to alcohol, we will run off the juice and we will add a neutral grape spirit which will kill the yeast, so the sweetness in the glass of port is the natural sugar from the grape, and the wine alcohol, the spirit that we use, is there to raise your port to an alcohol level of 20% where it is stable and has the ability to age. And that's what differentiates port as a wine style to other wines.
Although port wine bears the name of the seaport city of Porto, it is actually in the steep hillsides of the Douro Valley in northern Portugal that it has been made for centuries. The region was legally demarcated by the Portuguese government in 1756, meaning that authentic port can only be made here.
The Douro Valley is characterized for being a region of mountain viticulture in hot climate. The summer temperatures are very high. We get up to the 40 degrees centigrade on a regular basis, and our winters are cold. We have low rainfall, so it's very arid. And it is exactly these conditions that leads to the vineyards and the grapes we produce, producing naturally high sugar levels and a lot of concentration of color. Most of them are local indigenous grape varieties, names like Touriga Francesa, Tinta Roriz, Tinto Cão. These are varieties which are naturally very drought resistant and resist to these very, very tough conditions.
Wines from the Douro Valley used to be transported in barrels on boats through the Douro River all the way to Porto, where they would eventually sail to the rest of Europe, in particular to England, which Portugal has held strong trading links with since the 14th century.
Really the big break, if you like, for port happened because Britain, which was the main importing market, had, through various conflicts with intercontinental Europe, particularly with France, found that it was putting high taxes on French wines. So wines from Portugal were being exported to the UK. They became very popular. And then, of course, as the UK itself became a nation that was expanding out across the world with its empire, it took the habit of drinking port with it to many corners of the world.
Taylor's is one of the founding port houses, established in 1692. It owns 500 hectares of vineyards in the Douro Valley. We visited Quinta de Vagelos, one of the company's most prestigious estates and home to some of its finest sports. Every September, a group of grape pickers from the villages of the Douro Valley is recruited to do the harvest. They are paid, fed, and get accommodation at the Quinta. The pickers start working at 8 a.m. in the vines, where they pick grapes by hand. At sunset, they move indoors to press the grapes by foot.
And these, what we call a lagar, which is a granite fermenter, this is where we do the traditional method of foot treading to produce our port. One of the beauties of foot treading and using this very simple process is that your foot is doing an intense action of taking the color out of the skins, but at the same time it's very soft. So you extract what's good and you leave behind what is more aggressive. And that is so difficult to replicate in any mechanical means. And that's why we continue to use it.
The treaders move in unison and in silence, except for the marcador, who marks the time. After 2 hours, the Canção da Liberdade, or Song of Freedom, marks the beginning of the second stage. Treaders now move freely to the sound of music, which goes on for another few hours. Less labor-intensive fermentation techniques have been invented, like these fermentation tanks that replicate the action of foot treading. But to make the finest ports, like vintages, the traditional method is still preferred. After treading, the wine stays in the lagares for 2 or 3 days to ferment. Wooden plungers are used to keep the grape skins in constant contact with the extracted juice. When half of the natural sugar of the grape has fermented and turned into alcohol, the juice is drawn out and fortified with a neutral grape spirit, which raises the alcohol level to 20%. At this stage, the winemakers don't know yet which style of port the wine is going to be. It will be decided in January, after the wine has rested for 6 months in wooden vats. The winemakers will then taste it and, depending on the chosen style, the wine will age differently in the company's cellars in Porto.
One of the most exciting things about port is that from the same vineyards, you can actually produce incredibly different styles. So if you age it in large wooden vats with 20, 30, 40,000 litres, you have this large volume of liquid, very little surface area of wood, and you retain all this big, fresh berry fruit flavours, the blackcurrant, the blackberries. If you put it in a small cask, 660 litres in size, you have a large surface area of wood and very little volume of wine. And so as a result, what happens is evaporation, the wines concentrate down, they lose colour into the wood, and you end up with aged tawnies. But our most premium style of port is vintage port, and that's one that we put in a bottle after 2 years, and it lives the rest of its life in a bottle. And those are some of the longest lived and some of the most fantastic wines in the world. So from the same vineyard, the same making process, the aging taking place here in Porto creates these incredibly interesting styles.
Port's international trade history, in particular with the British Empire, has led to other countries producing port-style wines. And while regulations ensure that no other wine is labelled as port within the European Union, it may not be the case in other countries, like the US. So how do you spot authentic port from the Douro Valley? Look for this seal either around the neck or on the back of the bottle, which represents Port's official certifying body.
Hello, today we're in Enfield in London to find out how traditional crumpets are made. And for those of you who don't know, crumpets are a very British thing. They are similar to toast, similar to pancakes, similar to bread, but they're neither bread, neither pancakes. So today we're at Warburton's, which is UK's largest crumpet producer. Imagine, in Enfield alone, they make 36,000 crumpets per hour.
British crumpets. So what are they exactly, and how did they become so popular within British cuisine? It is said that crumpets originated in the Anglo-Saxon period during 410 and 1066, and they were originally known as pikelets. They were small, hard, oval-shaped biscuits cooked on a griddle and had a pancake-like appearance. During the Victorian era, the recipe was altered to include yeast and bicarbonate soda to give them a soft, spongy look. What about its name? Its origins are unclear, but there are a few suggestions saying it may have come from a 14th century reference to a crumpet cake, which was a crumpled and curd up cake, and the Old English word crumpets, which also means crumpled.
Warburton's is a business. We were founded back in 1876 in Bolton, and over the last 140 years we have grown and grown from a local business to a regional business to now a national business to be the #1 bread brand in the UK. Within British culture, the crumpets played a really important part because it is a staple of a British diet effectively. We see it traditionally over the years. It's always been a breakfast accompaniment, so rather than toast people would have crumpets with jam, but we've seen that evolve as well, and over the years people now are starting eating crumpets with ham and cheese on top, and it's become more of a meal accompaniment. So the process of actually making a crumpet is quite complicated and technical, but very simple in its approach. So we take our raw material, so flour, water, yeast, a little bit of brine. But what we then do is we need to activate the yeast. So the mixing process will generate a bit of heat and start to get the batter warming up to around 40 degrees. At that point, the yeast starts to activate. And part of that process is that the yeast will start to consume the sugars that are present in flour. And as they're consuming the sugar, they're actually, as a byproduct, releasing carbon dioxide. That's the magic. We then take that and deposit it onto a hot plate. So the hot plate runs at about 200 degrees, and we deposit fixed amounts of batter into the rings. As the batter hits the hot plate, it will set the base of the crumpet. But as the heat then starts to go through the base, it starts to heat the water and boil the water, and the water turns to steam. And as the water and the crumpet and the heat's going through the batter, we're actually expanding the CO2 bubbles. So what happens then is as the bubbles expand and the steam is looking for the easiest way out, it's pushing the CO2 up through the batter. As that comes through the batter, it's actually setting the walls of the hole. So when the gas is released, that's how we form the holes in a crumpet.
The surfaces of the crumpets are then toasted for around 20 seconds to give them the finishing touch. What you may find interesting is that the crumpet doesn't need to be toasted at all, as Warburton's told us that it's solely for aesthetics, as the crumpets are already cooked. Once toasted, the crumpets then go on to be cooled in 3 separate rooms, each with varying temperatures. First, starting at 18 degrees Celsius, 15 degrees, and then 10 degrees. After being cooled, a system scans the crumpets, inspecting each one for their color, porosity, and consistency in shape. The crumpets highlighted in this green border signify that they are good and ready for packaging. This row here, without the green border, this means that they're not quite up to the standards for Warburtons, so they're taken off the line. These custom-made robotics are capable of picking up 86 crumpets a minute, sending each one onto the final stage of the process, packaging.
So we got a packet of crumpets straight off the line. I'm actually very excited about this because despite having lived in the UK for more than 7 years now, I've actually never had a crumpet in my life. I know it's a disgrace, so I'm gonna make up for it and give it a try. It's nice. I love how it's very crusty in here. Like the bottom has a very, very strong and solid crust, and the top is like spongy, soft. I would say you almost get two flavors. You get the savory crust of the bottom side, and then like a more sweet taste of the spongy top side. It's very nice. I love how the butter is like completely disappeared into the holes, which means that when you bite into it, you actually get the buttery taste in there. The texture it's nice and spongy. It's cakey, and yeah, it's just a nice discovery for me. I wish I had known about crumpets before. Like, where were my British friends when I needed them? Guys, I had to know about this 7 years ago.
From a production perspective, when I look at crumpet plants, we've got 3 crumpet plants, and on average we produce 36,000 crumpets an hour, which equates to about 6,000 packets of 6-pack crumpets. So when you look across a week, that's equivalent to about 800,000 packets coming out of our Enfield site alone every week. So in order to make 800,000 packets of crumpets a year, we have to have a shift pattern that's robust enough to facilitate that, and we run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have four shifts that operate 12-hour shifts across the 7 days of the week. We only shut as a business on Christmas Day. So we are actually producing products 364 days of the year to make sure that our customers always get what they want.
We're in Seine-et-Marne in France, in the birthplace of Brie. And actually, we're not far from Paris. We're like 12 kilometers from Disneyland Paris. But here it's another type of theme park. We are at the Farm de Trentarpin, which is one of the 7 farms making Brie De Meaux, and the only one that makes the fermier, which means from the farm, which means that the cows are milked here and the cheese is just made 100 meters from here. Quelle est la race de la vache?
C'est la race Primolstein, qui est la race laitière par excellence. Voilà, et puis elle parle beaucoup aussi, elle s'exprime.
The farm has 250 cows in total. After milk is collected, it is stored in these vats for 18 hours and some part of its cream is taken out while some natural ferments are added. These include penicillium and geotricum, which make up Brie De Meaux's signature texture and flavor. But more on that later. One day after being collected, milk is moved to another room where it will be split into curds. This is done thanks to the addition of rennet, which takes about 1 hour to solidify the milk.
Le lait est dur là. Vous voyez, là, on le voit, il est pris en masse là.
In this other room, it was so hot that our camera steamed up and we had to wait a bit to resume filming.
Il faut attendre un peu. Mais là, oui, c'est compliqué. Ça prend un petit peu de temps.
C'est quelle température ici?
30 degrés là.
30 degrés. Ok.
Alors vous allez voir, le moulage, c'est quelque chose de physique. Il faut 2 heures. Il y a 4 ou 5 personnes qui font le moulage. Au bout de 2 heures, 2 heures à faire ça, vous allez voir, c'est fatigant.
Vous pouvez m'expliquer qu'est-ce que vous êtes en train de faire?
Donc là, je prends mon cahier, je pose tout doucement dans le moule. Et là, je vais tourner au fur et à mesure. Je tourne dans la bassine et je tourne dans le moule. Et je pose mes pelles de cahier tout doucement. Voilà. Je tourne et là, je tourne.
Et quel outil utilisez-vous?
C'est la pelle en inox, la pelle à brie.
Ok. Donc ça, c'est spécifique du brie.
Oui. Ça, c'est la méthode traditionnelle.
Et donc, est-il important de mouler à la main?
Oui, oui, parce qu'il faut déposer. En fait, c'est des pelles assez régulières, pas trop grosses, pas trop fines, et il faut poser assez délicatement. Il ne faut pas jeter le cahier, parce qu'autrement, les morceaux les cubes, après, ça s'écrase. Et c'est pas bon pour le fromage. Ça ne fera pas du bon produit.
Et combien de cahiers mettez-vous dans les bassines ici?
Ben là, on va mettre, là, on a 70 litres de lait. On va partager dans 3 moules.
En bassine, elle fait 3 bries de Meaux.
Chaque jour, on travaille 3 jours de lait. On prépare le lait du lendemain, on moule le lait de la journée et on démoule les fromages de la veille.
Pourquoi est-il important de maintenir le lait cru?
Le fait de chauffer le lait peut amener à détruire quelques particularités du lait, des éléments de goût, des éléments de texture, toutes ces choses-là. Et donc, il est de bon ton de penser que tous les fromages au lait cru sont plus goûteux, plus fermiers, et voilà. Et donc, tous les brie de Meaux sont faits au lait cru.
The mold is made of 3 layers, which are removed gradually as the cheese loses its liquid. From 25 liters of liquid, it's going to get smaller and smaller up until 5 liters. This is going to take 3 hours. And at the end of the whole making process, the weight of the cheese is going to be 3 kilos.
Là, c'est des fromages, ils ont été moulés ce matin, vers 7h moins le quart, on a démarré ce matin. Donc là, il va être 11h moins 20, moins le quart, oui, ça fait 3 heures. Entre 3h et 3h30 pour arriver au moule.
Le premier, ok.
Ouais.
Et il continue à perdre de liquide en fait.
Oui, jusqu'à demain.
On their first day, cheeses in molds are turned 3 times with the help of a steel plate to make sure they hold their shape. They are then piled up on top of each other.
Et donc ici, en fait, on retrouve le même dessin du bois.
Oui.
Il était posé.
C'est du jonc.
Oh, ok.
C'est pas du bois, c'est du jonc. On utilise le jonc, c'est une méthode très ancienne. C'est spécifique au brie de Meaux, avec du jonc, donc qui est nettoyé, désinfecté tous les jours, qui est stérilisé tous les jours, on change tous les jours. Et ça permet de bien maintenir le moule avec le cahier, avec la plaque en dessous, ça glisse pas beaucoup. Ça reste stable. Autrement, on peut mettre des plastiques, mais le problème c'est que ça glisse.
Et aussi, ça vous permet de faire passer un peu de liquide aussi?
Oui, ça absorbe. Ça va dedans, ça va dedans. Là, c'est bien pris, on voit, ça coule.
Oh, wow!
The cheeses stay in the molds for 24 hours to make sure they drain all their liquid. In total, the farm will make about 300 wheels of Brie De Meaux, ladled from 100 basins. The day after, the cheeses are removed from molds and salted.
Ça, c'est le brie de Meaux d'hier. Donc celui-là, demain, à la même heure, il sera comme ça.
Oh, wow!
Et là, on a mis du sel dessus. Si vous touchez dessus, on peut sentir le sel. Allez-y, mettez votre doigt là. On peut sentir, il y a du sel dessus un petit peu.
Oh, oui, c'est vrai. I have some salt crystals. Now does it smell like it?
Ils vont passer une journée ici. Et là, il fait environ 18 degrés. On est dans la phase descendante de la température.
Oui, tu peux le sentir.
Oui.
C'est vachement plaisant.
Alors, le salage va permettre de finir l'égoutage en fait. Et donc, on place les fromages en pente comme ça pour que le sérum s'égoutte le long des grilles et tombe sur le côté pour ne pas que le premier s'égoutte sur le suivant. Sinon, celui du dessous serait complètement trempé. Alors, ce qu'on peut en manger, là, ça n'a pas très bon goût.
Il faut attendre.
Voilà, il faut commencer l'affinage. Alors, il passe une journée ici et vous allez voir dans la prochaine salle, c'est l'odeur qui est importante. Voilà. Et là,
Wow, yeah, it smells very differently. It's strong, tangy.
yeah, we can smell nuts and apples. Vous voyez?
It smells like apples.
Cheese wheels are then moved to another room where they stay for 5 to 7 days, within which they're going to be turned 3 times to avoid collapsing. Here they start to get whiter, and it's where we start to see the first effects of the ferments added to the milk at the beginning.
Donc ce fromage-là, il y a combien de semaines?
Voilà, alors celui-ci c'est un fromage qui a 4 semaines aujourd'hui. Pour le Brie de Meaux, donc le minimum d'affinage c'est 4 semaines pour prétendre être un Brie de Meaux. Chez nous on prend notre temps. Et donc en général on est en moyenne d'affinage entre 7 et 8 semaines chez nous.
Okay.
Voilà. Et donc là on peut voir sur ce fromage, donc le pénicillium c'est vraiment ce feutrage blanc qu'on peut voir ici comme ça. Et ici on a le développement du géotrichum, qui est un autre ferment. Et on voit qu'ils font leur travail puisque déjà, voilà, le fromage, il s'affine et devient plus crémeux. Voilà.
Et donc il faut les ajouter ensemble, les deux,
Voilà.
les deux ferments, le géotrichum et le pénicillium.
Ils vont travailler chacun leur tour un petit peu, plutôt le pénicillium en premier et ensuite le géotrichum, et c'est eux qui vont assurer l'affinage du fromage aussi. Here, 8 degrees.
Cold. It is cold.
This is the last room of the maturation process, and it is another cold one.
Yeah, 8 degrees.
Ici, on est à 6.
6. Oh, I'm dead. It's 6 degrees in this. So cold. C'est ça, d'ailleurs, différentes saisons.
C'est vrai.
Ici, c'est l'hiver.
Et alors, ce qui est important pour un fromage, c'est qu'on part haut en température et on diminue tranquillement. En général, on descend par en dessous. Parce qu'après, c'est un frigo et ça n'évolue plus, quoi. Voilà. Et donc là, voilà, nous avons un fromage qui est prêt à la commercialisation, qui est bien affiné.
Okay.
Oui, bien sûr.
You can feel the hard crust outside, the rind, and then inside you can feel that it's very, very, very soft. Ça, c'est 7 semaines?
7 semaines d'affinage.
Et combien de pestils?
Voilà, un fromage comme ça, dans le cahier des charges, c'est 3 kg. Entre 2 kg 8 et 3 kg 2.
Et ça, c'est une caractéristique aussi de Brie de Meaux, non?
45% de matière grasse également. C'est pour ça, vous vous souvenez, au départ, on enlève une partie de la crème. C'est pour qu'à la fin, il fasse ces 45% de matière grasse.
Okay.
Quand on fait un plateau de fromage, ou quand des gens nous achètent un Brie de Meaux, on dit qu'un Brie de Meaux est fait pour 50 personnes.
50 personnes?
Voilà.
Ah, je croyais moi. Non.
Vous êtes une grosse consommatrice, hein?
Oui, moi j'aime le fromage.
Une vache comme ça va donner entre 25 et 30 litres de lait par jour pour faire un Brie de Meaux. Puisqu'un Brie de Meaux, c'est 25 litres à peu près.
Oh, ok.
Et donc, une vache, un fromage par jour, c'est à peu près la vérité. On essaie de maîtriser la filière de la fourche à la fourchette, comme on dit. Et donc voilà, l'idée c'est de faire le maximum de choses nous-mêmes. Et donc ça, c'est la nourriture qui est produite sur le domaine. Et on peut retrouver des morceaux de maïs, des morceaux de paille, des morceaux d'herbe. Voilà. Et tout ça, c'est un mélange. On a de la luzerne également dedans. Et on a également un peu de betterave. Voilà, ça, c'est des morceaux de betterave. Voilà. Il faut lui mettre un micro peut-être au haut. Il existe une tradition avec le Brie de Meaux. C'est qu'il faut toujours couper le Brie de Meaux de la pointe vers l'extérieur. On ne coupe jamais la pointe du Brie de Meaux. Certains disent que ça porte malheur. À la vôtre.
So creamy. So creamy and buttery.
J'aime ce goût de noisette, un petit peu. On retrouve de noisette ou de beurre.
We are in Ruvo di Puglia, Italy, and today I'm going to meet with Vincenzo and Giuliana, who make some of the most exquisite gelato in the country. Their story is as rich as the one of their hometown, Ruvo, that is renowned for its architecture and rich craftsmanship. For the two siblings, it's all about keeping the craft of gelato making alive. And the best way to do that is to take your family recipe from 1840 and never changing it. Let's go find out more. This is a story of how one family took gelato to a small southern Italian town 180 years ago and gave it a home. The family recipe calls for only 3 ingredients:
latte, zucchero e uova, anche se poi ogni gusto ha una componente di ingredienti diversi. C'è dove ci vanno più uova o meno uova, più zucchero o meno zucchero, in base sempre allo stesso quantitativo di latte.
Gelato al Mocambo has been made this way since 1840. It's all thanks to Uncle Luigi, who brought the art of gelato making from the royal courts of Naples to his hometown, Ruvo, which has been synonymous with gelato ever since.
Io oggi ti farò in realtà anche un po' lavorare.
Va bene, dai, mi devo rimboccare le mani.
Ok, ma che cosa devo fare? Devo girare?
Devi mescolare perfettamente insieme lo zucchero. Adesso è facile, te lo dico.
Ok, aggiungiamo altro zucchero. Che dici? Oh, qua.
Troppo a Claudia, si stacca il braccio, cioè te lo dico.
Non ero preparata. The original 1840 recipe, which is called the King's Cream, has been joined by 7 other flavors: pistachio, almond, chocolate, quince, nougat, gianduia, and hazelnut. All ingredients are seasonal, and that is why your go-to winter flavor here will never be, say, strawberry, but almond. This flavor in particular is made with a homemade almond butter, which is actually grinding before our eyes as we speak.
Questa è una mandorla locale, quindi siamo a Ruvo, siamo in Puglia, terra di olio, di vino e soprattutto di mandorle. Questa in realtà è una delle migliori varietà, una genco, abbastanza molto profumata.
Si sente?
Quello in particolare è una lavorazione che ne abbiamo cominciato ieri mattina, quindi sono passate all'incirca 24 ore e per essere al punto ottimale ne dovrebbero passare all'incirca 45 di lavorazione. Noi adesso lo faremo con una pasta un po' più ruvida, infatti dopo il gelato che andremo a degustare avrà una caratteristica un po' più, come dire, tradizionale, con questa ruvidità marcata, però è anche il bello, di vedere le varie granulometrie della lavorazione. Poi
Si vedono un po' i granuli delle mandorle.
assaggia, dimmi tu.
Vai. Adoro, buonissimo.
È un prodotto 100% naturale, proprio stai mangiando una premuta di mandorle.
Sì, si sentono i granuli, ma non tantissimo. Questa macina ti ipnotizza.
Riprendi il lavoro.
We're now finally adding that third and final ingredient, milk. Adesso ammorbidiamo un po' l'impasto. Quindi per ogni gusto devi lavorarlo.
Il suo pentolone. La ricetta della crema da re poi in particolare ha un buco di aromi e spezie segreto, ce lo passiamo in famiglia da 120 anni, quindi insomma questo è anche uno dei motivi per cui
oggi non stiamo facendo quel gusto.
Non stiamo facendo quel gusto, però stiamo facendo qualcosa di tipicamente locale, quindi appunto utilizzando una mandorla nostrana.
But we are not finished yet. First, we need to cook it. And if you think that you could just skip this step, please keep watching. Giuliana feels pretty strongly about it. Perché è importante la cottura?
Allora, tu sei italiana. È come dire, apri la bottiglia di passata di pomodoro e mettila direttamente, condisci la pasta. Diciamo che la perdita dell'acqua favorisce una maggiore amalgama di sapori. Non puoi fare ricette dove prendi, mescoli tutto e metti nel congelatore. Non ha senso.
E quanto tempo rimarrà qui in cottura?
Vabbè, il tempo necessario, all'incirca andranno via quei 10 minuti.
It's now time to pour our cooked mixture in the gelato machine, which will freeze the cream and transform it into gelato. Ma io ho sempre visto queste macchine per fare il gelato che sono orizzontali, non verticali. Cioè, cosa ha di speciale questa macchina qui?
Allora, in realtà l'hai detto tu stessa. Il cestello di raffreddamento è posto in maniera verticale. Questa in realtà è una macchina con un sistema antico. Questa in particolare ha circa quasi 50 anni e ce la teniamo abbastanza cara. È un brevetto del 29 e in realtà è rimasta solamente un'azienda a farle così al mondo, cioè al mondo, in Italia soprattutto, che è la principale. Questa azienda qui invece non le produce più. Comunque tieni conto che questo tipo di miscela funziona solamente in questa tipologia di macchina. Se vado a metterla in un mantecatore orizzontale ha un effetto differente, non monta come dovrebbe. Quindi sostanzialmente questo è il miglior sistema, che poi va a simulare quello che prima questo lavoro veniva fatto a mano, quindi macchina antica per un gelato antico.
You may have been watching this for only a few minutes, but it actually took us 5 hours to make only one flavor. And while I feel for Juliana having to do this 8 times every day for each flavor, I can't wait to taste the one I worked for today. So let's get to it. Will I be transported to 1840 with this gelato?
Adesso ti faccio assaggiare quello per cui hai lavorato quest'oggi.
Sì, ma anche l'aspetto comunque, ha l'aspetto di una crema, sembra più uniforme.
Buono.
Claudia, lo sai che potrei assumerti?
Promossa, si è assunta.
No, buono. Mi ricorda, adesso un ricordo un po' romantico, però mi ricorda quando io e mio fratello in campagna andavamo a schiacciare le mandorle con le pietre.
You know what I just said about making one flavor taking 5 hours? Well, this tasting part was no joke either. Juliana and Vincenzo are very serious about letting me taste every single flavor. Juliana keeps scooping some more gelato for me, and a special mention goes to...
Questo è pistacchio.
Assaggialo.
Questo è buonissimo.
Che cos'è?
Non sa di gelato di pistacchio, sa di crema di pistacchio.
I really thought we ended with a bang with pistachio, which I loved, but I may have a new favorite after all, the King's Scepter. This one takes 3 days to make and is made from Iranian saffron. Juliana serves it in a cone filled with cream and pistachio paste. She then covers the gelato with some more cream and gold leaves.
Wow. Non credo di aver mai mangiato un gelato con questo sapore. No, veramente buono. Complimenti, questo non l'ho fatto io. Scusate, no?
No, tranquillo.
Si sta sciogliendo tutto.
We're in San Nicandro Garganico, Italy, and today we're going to see how Caciocavallo cheese is made. Caciocavallo is one of the most popular cheeses here in southern Italy, and it's famous for its elongated shape. What we're going to see today is a special kind of Caciocavallo, the Podolico kind, which is made with the raw milk of Podolica cattle, a rare breed of cattle that is able to survive in the harshest conditions that we can find here. These conditions make their cheese one of the most expensive in Italy, sometimes even more expensive than the finest of Parmesans. Let's go find out more.
The Podolica cows that make this seaside cheese scatter all over as they roam, making it hard to tell that you're actually on a farm. Meet Virginio, one of only a handful of producers making the cheese we are here to learn about. He uses a recipe that his grandparents taught him, though the most important element of this recipe is location. Here in San Nicandro Garganico, we are only 1 kilometer from the sea and 100 meters above sea level. This is an important detail, and we'll soon know why.
E qui ci troviamo quasi vicino al mare, vicino a 2 laghi di acqua salata, insomma famosi qui.
Qua ci troviamo tra il lago di Lesina e Varano.
Ed influisce un po' la presenza di questi laghi?
Sì, influisce perché tu hai praticamente tutti i microelementi li troviamo nel microambiente, calcio, iodio, magnesio, abbiamo tutto a disposizione, quindi non abbiamo bisogno di integrazioni alimentari.
The Podolica produce only 3 to 6 liters of milk a day, which is much less than the 30 liters an average cow might produce. Today we're working with 50 liters. The environment in which the cows feed gives this milk a rich, earthy flavor. The whole cheese-making process takes 5 hours. Virginio heats up the milk to 40 degrees, enough to warm it up but still keep it raw, which is essential to make this type of Caciocavallo. If the milk were to become too warm, it would scorch and kill off the unique flavor that the Podolica cow's milk brings to the special cheese. He then adds rennet and fermented whey from yesterday's production, and after 20 minutes he starts cutting the curd. He aims for the size of a grain of rice. To do that, he uses this mushroom-looking tool which is called menaturo, a word that, as you might have guessed, comes from the local dialect.
Ma come mai ha questa forma a fungo?
In pratica perché agevola la rottura della cagliata.
Ah, ok. Però tutti gli altri strumenti che ho visto per tagliare altri formaggi hanno tipo delle reti, insomma.
Anche dell'attrezzatura.
Ok. Quindi questo anziché, diciamo, essere a rete, a grata, è più uniforme.
Guarda, sì, è un pezzo di olivastro all'esterno e più un bastone di qualsiasi tipo.
Quindi questo è lo strumento tradizionale per il caciocavallo.
Rather than slowly cutting the curd, to make caciocavallo, Virginio energetically slashes through it. This breaks it up into the small pieces he's hoping to achieve. We are used to seeing curd being extracted and then shaped into cheese right away, but here he actually rests further with some of its own warm whey, to allow for more concentrated flavor to develop. Keeping the curd nice and warm will facilitate its fermentation. While some other cheesemakers might use a steel vat for this process, here Virginio uses a maple vat to ferment the cheese. This also impacts the flavor, adding notes of acidity that tickle your tongue as you eat. Virginio tells us this takes about 1 hour, but because it's winter, we ended up waiting for 3 hours instead. The curd is ready to be stretched. Virginio takes out a bit of whey to keep as ferments for tomorrow. He then slices the curd in smaller parts, which will then be kneaded in hot water. In comparison to the stretched curd of mozzarella, this one will be harder. This is due to the waiting time as well as the size of the curd when it was cut.
Ma anche il sapore sarebbe diverso, perché quando la pasta è dura tu hai un formaggio stagionato più morbido, quando la pasta è morbida hai un formaggio stagionato più duro.
E quindi c'è più sapore nel formaggio perché è più concentrato
In quello umido
nella
sì,
pasta.
in quello umido sì, perché tu riesci a conservare i sapori.
Invece nel formaggio, un formaggio più morbido come la mozzarella viene perso un po' nel latte, nell'acqua, sì. Anche un colore più giallino rispetto alla pasta che
È l'alimentazione degli animali.
Ah, quindi non dipende da quanto tempo è stata qui, ma è proprio il colore del
questo
latte.
è solo il colore del latte, sì, sì.
Quindi il latte
Qua
non
in pratica
è...
tutti i beta-caroteni, tutti i principi nutritivi del pascolo verde li ritroviamo tutti quanti.
Quindi diciamo come regola base, se il latte è un po' più giallo vuol dire che ci sono più nutrienti.
Vai, più ricche di vitamine.
Sì, quindi l'immagine che noi abbiamo del latte bello bianco,
Sì.
in verità non è...
Scremato,
sì.
strascremato, cioè alla fine del latte ci rimane poco e niente.
Sì.
E comunque c'è un'omogenizzazione dei sapori. In pratica quando ero bambino avevo un'intolleranza al latte.
Ah, davvero? Proprio a te che fai i formaggi?
E allora praticamente dopo 1000 prove mio padre decise di darmi il latte vaccino. Quindi è da 8 giorni che bevo latte di podolica.
Ah, da 8 giorni di vita praticamente. Tu quindi bevi il latte
crudo?
Il latte crudo che abbiamo utilizzato qualche ora fa per fare questo.
Questo è il latte che consumo io.
Ah.
Forse per questo sono così legato a loro.
Eh sì, insomma ti ha salvato la vita perché letteralmente.
Virginio then adds some hot water to the curd. He will shape it into 2 cheeses, each weighing 2.5 kilos. This process will be done completely by hand, so let's get comfortable.
A posto.
He tells me this water is 100 degrees, yes, Celsius, and judging by the color of his hands and smoke around us, I don't envy him.
Sta belli caldi qua, sembra di stare tutti attorno a un camino. Oh, è lunghissima, guarda. C'è un serpentone praticamente. Perché le due teste hanno una dimensione diversa?
Perché comunque la testa è la parte più salata, quindi in realtà non si mangia.
No, quella è la parte più buona. Vabbè, de gustibus, però...
La parte più buona è il cuore.
No, io sono una grande fan delle teste, dove c'è la buccia. Sono buone.
Each cheese goes through different shapes before reaching its final one. Virginio has his personal signature shape too. When Virginio is happy with the shape of the caciocavallo, he places it in cold water to set the shape and stop the fermentation. He then adds a rope around the cheese's heads to tie the pair together.
La caratteristica è che vanno in due?
Sì, la comunità del caciocavallo è che tu lo lasci assagionare senza doverlo girare e rigirare. Perché se tu hai un formaggio su un piano, tu ogni tanto sei costretto a girarlo per far asciugare tutte e due le facce omogeneamente.
È perché poi il peso di uno regge il peso dell'altro.
Certo,
sono due gemelli. Sì.
Once paired, the two cheeses move to bathe in brine. The time they spend here depends on weight. Every kilo needs 24 hours. These two new entries weigh 2.5 kilos, so they stay here for 60 hours. And when that time is over, their next destination is something unexpected.
Perché siamo fuori?
Questa è la mia prassi personale, io lo lascio per 2 ore qua ad asciugare sotto il mio albero portafortuna.
Sotto gli alberi.
Così il vento lo asciuga anche un po' esternamente e poi rimane tutta bello giallo. È un gesto scaramantico.
Sì, beh, giustamente le mucche mangiano, respirano l'aria di...
Anche il caciocavallo fa lo stesso.
E anche i caciocavalli. Ecco perché sono poi appesi
sì,
in
sono a
coppia.
cavallo del gancio.
Ah, ecco. Quindi abbiamo spiegato anche il significato.
A cavallo means over the hook, hence the name of the cheese. The tree is actually the only time the cheeses will see some sunlight, as the pair will spend the rest of their aging days in caves. The minimum aging is 6 weeks, and the maximum 2 years. Today, Virginio has prepared a 6-month-old caciocavallo for us to taste. A cheese this old is worth $40 a kilo, which translates into just over $100 a piece.
Praticamente noi abbiamo la buccia, quella esterna, che va buttata via. Noi ci rendiamo conto che il caciocavallo è stagionato quando questa inizia a diventare dorata.
Ah sì, si vede. La buccia è molto spessa e all'interno praticamente molto granuloso.
La buccia praticamente funziona come un contenitore per il caciocavallo, per il formaggio vero e proprio.
È un po' come un formaggio, un parmigiano, insomma un grana, un formaggio granuloso, grazie. Wow. Si sentono degli aromi. È un po' salato in effetti, ma è la salamoia o proprio
no,
è proprio lo iodio e l'aria della terra? Si sente.
Per caso non è il sale da cucina.
Sì, è il sale cioè sale marino, insomma. Di solito sono un po' più morbidi, un po' più dolci. C'è anche un po' piccante, no?
Sì.
Questo è anche l'effetto dell'aria salata praticamente, del luogo.
Dell'area in cui viviamo.
Sì, buono. E quindi normalmente si mangia così, c'è neanche con un pezzo di pane, proprio...
Con un po' di pane da solo. L'alimento è praticamente il formaggio che chiude il pranzo.
We're in St. Agnes, Cornwall, and as you can see, I've already got my Cornish pasty right here. It's robust enough not to break, and actually being so portable is the reason why pasties are so beloved here in Cornwall. It was because miners would take them down the mine with them to have for lunch. The times have changed, the mines have closed, but the pasties have stayed. How did they do it? We're here to find out.
The key to keeping a pasty together when it's filled to the brim is all about the pastry itself. This type of pastry is neither puff nor short crust. It's called rough crust. Made with flour, lard, butter, salt, and water, rough crust is kind of the best of both worlds. This pastry has a slight flakiness to it, which makes it more flexible than short crust. But since the batter and the dough are mixed together and not laminated, there aren't as many delicate layers as in a puff pastry. But don't worry, I didn't say we wouldn't get any layers at all. Some will still be there. This is because fresh dough is folded over with leftover pastry from the day before to create some air.
So you see there how the pastry's getting thinner, and we'll go back and forward until we get the right thickness.
Which is about this one?
Yes, for the pasty rounds themselves. So you create the folds in the pastry to create some air in the process to give that rough puff texture. We don't want to go to a full puff pastry because it wouldn't hold the contents very well, but just to make the pastry a bit lighter than a short crust pastry,
because that will break.
which can feel very hard.
Is that like a custom tool that you have?
I will not tell you the code to the safe where this goes, because without this we can't make pasties. This is a 7.5-inch pasty ring.
Okay.
This is a medium pasty.
And what you got it like handmade, just custom made?
Yes,
for you?
And this is the large pasty ring. That's a 9-inch pasty ring.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like a tool you will use in an Olympic sport. What's
It could, yes, it could. Yes, it could be curling, couldn't it? Yeah.
Curling. Is it sharp?
Not particularly. We have had this one sharpened recently.
The person who sharpens this is somebody you trust.
Yes.
Because you have to give this away.
Yes. So yes, that's right. He has to sign for it.
Our robust but flaky rough crust is ready to meet with its other half, the filling.
We use a very scientific measuring device called a cup.
All of the fillings are humble ingredients like potatoes and onions, and their usage goes hand in hand with the humble origins of the Cornish pasty itself. Each ingredient is also there to aid the portable nature of the pasty. Potatoes are waxy and keep their shape when baked. Sweet, or turnip in Cornish, adds sweetness. I'm told using carrots is sacrilege. Onions and seasoning add flavor, and beef and butter provide the juices to create a nice gravy, as they say around here. At St. Agnes Bakery, they use a cut of beef called rump skirt.
Rump skirt is the quality end of the skirt part of the animal. There's only a few kilograms per carcass. It's about twice the cost of the ordinary skirt, but what you get is a much more luxurious product. It's a lot leaner, it's a lot juicier, it's less gristly. And earlier you did mention the M word. We do not use mincemeat. That mincemeat, that have people who've not got out of the building alive for using the M word.
Bye, I'm leaving now.
You may have noticed that ingredients are all added raw. This is a rule when making Cornish pasty. Why? Because they will cook all together in their own juices when the pasty is baked. And since the rough crust will hold them tight, nothing will get out until you give a bite. It's almost time to close the pasties, and there is a specific technique to do it. It's called crimping. Each crimper seals the edges of the pasty by pinching it at one side. Tradition calls for 20 crimps.
Each crimper's style is different. Each crimper's different. And when we cook in the pastries, you can sort of tell, oh, that's a Jenny crimp, that's a Rebecca's crimp. Yeah. And also there's a difference between the right and left-handed people, because the right-handed people end up crimping on the left. The left-handed people end on the right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're right-handed.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And they all have a different style for ending the pasties too.
That's where I come in. No crimping experience whatsoever, only walking in knowing that I'm right-handed. What's my style going to be?
Take the ends.
Both ends?
Yeah.
Oh, that's loaded. God, there's a lot of stuff in.
It's okay. And then
just try and close it.
Close the other end, yeah.
Okay. Oh God, it's pulling off the side.
It's okay. Just hold it up. Pull it over.
Yeah.
And then you keep pulling it over as you go along.
God. All right. So like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That looks nice actually. It's better than mine.
Oh. Who would have said?
And then you just keep going.
Oh yeah, that's not looking that as nice. Okay. You're not saying anything, so it means I'm not doing it right.
No, it's fine.
Oh.
It's just we do it that way, and you're kind of doing it backwards.
Really? Okay.
Because we stand like this.
That's it. Oh, okay. I always start off well, and then I kind of just get lost along the way. It's all right. So he has different personalities. I'm gonna pose with my honorable creation. So why do you do a side crimp then?
So the original Cornish pasty, like back in the many years ago, when the
Hundreds of
miners
years
were
ago.
working in the mines,
Yeah.
was half sweet, maybe jam, and half veg.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
yeah.
they used to take them down the mines with them, and because the hands were dirty, they would hold this.
They hold the
eat
crimp.
The pasty.
Yeah.
And then leave that bit.
Nice and crimped, the pasties are finished with a glaze of oat milk and cow's milk for extra crunch. Cornish pasties bake slowly for about 1 hour to maximize the flavors coming together.
the bakery's been here since 1907. And there's actually 2 mine shafts directly under the bakery building itself.
Oh, really? Wow.
So it's not...
So it has been built on top of the
Yes,
shaft?
so it's been built on top of 2 mine shafts.
Oh. All right, should we have a go?
Okay.
Nice.
Cheers to you.
So which way you eat it?
Whichever way fits in your mouth. As they used to say before they called the men who were working the mines to let them know the pasties were ready, oggy, oggy, oggy.
I really like this pastry. It's nice and soft actually on the inside, but flaky on the outside.
That's right.
Yeah. Nice hint of pepper there. The meat is very good. Yeah, that definitely doesn't taste like the N word. Doesn't taste like mincemeat.
No, we don't use the N word.
How long would you wait to eat them?
Personally, I prefer a pasty that's been out of the oven for about 45 minutes.
Yeah?
They'll stay warm for ages, and I like it so there's just a bit of warmth coming through, not too hot. You get all the flavour and the depth of the flavour then. So when you take your pasty, make sure it's been out of the oven for about 45 minutes.
Manchego cheese is made in a part of Spain that is called La Mancha, which is just south of Madrid. And today we're in Campo de Montiel, which is a region in La Mancha. We're going to visit La Granja, which is a farm here that's been doing the cheese for over 200 years. We're going to learn about its history and making process, and find out why it is Spain's most popular cheese, as well as what makes it different from other cheeses in the world that bear the same name. Evidence of cheese making in La Mancha region dates to the Bronze Age. But cheese is not the only thing this region is known for. In the 17th century, novelist Miguel de Cervantes brought the region to fame, narrating the adventures of knight-errant Don Quixote de la Mancha, which is the second most translated book in the world after the Bible. Within the region, Manchego cheese is made in the provinces of Toledo, Cuenca, Ciudad Real and Albacete.
El queso manchego está muy vinculado a La Mancha. Desde que se tiene memoria se lleva elaborando queso en esta zona porque es una zona eminentemente ganadera. Siempre ha habido pastoreo y los pastores siempre han utilizado la leche de esas ovejas para hacer queso. Entonces el queso y La Mancha es una historia que ha ido unida desde que se tiene conocimiento.
Finca La Granja is a 5th generation family farm that's been making the cheese since the 19th century.
Finca La Granja sabemos que se lleva haciendo queso desde 1830, o sea que son casi 200 años de historia en la elaboración del queso manchego. Hacemos queso todos los días, elaboramos únicamente el queso con la leche de nuestras propias ovejas que pastan en los campos de alrededor y con esa leche fresca elaboramos el queso cuando la leche no tiene aún ni 24 horas de vida. Y es un factor muy importante para nosotros porque al ser queso elaborado con leche cruda, pues transmitimos todos esos beneficios y esa seña de identidad que nos da nuestra ganadería.
The dairy makes about 65 wheels of Manchego cheese per day. The cheese is made with milk from the previous evening and morning milk that's fresh.
El proceso comienza con el filtrado de la leche, la colocamos en la cuba y el maestro quesero va jugando con el tiempo y la temperatura para cuajar esa leche. En el momento preciso le añade el cuajo y deja que cuaje hasta que él considera el punto óptimo de corte de la cuajada. Esa cuajada se corta muy sutilmente, muy despacito para que el maestro quesero consiga el momento perfecto y el grano, el tamaño y la textura perfecta en esa cuajada. Después se deposita en la mesa y se va introduciendo a mano en los moldes. Eso es muy importante porque al final es la mano del quesero la que determina cómo va a ser el queso. Se va metiendo a mano uno por uno formando cada pieza.
The mold is very important because it is what actually gives the cheese its signature pattern. It's all printed inside, and then after being placed into molds, the cheese is placed into a press. And It's pressed for about 4 hours, and after these 4 hours, it's going to be moved to brines.
Each wheel is labeled with a unique plaque of milk protein. In the past, Manchego cheese used to be shaped in these baskets made of esparto grass.
Esta era la forma tradicional que tenían los pastores de hacer el queso. Esto se llama flor y está diseñada para permitir que el suero salga con el hierro de la finca. Y esto se llama pleita, que está hecha con esparto trenzado. Yo recuerdo a mi abuelo elaborando queso con estas pleitas. Y lo que solían hacer era poner la flor, la pleita encima, aquí ponían un paño de algodón y ese paño de algodón lo llenaban con la cuajada del queso. Luego ponían otra flor encima y la ponían en las prensas, en los entremisos.
After the wheels are taken out of the brines, they are placed in a drying room.
As you can see behind me, we have different blocks of cheese. We have just here on my right, the ones that were made just yesterday, and then going forward, we have 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, up until 1 month.
El moho es muy especial para nosotros, es una contaminación ambiental, es completamente natural, pero lo que hace es proteger el queso. Cuando el queso ya está cubierto de moho como este, el frío y de las cámaras incide de una forma mucho más lenta. El moho ayuda a que el queso guarde humedad y sobre todo da muchísimo aroma. A mí me encanta, por ejemplo, lanzar las esporas al aire. Al final, lo que hacemos con el volteo de diario del queso es estas esporas, ¿no? Este moho lo lanzamos al aire y esas esporas van colonizando los diferentes quesos y van creciendo y se van reproduciendo. Pero bueno, al final creemos que merece la pena tener un producto tan natural como este.
Manchego cheese matures for at least 2 months. Cheese that matures from 2 to 6 months is called semicurado, and it becomes curado when the maturation exceeds 6 months.
Y lo que hacemos luego es, cuando el queso tiene 2 meses, limpiamos ese moho y damos una capa de aceite de oliva virgen en la corteza. De esa forma conseguimos nutrir la corteza del queso. El queso va a estar la corteza va a estar un poquito más suave. Frenamos un poquito que se seque, que se siga secando. Y luego, posteriormente, cuando el moho vuelva a crecer, pues crecen otras cepas con otra incidencia de moho que ya dejarán listos para ser cepillado otra vez y listos para poner a la venta.
So next to me is a 5-month-old Manchego cheese. This one is semi-hard, semi-curado, they say in Spanish. And we got some slices that Gabriele's cut for us. Smells very nice. Throughout my cheese journey, I learned to become a fan of raw milk cheese. So I actually have high expectations for this one. So nice. It's very good. I like it. It's got some like tangy aftertaste. I think that is because it's been aged for more than the two months that is the minimum. It's very good. You taste the raw milk. You can taste that this comes from sheep's milk and it's not cow's milk. It has a different texture as well in your mouth. And I like it. It's somewhere in between crumbly and a bit buttery. So you get both of them depending on, when you actually bite into it and when you chew it. Again, the fact that this one has matured more than the minimum has made it better.
Despite the fact that the cheese takes its name from the Spanish region where it originated, other Spanish-speaking countries call their cheeses Manchego. So what is the difference? When the Spanish conquistadors landed in Mexico, they brought with them the art of cheese making, Manchego cheese included. Today, Mexican Manchego shares very little with its Spanish namesake, as it is made with cow's milk and is usually matured for a shorter time. But Spanish cheesemakers are not happy to share their cheese's name with others. Within the EU, Spanish Manchego cheese is protected by the Protected Destination of Origin status, which prevents cheeses not from La Mancha from being called Manchego. In April 2018, a new trade deal with Mexico granted the EU exclusive rights for 340 products with a geographical indication, but excluded Spanish Manchego. So at this stage, the two cheeses coexist, and the row is sure to be continued.
Hello, today we're in the West Midlands of England in Worcestershire, the home of Leigh & Perrins. We're going to see how they make their famous Worcestershire sauce. Today we're going to find out about its history and origin, what makes it so popular here in the UK, and then of course we're going to taste it.
Worcestershire sauce is a condiment made through a long-established maturing process with malt and spirit vinegar, molasses, red onions, garlic, anchovies, tamarind, and secret seasoning. The sauce can be enjoyed in a variety of ways, used to complement steaks, burgers, cocktails such as a Bloody Mary, and a British favourite, cheese on toast. But how did this famous sauce come into existence here in the West Midlands?
So Leigh & Perrins is steeped in over 180 years of history. You know, the story starts in 1835 with Lord Sandys, who was reputedly a nobleman of this county, and he'd been travelling in the Far East and had picked up this recipe for a sauce, and he loved it so much he brought it back to Worcester and wanted it made up. He turned to a couple of entrepreneur chemists, Mr. Leigh and Mr. Perrins, who owned a chemist shop in the centre of Worcester in Broad Street. So he gave them the recipe. Mr. Leigh and Mr. Perrins got the ingredients from around the world and made up the sauce. And you know what? It tasted awful. Lord Sandys never returned, and Mr. Leigh and Mr. Perrins put this mixture in the basement of their chemist shop and didn't return to it until a couple of years afterwards, when they tried it and it had matured into this wonderful elixir, and so started the kind of global fame of Leigh & Perrins into what it is today.
After discovering their newfound popular sauce, the pair began selling it from their Broad Street chemist, which was quickly becoming popular with locals in the area. Leigh & Perrins then relocated to a new factory in Worcester in 1897, where the sauce is still made today. Depending on your region, it will either be packaged in the iconic orange label or wrapped in a beige paper wrapper.
So at the site here in Worcester, we do mainly Leigh & Perrins production in glass bottles. 70-80% of what we do is Leigh & Perrins, so quite a lot of volume. And also we'll produce around about 43 million bottles a year. So depending on the bottle size that we're running at the time, we can run anything from 2.5 tonnes an hour up to 5 and 6 tonnes per hour in terms of production sauce.
Paul escorted us around the factory, showing us the making process. We started in the basement, where hundreds of barrels sit quietly maturing the Worcestershire sauce ingredients, just like it did over 100 years ago. Paul starts by showing us one of the 3 main ingredients that go into Leigh & Perrins sauce: whole red onions.
So we've got some red onions here that have been pickling for around about 9 to 10 months, and we've still got the whole red skin onion, which we noticed, but it's changed from being a very hard fruit, even though it's keeping its colour, to being a little bit mushy, and it's the process of breaking down the vegetable that creates this lovely juice that comes out that will give us that lovely flavour.
The same process is also done with whole garlic cloves, which also sit in a barrel of malt vinegar to pickle for 18 months. But one of the most interesting ingredients sitting in these barrels are anchovies, and there are lots of them. The fish, which are captured and sent from Spain, aged in 200 kilograms of salt for 2 years, which help bring out the base flavor for the sauce. After the ingredients have finished maturing, they then go to the making house, where they are mixed together. The garlic, onions, anchovies and salt are added into this 5,000-liter tank. It then goes to the maturation storage area, where the ingredients are transferred and held in a larger 30,000-liter tank for a minimum of 6 weeks, adding more ingredients, including their secret spices, further enhancing the maturing process. Once complete, the sauce then goes to the final stage where it gets pasteurized. The sauce first goes through this holding tank before heading to the heat exchanger, which preheats the sauce for around 2 minutes, then cools it again before sending it to bottling.
It's finally time to try the Worcestershire sauce. One thing to keep in mind is that this sauce is basically everything that I hate. I'm not a big fan of vinegar, anchovies, garlic, onions, and all these strong flavors. I think the winning point in here is that you don't taste the fish. I could never tell that there is fish in here. I can taste the vinegar and the garlic and the onions. You know, like if you compare this to like the standard vinegar that you have on the market, this will taste more like a balsamic vinegar because it has some sweet notes. I have made a very sad looking cheese on toast. So what we've done here is we put a little bit of the Lea & Perrins sauce just on top of the cheese before putting this onto the grill. Oh yeah, there is sauce in here. I think this one is a very good option. The sauce actually elevates it. So overall, not for me, but it's still a great sauce.
Sweet and creamy, Camembert holds a special place in the heart of cheese lovers.
Today we're in Normandy, France, and we are in the village of Bermonville. We are visiting Les Cinq Frères, which is a local farm, to see how traditional farmhouse Camembert cheese is made.
To be called Camembert, a cheese has to weigh at least 250 grams, be 10 centimeters in diameter, and have about 22% fat content. And it has to come from Normandy. This region in northern France is in fact where the cheese was born. Legend has it that it was first made in 1791 in the village of Camembert by Marie Harel, a farmer from Normandy, after a priest from Brie shared cheesemaking tips with her. Although Marie really existed, it's probable that the cheese originated a few centuries earlier, in the 12th century. But thanks to Marie and her family after her, Camembert started to be produced on a larger scale and gained popularity. Fast forward a few hundred years, the Normands still take great pride in it.
Le Camembert, c'est du lait, du terroir et de l'authenticité. C'est un fromage qui est intimement lié, c'est-à-dire que le Camembert, c'est vraiment le fromage normand. C'est un fromage à pâte molle où voilà, il y a une croûte fleurie tout autour et c'est vraiment l'emblème de la Normandie, c'est le Camembert.
Les Cinq Frères is a family-run farm that grows wheat, rapeseed, barley and other cereals. It makes 400 wheels of Camembert every day.
Notre entreprise, elle est assez ancienne. C'est une exploitation familiale et donc elle appartenait à mon grand-père, ensuite à notre père et aujourd'hui avec mes 4 frères, on est 5 garçons. C'est pour ça qu'on a appelé le Camembert le 5 frères, c'est parce que voilà, on est une fratrie de 5 frères et qu'on travaille ensemble sur l'exploitation.
It takes 2 liters of milk to make 1 wheel of Camembert. Before being transformed into cheese, the milk has to mature for a day. This allows microorganisms to flourish and to acidify the milk, so when rennet is added, the curd develops faster. Then the milk is ladled by hand 5 times every hour.
Et donc on aperçoit que le caillé peut s'égoutter tranquillement, lentement, et voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on peut rajouter du caillé après dans les moules. On ne peut pas faire les 5 fois en même temps parce qu'il n'y a pas assez de place dans les moules pour verser les 5 louches d'une seule fois. Il faut être patient, il faut attendre 1 heure entre chaque louche pour laisser le temps au caillé de bien s'égoutter.
After ladling, the cheese is salted and left to dry for 1 day.
Ce sont des fromages qui sont jeunes, qui ont 1 journée, ils ont été faits hier, et donc là ils passent 1 journée dans cette salle-là pour sécher. C'est-à-dire que l'objectif c'est d'avoir une surface bien sèche, qu'il n'y ait plus de lactosérum tout autour du fromage, et donc demain matin je vais les retourner. Et donc là en fait, on peut voir les 5 louches. Et donc ça veut dire que c'est une fabrication authentique, artisanale.
Camembert ages for 4 to 5 weeks. This allows a fungus to grow all around the cheese and age it.
Il y a un mélange de plusieurs flores pour faire le camembert, mais principalement au niveau de la croûte extérieure, on ajoute du géotrichum et du pénicillium. Et donc au début elle est toute blanche, et plus le fromage s'affine, plus elle vieillit, et après le fromage il devient un petit peu marron sur les arêtes, sur le tour, et le fromage est aussi crémeux. Donc plus on avance dans le temps, plus le fromage il change un petit peu de couleur, quoi. Il brunit et il est plus affiné, quoi.
Traditionally, Camembert is packaged in paraffin paper and placed in a wooden box.
Pourquoi on l'emballe dans une boîte en bois? C'est pour bien que le fromage il soit formé, et surtout que la forme du fromage elle reste jusqu'à la fin. Parce que plus le fromage il s'affine après, plus il est crémeux, il est un peu mou, et donc s'il n'est pas maintenu dans une boîte en bois, après il coule, et donc c'est pas joli, on ne peut pas vendre ça.
You may associate Camembert with a strong, stinky cheese smell. It's actually because of the milk used.
C'est-à-dire que c'est du lait cru. C'est parce qu'on ne chauffe pas le lait, donc c'est toute la flore qui est dans le lait qui donne cette odeur un petit peu forte. Mais l'odeur est plus forte que le goût. C'est-à-dire qu'en goût, le fromage il est plutôt doux, il est crémeux, mais c'est lié au lait cru et au mode de fabrication. Et aussi à l'alimentation des vaches, parce que du coup, ce que les vaches mangent a une influence sur la nature du lait et donc l'évolution et le goût au final, quoi. Celui-là, il est assez jeune, il n'est pas encore complètement crémeux. Cette partie-là, elle est encore dure. Et donc, il faudrait attendre encore 2, 3 ou 4 semaines pour qu'il soit complètement crémeux.
So this is the camembert that Charles just cut for us. Let's give it a try. Oh, it's nice. It's nice. I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure how you could wait 2 more weeks. It's really good. Biting into the outside part of the cheese, you start to get those like typical flavors of camembert. You get the gooiness, you get a bit of a sour aftertaste. You can taste more of the milk in here, and you can taste that it's raw milk. Maybe it's not as like creamy as you know, the one that I'm used to, that is like just the standard one I buy at the supermarket. But again, the flavors here are stronger. Like the flavors here are more robust, and actually, if you can see, there is some creaminess going on in here. Just by far the best one I've ever had, regardless of how much time it has been on the shelves.
The popularity of the soft, creamy cheese has led Camembert-style cheeses to be made all over the world. France alone makes 360 million wheels of Camembert each year, and the cheese has become a symbol of French culture. It was used to feed French soldiers during World War I and even gave its name to the pie chart, which in French is called un diagramme en Camembert. More and more dairies have started to pasteurize their milk for health and safety reasons, leaving only a few farmers in France still making it the traditional way, using raw milk, which is permitted in Europe but forbidden in the US.
Les clients sont très attachés à l'origine géographique des produits, et donc c'est important de faire du camembert en Normandie. Et donc on peut faire du camembert ailleurs, mais ça n'a pas la même saveur, ça n'a pas le même goût. Et comme on ne réchauffe pas trop le lait, le camembert il a vraiment le goût de ce que les vaches mangent ici. Et donc le camembert qu'on fabrique ici à la ferme, il a un goût qu'on ne peut pas imiter. Voilà.
Today we're in Genoa on the Italian Riviera. This city is famous for many things like its ancient port, the aquarium, but most of all, focaccia bread. And here it's eaten at pretty much any time of the day. You can have it for breakfast, as a snack, for lunch, for dinner, and even as dessert with Nutella. So you know what? It's time... Oh, I don't care what time of the day it is. It's just time for focaccia. Let's go and see how it's made.
The old town is scattered with bakeries churning fresh focaccia at every hour of the day. While you may be tempted to stop at the first shop that you see, we're taking you to one of the oldest bakeries in Genoa, Antico Forno della Casana. Behind this busy focaccia counter is Ivan Sacchi, who has been making focaccia since 1985 and has never abided by a set recipe.
Ogni giorno noi usciamo di casa e guardiamo il cielo e vediamo che tempo fa. E a seconda del tempo e poi la temperatura la percepisci sulla pelle e lavori di conseguenza.
Despite being a quick eat, making focaccia is far from a speedy process. It requires long leavening times between each step. These range between 10 minutes and 2 hours. The process starts with Ivan making the dough and then kneading it.
Gli ingredienti dentro l'impastatrice sono farina, olio, strutto, sale, malto, lievito di birra e lievito madre. Acqua senz'altro perché senza l'acqua.
La quantità di ingredienti è una cosa che avete imparato voi?
Sì, è una cosa che ci insegnano e poi da mano a mano che la fai tua te la regoli come ti viene bene secondo la tua persona e secondo il tuo bisogno. Il tempo influisce, anche la farina fa la sua differenza perché a volte ci sono farine più umide e meno umide, più forti o meno forti. Adesso tra un po' dovrebbe partire in seconda.
Qui quanto manca?
Manca poco. Adesso pochi minuti la tiriamo su. Perché adesso comanda lei, non comando più io.
Okay. Adesso è pronta?
Ora bisogna tirarla su.
Ma come fa a sapere che è pronta? Cioè quando insomma ad occhio, a tatto?
È bella liscia, vede? È bella fine, non è calda quindi l'abbiamo fermata al punto giusto, deve essere bella elastica.
Super elastica.
È importante è tirarla via bene subito perché poi se no secca.
Ma quindi qual è la differenza tra l'impasto di una focaccia e l'impasto del pane?
Perché la focaccia hai meno cicli di lavorazione, però hai più tempo di lievitazione. Il pane invece hai diversi cicli di lavorazione, però la lievitazione è più veloce.
Ok, quindi è completamente diverso.
Completamente.
Considerare la focaccia un tipo di pane?
Assolutamente
no.
Assolutamente.
So everybody abroad that calls it focaccia bread, that is absolutely not true.
Oddio, se uno non ha pane si accontenta anche della focaccia mangiando. Perché poi,
ma infatti però... io so qui che a Genova viene mangiata anche a colazione.
Sì, no,
sì?
Colazione,
Wow.
colazione
Okay.
Pranzo, cena, snack, pomeridiano, sempre. Okay. La focaccia è sempre.
Quindi è un po' come il pane qui, dai. È il pane di Genova. No. È meglio.
È meglio, perché tu prendi un pezzo di focaccia nudo e crudo, tu lo mangi, è saporito, ti soddisfa. Prendi un pezzo di pane, nudo e crudo, se non ci metti in mezzo qualcosa.
So it's a better bread. It's not bread, it's just a better bread. That's it. Ma quanto pesa?
Allora, c'è 26 kg di farina, poi ci sarà un 4 kg di condimento, quindi siamo a 30, più c'è un 16 litri d'acqua.
E quindi da questo impasto quante
Da questo impasto sono 26, 52, 56 focacce più o meno.
Wow! E queste finiranno tutte oggi? Cioè saranno acquistate
Sì,
tutte oggi?
Più o meno, ma quelle di stamattina ci sono già. E le altre andranno per il pomeriggio.
The end of the kneading of the dough marks the beginning of the first leavening time. This is a quick one, about 10 minutes, after which the dough is going to be split in small batches and put the rest on a wooden board.
Adesso nel tempo 2-3 minuti dobbiamo andare avanti, perché
Ok.
sennò continua questa lievitazione, la pasta prende forza e poi il fornaio diventa matto per stirarla.
Altrimenti
Adesso
si
tra un po'
indurisce.
viene il mio amico, lui pesa, taglia, io le metto sulle tavole. Il peso più o meno è 940 grammi da cruda, che avremo un prodotto finale sugli 8 etti all'incirca.
Quindi non si perde molto.
Solitamente si fa delle catene umane a questa maniera.
Ah sì, così vi sbrigate prima.
Vai avanti, Bacca, non ti fermare. Questo è da pesare, Bacca. Di solito questo lavoro qua noi cerchiamo di non arrivare mai nell'ora di punta del negozio a fare questi lavori, perché se bisogna essere in 2 o più di una persona a farlo,
Sì,
il
certo.
forno rimane scoperto. Bacca, tu sei alto, là in cima io non ci arrivo.
Se non sei alto non ce la fai.
La pasta è molto morbida. Senta, prima.
Vediamo, wow. Yeah, this is very soft inside. And,
Molto soffice.
And not so hard on the outside actually. Non è molto, molto duro però fuori, cioè si sente proprio che è morbido.
Morbido.
Invece magari ogni tanto l'impasto del pane si sente molto
L'impasto è
che,
molto
che ci sarà una bella crostatura,
Certo,
no?
certo.
So
Anche
that
questo
is,
viene-
that is different from bread.
Anche questo viene bella croccante, poi tutto sta nella cottura.
This is very elastic. It's very like energetic as well, very firm. When you move them, you can feel both sides. You know, I mean, I'm feeling them in my hands. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to take this off, but so that's really a different dough. It just smells like dough.
Dough was spent about 1.5 hours on the wooden boards. This is the second leavening.
La farina serve per non far attaccare la focaccia al telo.
Ok.
E il telo serve per non fargli fare la pelle, per non farla diventare asciutta. Si diventa asciutta, forma una pellicola secca
Ah, ok.
che poi influisce nella lievitazione. Quindi
Ah, ok.
questo
Quindi-
mantiene la sua umidità.
Quindi il telo comunque gioca un ruolo importante.
Certo,
sì, sì.
certo.
Non è
mantiene la
solo
sua-
per separare le
no,
focacce.
assolutamente. Assolutamente.
When the waiting time is over, the small batches of dough are stretched on baking trays with a bit of olive oil.
Molto più è lunga la lievitazione, il migliore è il risultato. Ok, adesso entra in gioco la mano del fornaio.
C'è una tecnica particolare.
Sì, bisogna stare attenti a non farla troppo sottile da una parte o troppo alta, e ci vuole manualità. Bisogna farlo tante volte come l'ho fatto io, allora ci riesce bene. È difficile trovare, ma anch'io a volte sbaglio, ma è difficile trovare gente che sappia stirare veramente bene la focaccia, perché la focaccia si stira. Il più dei fornai la pestano, e pestandola ci rompi gli alveoli della pasta e il risultato è completamente diverso.
Possiamo vedere il risultato della lievitazione, quindi delle bolle d'aria.
Dovrei tagliarla, ma comunque non la vede.
Ah, ok.
Non si vede, perché, cioè, se io la taglio qua, la segno, poi rimane chiusa.
Ok.
Adesso non lo può vedere.
Sì.
La può vedere da cotta. Da cotta si vedono gli alveoli che formati dall'anidride carbonica.
Quindi sono tutti qui dentro,
È
poi
tutto
si
qui
vedranno
dentro, è tutto qui dentro.
più avanti.
Poi ci mettiamo il suo condimento, che è a base di olio d'oliva, extravergine, acqua e sale. È un'emulsione.
Ah, è tutto qui dentro, tutto
un'emulsione,
insieme.
sì.
Ah, ok. Wow.
Senza economia, perché anche se dicono che i genovesi sono tirchi, su questo non lo sono.
Sì, una bella spolverata di olio.
Sì. Si arriva bene da tutte le parti e poi si cominciano a dare le ditate in modo che quando cuoce e quando lievita l'olio si ferma nei buchi, non va da tutte le parti, e poi è il particolare della focaccia, che è dove ci rimane il saporito proprio della focaccia.
Ma quindi proprio questi buchetti che si vedono sulla focaccia finita sono le dita praticamente del fornaio?
Sì, sono le dita del fornaio.
Wow.
Nient'altro che le dita del fornaio. E in questi buchi si forma proprio il gusto tipico della focaccia, perché ci rimane il sale, l'olio e l'acqua, che te la fa rimanere leggermente bianca, leggermente cruda dentro il forno. È tutta manuale la focaccia. Qualcuno ha provato a farla con dei sistemi meccanizzati, ma non puoi farla così. Fai di tutto tranne che focaccia. Ok, adesso che l'abbiamo stirata, prendiamo il tocco finale, un pizzico, diciamo, di sale grosso, a insaporire ulteriormente. Sì, perché la focaccia, se non è salata, ha paura del sale.
No, beh, non porta molta fortuna a buttare il sale.
No. Questo sale porta fortuna.
Questo sale sì, ok.
Bene, adesso queste qua si mettono a riposare, le mettiamo sul carrello.
Ok.
Once stretched, the focaccia will rest for another 2 hours. This is the third and final evening, during which the focaccia soaks up all the flavors of the olive oil seasoning. Then it is cooked for 15 minutes at 230 degrees Celsius. The focaccia comes out of the oven with a golden crust on the outside and soft on the inside.
Deve farla finta?
No, devo farla vera. Non la vuole ben cotta? No. Calda.
Calda, sì, dai.
Allora, così basta?
Sì, direi di sì. Ok.
Però poi devi prendere un tovagliolino perché ingerà senz'altro. Per te?
Wow. So warm, so nice.
La devi mangiare al contrario.
Oh no.
La parte
Ok.
cotta, perché la parte sapida va sulla lingua e subito si mescolano i gusti.
Qui la si mangia così al taglio, cammini per
E
estrarre.
passa, la vedi. Vai provo. Entra dentro, se ne prende un pezzo. Oh, ce l'abbiamo. Questa è per te.
We're in Bury, Lancashire, England, and we're about to visit a black pudding company. Black pudding is that one item in an English breakfast plate that you either love or hate. Why? Because it has blood in it. But it is also that one item that has the most history, especially here in Lancashire, which is known for being the county that brought it to fame. So it's time to see how it's made. Let's go.
In Bury, we met with Richard Morris, production director at the Bury Black Pudding Company. His grandfather was a butcher, and it is his black pudding recipe that the company uses today.
People have this idea of black puddings, it's all bits of animals and stuff. There's no meat in the black pudding. There's blood in the black pudding, but there's no meat, it's cereal based.
Black pudding starts with a dry mix of pig blood, seasoning, rusk, and oatmeal. And when we say dry, we mean this.
Well,
Seriously?
Yeah, you'd never guess. It's actually a dried blood. So if you smell that, what would you?
It just smells like herbs.
Yeah,
It smells like the seasoning.
Yeah, the seasoning.
There's no blood.
No.
Any blood.
No,
smell
it's
at all.
it's a nice aroma, and we use dry blood because it's developed to certain parameters, so it's very safe, food safe.
What is the difference with like liquid blood?
It's much more consistent using fresh blood that can change with different animals, what they're being fed on. So this is a very consistent product which fits what we do. We also have rusk then, which is breadcrumbed flour used heavily in manufacture of sausage. That's what gives sausage a fluffy texture.
Oh, I see.
And we also have oatmeal as well. So oatmeal that's been ground, so it's a fine oatmeal, and that again, if you added water to that, it would go a bit stiffer. So the two together make a nice texture.
Oh
so
yeah, because they complement each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think heavily in England, especially north of England, anything that's got lumps in it, you got to bite 2 or 3 times. They call it gristle round here. Chorizo and that sort of sausage are quite firm. That's more European. Around here, especially north of England, it needs to be soft and very palatable.
Okay, so that is a taste.
Yeah, it's just regional things. Yeah,
regional taste.
Another 2 ingredients are barley and fat. Unlike the rusk, oatmeal and blood, they will be cooked before being added to the dry mix.
The barley itself comes in loose like this. When we cook it up in these, leave room for it, it will swell up to about 3-4 times the size.
Oh wow, looks like a Christmas sock.
Yeah.
It does.
This is pork fat, so if you think of a pork chop, where the meat is, the white piece of fat there, this comes in from Denmark, where we have fatter pigs. In England, the fat's like this, so we don't have fat pigs. So this white piece of fat comes in strips, which we have here.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
It looks like textile.
That's it, yeah, so we got a strip there.
No, it doesn't look like meat.
And then this goes through, this is then diced.
Oh.
So this is the high quality, there is no lean meat on this at all. So we're just after the fat.
And this one is going to be cooked? Yeah.
Yeah, we dice it on a machine. We wait into the stockinette again. So from here,
yeah, another sock.
We take it up from there and we pop it into that.
Here we go. And this one is going to shrink, or?
Yes, it will just shrink slightly as it starts to give the moisture out of it and the flavour. The barley expands, this just reduces slightly.
And one net is for one
Into a mix, there's 4 nets go into a mix.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm giving you my recipe right now.
Okay. Well, might have to write this down.
Yes, no, don't do that.
Barley and fat are cooked for 1 hour. Meanwhile, onion and water are mixed in this giant container. When ready, they will be joined by the dry mix containing blood, oatmeal and rusk.
And then there's a motor on here. Basically, it will just, it's like when you whisk something up, but this does it at 4,500 revs. So it just whisks it up really quick, and basically we rehydrate the product so you've got like a gravy consistency.
Okay.
With the dry bloods in it, the seasoning, the rusk, the oatmeal, the flour, the onions, and you've got your base mix there.
Okay. So wait, this one is the barley that you were showing me earlier.
Yeah.
Wow, and it's grown so much in size, you were right.
Yeah, this is like the barley you saw previously. If I pick one up, you'll see exactly the same. On there, you see how it's swollen up. Now that's cooked perfectly.
So this one is about, it was like 2.5 kilos, and now
it's about 10 kilos now.
Wow.
We weight check it, so it's right. If that was overcooked, it'd be 11, 12 kilos, we wouldn't use that.
So Christmas sock before Christmas, and Christmas sock after.
Exactly, exactly. Wow, it's like a gym test.
I know, I can see you with a couple.
I'm shaking.
And you can do like a lunge thing, no?
Yeah.
So I see something else in here though, there's not just barley.
But this is fat, diced fats that we showed you earlier. Again, this has been cooked up. If you notice, it's not swollen up.
Yeah.
It's just cooked out and it actually loses a bit. We only use, in our products, only 3% fat, and those are the actual small white pieces you see in the end product. If you don't want the fat, don't eat the small pieces and you're on 0% fat.
So you can really skip it.
Yeah, exactly.
Barley and fat are then added into the mix. Fat is mixed gently, not at high shear, to not break the dices. The mix is now ready.
So brown.
Yeah, it's like chocolate.
Yeah, it does look like chocolate.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Tastes a bit different to chocolate, but yeah, it's not bright red or anything like that. People associate it with blood. It's a cereal mix with a blood base, so it's a chocolatey, velvety sort of touch.
But the color comes from the dried blood.
Yeah,
like
it does. That's the main part of it.
The mix is stuffed in a natural casing made of beef intestine.
That is super quick.
So that's the intestine that's been filled out with a mix. This is a portioning control machine, like you can see with sausage fillers.
Yeah.
And what it's actually doing, it's spinning the product. So it's doing that so quick.
Oh, okay.
You see from there.
So that you can portion it.
And that's one portion that we then link into a black pudding.
There you go. Nice. And it's always this shape, right?
It's
you
always
can't
this
have
shape.
it as a just a
And you
straight
can see with the
sausage.
linking, we tie that together with string there, and then there, and then there.
Okay.
And we use the string to tie it up. So one's just been done here.
Let's see. Oh, so you have a nice
So you've been
group, yeah.
they're tied up, all the same weight, right through, and they're ready for cooking.
Nice. Nice black color, no?
Yeah. You will see now when it goes in, it's a greyish look, and then it goes black after cooking.
After cooking.
And then it's
All
the
right.
name black pudding. So that's a very traditional process that we still teach that to this day. A 100-year-old process, maybe longer. It's tied together. The touch is smooth.
Wow. Yeah, that is very smooth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's smooth.
Oh, honestly, there is no grains at all.
No.
It's just like when you pass your
Silky,
your
yeah.
hands through your hair.
Yeah, it's
Something
silky,
like that.
silky smooth.
Super
Yeah,
smooth.
yeah,
That
super
is.
smooth,
What about the casing? Are you
The
supposed to eat
casing
it?
can be eaten, it is edible, it's natural. Personally, I don't. I take it off because it's quite thick. It's probably the hardest to chew in the product. I like a nice, soft, palatable product. Yeah.
So you can easily just peel it off.
You can
if
easily
want.
peel it off, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
User-friendly.
Then the black puddings are cooked in water for about 1.5 hours.
Oh, so they go in one by one.
Yeah. If you put them in one go, basically that has the core temperature. If you put them individual, you have to get in the water around it. So we have 3 or 4 minutes allowed in the cooking time to get the water around the product. The
Oh,
pudding,
yeah.
it's called a pudding because it's cooked immersed in water. Hence the name.
They're black now.
Yeah, and as the air gets to them, so as they cool off, they go blacker and blacker. They get down to a temperature of about 40 degrees in about 10 minutes, and then we put them onto a rack to cool. 2 or 3 hours later, we're ready to pack them. So these are the black puddings that have been cooled. We just take them off the rack here, put them on the table, and then the staff here will cut the black puddings, cut the string off, and so they come in here so they're in single black puddings.
Can I try?
Yeah, just lift it up.
Where do you lift it up?
You
Just
best
from...
lift it with both hands. Okay. You lift it.
Oh, it has the texture of like a date.
Yeah. You got them?
Wow, okay.
There you go.
Oh, the color has changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
So.
So they've gone slightly browny. They were very black to begin with, but it's just the cooling process.
Just looks like my grandma's chocolate salami.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I can't really get my head around the fact that it's not chocolate.
I know.
So how do locals enjoy their black puddings? We took a trip to the Bury Black Pudding Company's stall at Bury Market to find out.
So here at Bury Market, you can actually just get black pudding as a takeaway food and have it?
Yeah, you have been able to for years and years. You can go away with a nice hot black pudding with a bit of mustard on or tomato sauce, brown sauce. You can either have it just on its own or you can take it away on a BAP, bread roll.
Oh, okay, nice. So how long have you been here at the Bury Market?
I've been here since I was 12 years old, so for 38 years. I came as a Saturday girl working for a farmer who had the stall. My mum works on the stall, my nephews work on the stall. So some of the stalls opposite, they've been here for years, so it's like a family.
Wow. What does black pudding mean to Bury, especially? Because it is used like all over England, but here specifically there is quite a strong black pudding like feeling culture.
Yeah,
no?
the story goes that the black pudding originated in Europe and the monks came over to England and settled in Bury. So it's always traditionally been known as the capital of black pudding.
Oh, the seasoning is so good. It adds flavor, but it doesn't overpower the rest.
Yeah.
Texture is well and nice and creamy. I would never say that there is blood in here. If I were to look at this, I would probably think it's just chocolate mousse.
Yeah,
just a
chocolate cake.
sausage.
Yeah, often when we're sampling, some of the children think it's chocolate cake.
Yeah. We're in Monopoli, Italy, a beautiful coastal town in the region of Puglia, which is the region where Burrata cheese is from. Burrata is one of those foods that has a very short shelf life. It has to be eaten fresh the same day. So trying a burrata here in Puglia, it's truly a culinary experience. And trust me, I'm from around here, but I live abroad and I've tried countless times to bring them with me in my suitcases, and they've never been as good as the ones that I've tried here. So today we're going to do exactly that. We're going to visit a local dairy and get our own burrata experience. Let's go! In Italy, we met with Vincenzo Titrani, son, grandson and great-grandson of cheesemakers and owner of Mozzabella. His dairy produces about 500 kilos of fresh cheese every day. Vincenzo and his team start the day way before the sun is up. At 4 a.m., the milk has been acidified and it is ready to be split into curds. It now rests in this vat at 35 degrees with a whey starter and rennet.
Noi usiamo solo il metodo, un vecchio metodo, che è il siero innesto, invece di usare additivi chimici tipo acido citrico, acido lattico e quant'altro. Noi usiamo il siero del giorno prima per poterlo acidificare il latte il giorno dopo, perché per la burrata il latte va acidificato, altrimenti non fila.
Che strumento utilizzi?
Questo è uno strumento apposito fatto in acciaio per poter tagliare la cagliata, si chiama cestino, poi ognuno ha il suo nome, in base alle regioni ha il suo nome.
Quindi
Da
qui
noi
si
il
chiama
cestino.
così. È meglio tagliare la cagliata così piuttosto che utilizzare, non so...
La chitarra, dipende dai formaggi va utilizzata la chitarra, dei formaggi va usato il cestino, ci sono diverse tipologie di taglio.
Ah, ma quindi prima usi la parte, diciamo, più piccola?
Sì, questo è il primo taglio. Questo serve a far rinforzare la proteina del latte, in modo che nel secondo taglio non rilascia latte, ma è già bello forte.
Quindi questo lo utilizzerai domani?
Questo siero, parte di questo siero lo utilizzo domani. Così diamo un secondo taglio. Continuiamo a rinforzare sempre il reticolo della proteina, molto lentamente.
Ma si deve proprio
allora, in base al tipo,
ecco,
la grandezza del chicco va in base al tipo di formaggi. Se facciamo dei formaggi stagionati deve essere come un chicco di riso. Se facciamo dei formaggi molli, allora lo possiamo fare quanto una noce, oppure quanto un fagiolo, dipende dai formaggi.
Per la burrata invece?
Per la burrata va alla misura del fagiolo.
Quindi ci siamo quasi?
Quasi, sì. Il taglio della cagliata è importante al 50% sulla riuscita del formaggio, quindi ha un buon valore.
Esatto, sì. Ma questi non sono i pezzettini che ritroviamo là nella burrata?
No, no. Questo è per creare l'involucro della burrata. È la parte interna, però mischiata con la panna, che poi facciamo nel secondo momento. Diciamo che per fare la burrata non è solo il taglio.
Our cheese curds have reached their desired bean size. They will now have to rest in the whey for 1.5 hours. Vincenzo uses this time to take out part of the liquid whey, adding milk to it and transform it into ricotta.
Quanto manca adesso?
Adesso vediamo, facciamo la prova e vediamo quanto manca.
Perché è passata una mezz'oretta.
Facciamo prova a filatura.
Quindi questa è acqua calda?
Acqua calda a 90 gradi. Abbiamo bisogno ancora di 3/4 d'ora.
Da cosa te ne accorgi?
Vedi, dal tipo di filatura, perché rompe ancora.
Ah, invece non
deve
dovrebbe
filare
rompersi.
senza rompersi.
While the curd is still resting in its whey to reach the perfect stretchability, a part of it is taken out to make the inside of the burrata. These are called sfilaccetti and are little shreds of frayed, stretched curd which will be salted and mixed with cream to make stracciatella. Vincenzo uses 90-degree water to stretch the curd.
Ma quindi se la lavorazione comunque è la stessa, perché questa è la stessa cagliata, come mai poi nella burrata troviamo la parte esterna e la parte interna diverse?
No, la lavorazione è uguale, perché la lavorazione per farlo della stracciatella è la lavorazione della mozzarella, solo l'aggiunta di panna. Per comodità si fanno degli sfilaccetti lunghi dove è più facile sfilacciare.
Ah, quindi la parte interna della burrata, gli sfilaccetti. Oh, guarda. Si inizia già a filare adesso. Questo attrezzo in legno, come si chiama?
Si chiama stecca. Da noi si chiama stecca.
Ed è fatto apposta proprio per fare la
Sì, è di
la
legno di
filatura.
faggio, sì.
Quanto tempo ci vuole a filarla?
Allora, dipende, questa che è un po' più acerba per poter fare gli sfilaccetti, un po' di più. Quando faremo la burrata, per fare l'involucro,
Perché più tempo passa nel siero,
certo,
più è facile poi maneggiarla. Sì. Qui dentro c'è acqua calda, però adesso la stai mettendo nel ghiaccio.
Nell'acqua fredda,
Acqua fredda.
per raffreddarla, sì.
Perché altrimenti continua la filatura.
No, altrimenti non si può sfilacciare per fare la stracciatella se non è ben fredda.
Ah sì, deve essere fredda?
Sì.
Però poi quando va inserita nella burrata invece
la burrata
sarà
è calda. Sì, certo.
Ah ok, quindi c'è un contrasto di caldo
Sì.
e freddo. E con l'acqua...
Giochiamo con le temperature,
sì.
molto qua.
Infatti qua fa caldissimo. Se potessi mi ci butterei io dentro questa acqua fredda.
Each piece of curd is then frayed one by one. And here we have our sfilaccetti.
Questa cosa non si potrebbe mai fare a macchina.
A macchina si può fare, hanno inventato la macchina.
Veramente?
Sì, solo che non ha lo stesso effetto perché viene un po' sbriciolata. Invece la vera burrata
sì, certo.
deve essere sfilacciata. Purtroppo in questo mestiere il tempo è un ingrediente.
Sì.
Anche l'attesa della cagliata è un ingrediente quello, perché quell'attesa...
certo, sì.
Non fa altro che rinforzare la cagliata, puoi mettere un po' di sale in più, ha un sapore diverso. È come il pane con lievito madre
Sì,
e il pane con lievito di birra. E quello fa in un attimo, quello invece ha bisogno di 2 giorni magari.
È vero,
per
è
poter
vero.
lievitare.
Quindi
È
lo
uguale,
stesso
la stessa
concetto
procedura.
lo applichi anche ai formaggi freschi, la mozzarella, la burrata, eccetera. Ma quindi questo sarebbe il ripieno di tutte le burrate della giornata. Quindi comunque...
O così oppure affumicata.
Cioè proprio così la stracciatella
Stracciatella affumicata.
Ah, la stracciatella affumicata esiste. Non l'ho mai mangiata così, affumicata.
Buona affumicata.
Now that we have our inside, it's finally time to take care of the casing of the burrata.
Ma sembra già più morbida effettivamente.
Molto più morbida.
Ma invece tu che stai sollevando la stecca come la senti? La senti più pesante?
No, è chiaro, si sente molto la differenza.
Sì.
Ma già dal livello di lucentezza si vede.
Ah sì, è vero. Non perché adesso è un po' più tardi, quindi c'è fatto il giorno e si vede di più.
Questa per la burrata che devi avere appena diciamo la buccia un po' più rinforzata, la facciamo così. La mozzarella devi ancora scendere ancora un po' di pH.
Ancora di più?
Sì.
Quindi per la mozzarella
Deve stare
bisogna
ancora un po'.
aspettare ancora di più.
When the casing is ready, all it takes is a swift movement to add in the stracciatella prepared previously. This is the first burrata of the day at Vincenzo's Dairy.
Adesso dalla rimanenza delle burratine vi faccio vedere da dove viene il nostro marchio di fabbrica.
Che cosa stai facendo adesso? Una mozzarella?
Adesso ti faccio vedere.
Vediamo un po'. Uno spirale.
È una rosa.
Bellissima!
Te la dono.
Mi fai un mazzo magari. Questo mazzo di rose mi piacerebbe riceverlo, più dei fiori. È una burrata a forma di rosa, ci avete
Si
pensato?
può fare, come no? Certo.
Sì.
Lo possiamo fare ovunque.
Come mai la rosa?
Perché mi veniva bene questo tipo di testa di scamorza e da lì è partito il mio marchio, che è unica, non la fa nessuno.
Quindi questa è stata un'idea tua?
Finora.
Questi sono 200 grammi.
Anche 300.
Anche 300. Vabbè, non siamo timidi. Da quanti anni la fai?
Da piccolo. Che faccio questo mestiere sono quasi 35 anni. È una cosa che viene tramandata di padre in figlio da 3 generazioni. Il primo casaro della mia famiglia era nato nel 1860, qualcosa del genere.
Questa è una burrata fresca?
E questa è appena fatta, l'abbiamo fatta ora.
Wow, guarda questa panna, incredibile.
C'è un sacco di stracciatella dentro. Sì. Sono abituata alle burrate che si trovano all'estero, che sono proprio tutta panda.
No, allora, è quella la
terribile.
differenza che ti dicevo della macchina.
Sì.
Quando viene tritata a macchina la stracciatella diventa come una cremina. Invece
sì.
fatta a mano e questa è la vera stracciatella.
Wow, fantastica. Questa non si può assaggiare,
Certo,
no?
assaggia.
Questa è la mia colazione, sai, quando sono andata in Spagna mi hanno fatto fare colazione con il prosciutto, prosciutto e olio, e giustamente qua in Puglia caffè burrata.
Burrata.
Incredibile.
È come un cappuccino.
Sì, il latte c'è. Beh, alla salute.
Buon appetito.
Andato via. Buonissima. It's so creamy, it's incredible. You don't feel that there is like the small little pieces and the outside part, which is harder. It melts in your mouth.
Non ha un sapore piatto come se fatta con l'acido citrico, ma ha un sapore un po' più acidulo. Insomma, a livello di sapidità è superiore. Poi noi abbiamo latte dei pascoli, non abbiamo latte delle mucche chiuse nelle stalle. Abbiamo meno resa, meno proteine, più grassi, un valore di colorante un po' superiore, però la sapidità è irraggiungibile.
We're in Bari, Italy, and today we're going to see how fresh pasta is made. Today is a very special day because this is my own town, and I'm going to take you to a local gem, a small alley in the old town where grannies make fresh pasta by hand. That's right, they're there all day, sort of, with their hands in the dough. They know everything about pasta making, they know everything about this historic neighborhood, but most of all, they are the coolest grannies you could stumble upon while walking down the street. Let's go meet them.
Questa è la nostra bottega, un nostro settane, il nostro tutto, addiscente alla strada, vedi? Un passo e stiamo fuori, un passo e stiamo dentro. Questa è un'arte che non bisogna accantonare, anzi, ce l'hanno donata, la dobbiamo custodire e trasmettere, ma purtroppo non tutti ascoltano.
One could say that Nunzia is the official standard bearer. In January 2020, she crossed the Atlantic to New York to share her pasta making skills with the world. Today, I meet her in her house, where she shows me how she makes Bari's most emblematic pasta shape, orecchiette with semolina flour.
Qua quanto c'è di farina, quanto c'è d'acqua?
Niente, quello che prende, perché se fa caldo e c'è umidità, la semola non assorbe troppa acqua, quindi non ti so dare mai un calcolo preciso. Dipende dall'ambiente, dalla temperatura che sta.
Quindi oggi che qui a Bari fa caldissimo,
prenderà
poca acqua. Poi l'acqua
già
è
calda. Non si mette, le uova non si mettono, solo a impastare olio di gomito. E questa è pasta fatta in casa. Io ero una bambina, non avevo manco 6 anni, per volontà di mia nonna diventai una pastaia. Da quell'età dividevo la mia vita tra scuola, che io volevo studiare e non me lo permetteva, e orecchiette. Mi sono sposato, ho i figli, i nipoti e anche loro continuano a fare la pasta. Adesso poi va di moda il grano arso, va di moda la farina agli spinaci, alla carota, al peperoncino, integrale.
Tantissime.
Ci siamo un pochino assortiti di più, però quella doc, quella tradizionale, secondo me è la migliore. Ed è questa.
Ma quando fai la pasta alle orecchiette con le altre farine, che differenza noti?
I colori.
Ah, solamente
i colori, quella è la differenza, perché lavorare questo tipo di semola o quel tipo di farina è la stessa cosa. Vedi, una volta fatto l'impasto non devi aspettare che devi lievitare perché non c'è lievito, non c'è bisogno di farla riposare, cominciamo già a graminare.
Graminare, che cosa vuol dire?
A lisciare, vedi, a togliere la ruvidità della semola. Poi si fanno questi serpentini a seconda la misura.
Ah, perché la semola è ruvida, quindi se non
gramini... perciò non mettiamo il sale, perché col sale questo grano così granuloso, col sale spacca e ci vuole proprio un polso... Non c'è il bimbi, non c'è niente che possa sostituire le
ma qua le hai già fatte le orecchiette? Sono già pronte?
Sì.
Cioè in 5 minuti?
Questa è la misura regolare, quella più gettonata che emerge sia con la verdura, con il ragù, con
il ragù di braciola.
il ragù di braciola e il piatto doc domenicale di Varese, ma
sì.
pure con basilico e pomodorino, con rucola, col cavolo, col fungo, è la misura più giusta. Poi c'è quella un po' più grande che la facciamo sbollentata nell'acqua e poi la condiamo.
Queste sono quelle grosse?
Sì, con mozzarella e un sughetto molto leggero che devono navigare, non
Così.
devono prendere la crosticina, se no diventa duro, deve essere piuttosto morbido.
Così poi hai tutto il sugo all'interno, il condimento
va tutto
all'interno.
dentro.
Buono.
Poi ci stanno i cavatelli e poi ti faccio vedere l'orecchietta alla foggiana che tutta la Puglia le fa girate sul dito, così. Questo è un altro tipo di orecchiette. Ma non
Perché
è
queste
quella
sono quelle
originale.
baresi. Perché queste sono leggermente più piatte, no?
No, le nostre
no.
sono più ruvide, hanno più la rugosità sullo strascinare, invece questa viene girata ed è più liscia.
Ah, è vero, è vero.
Vedi la differenza
sì,
qual
sì.
è?
Quindi questa è una
Questa è quella
barese
doc, la
di qua,
nostra, e questa è quella girata. Tutta la Puglia le fa così.
tranne
Solo noi
che
a
a Bari. Cioè, la dimensione varia a seconda del pollice, della pastaia che lo fa.
A parte il pollice, la misura che faccio della sticina. Se la faccio più piccolina mi viene... Aspetta, se
questo non sta bene.
Perché quando ci sono le unghie si buca.
Devi stare attento.
Devi stare attento, bravo. Molti pensano che con le unghie possono farle gli orecchietti, invece no. Bisogna avere le manicure da tavolino. Niente smalto, niente unghie lunghe, niente fornetti, niente gel. Tutta a mano libera.
Altrimenti qua
sbagli tutto.
Riempi tutto di buchi con le
Infatti.
unghie, quindi io non posso fare niente. Mi devo tagliare le unghie.
Poi c'è l'altra misura più piccola ancora, questa qua, che va bene con la ricotta.
Ancora più piccola,
sì. Poi c'è il cavatello.
E queste come si mangiano? Con la ricotta?
Questo con la ricotta, una grattata di limone e zucchero.
Ma tu quante orecchiette fai al giorno?
Tante, non te lo so dire qua. La mia serata non è mai sul divano a guardare la TV, perché il mio tavolino è questo, la TV sta lì, guardo fuori, faccio le orecchiette, guardo la TV. Pensate, 3 azioni in uno.
Come si dice in inglese, fai multitasking.
Ecco.
Esatto.
Faccio più tutte cose, si dice.
Così si dice. Vabbè, più o meno il significato è lo stesso.
Quello.
Once ready, the orecchiette need to rest at room temperature to dry, sometimes overnight, sometimes for a few hours or few minutes. It all depends on the weather.
Una volta che le faccio, ci sono dei telai che noi chiamiamo retine e il tempo permettendo le mettiamo fuori, se no ci aiutiamo con un ventilatore o la stufetta. Le cosfetate come vai a un campeggio che fai, ti adatta a quegli spazi. E così noi, questa è la nostra bottega, un nostro settane, il nostro tutto, addicente alla strada, vedi? Un passo e stiamo fuori, un passo e stiamo dentro.
Eh sì, perché queste sono le case proprio di Bari,
Su mezza
di
Bari
Bari
sono le case
vecchi.
di Bari vecchie. E i locali non vengono chiamati locali ma sottani di Bari vecchie, sì.
Negli ultimi anni,
Io
siccome
ho
il
62
quartiere...
anni, 62 anni che viviamo qui. Mia nonna, buonanima, poi è rimasta mamma, adesso sto io che divido la mia casa da un passo, lì ci abito
Qua
e
lavori.
qui ci vivo. Sono costretta un po' per il lavoro, un po' per badare a lei, sto sempre qua.
Sì.
La cosa che a me manca è stato proprio quello studio, non me l'hanno permesso.
Però adesso grazie alle orecchiette io so che tu stai viaggiando tantissimo.
È stata una bellissima esperienza, un giorno venne un certo Luca di Puglia Turismo, promozione, e disse: Nunzia, devi venire con noi in America. In America io che dicevo il mondo gira intorno a Nunzia va in America. Dice sì, devi venire. È una grande fiera internazionale, tu devi rappresentare la Puglia a New York. E io mi sono sentita così piccola perché indietreggiai tutta la troupe che stava, di giornalisti e non, e invece il console mi chiama, mi dice: Nunzia, vieni qua, io voglio conoscere te.
Questa è una tradizione antica, cioè è importante preservarla.
È una delle bellezze di Bari, a noi ci distinguono e ci conoscono tramite queste benedette orecchiette. In tutto il mondo conoscono le orecchiette.
Se non ci fossero orecchiette, Bari sarebbe molto più povera.
Infatti. speriamo di tenere duro e di trasmettere.
Ma io posso provare?
Prova.
Mi fai vedere? Mi spieghi come si fa però, perché io proprio...
Sì, prendi il coltello innanzitutto.
Ok.
Sì. Avvicina l'indice.
Di quale mano?
Questo qua.
Ah, di questo?
Avanti al coltello. Tira, tira, tira. Ecco il cavatello.
Ah, questo è un cavatello?
È un cavatello. Che la cospio. Insomma, diciamo che è
insomma,
andata
che
bene.
brutto.
Insomma.
C'ha un ciuffettino, dai. È un cavatello un po' alternativo.
Ma non pensare che è una bacchetta magica. Qui bisogna allenarsi.
Ma mi fai fare un'orecchietta?
Come un bravo
invece?
calciatore per fare dei gol che fa si allena e così per le orecchiette. Mica esce subito.
È meno male, se no.
Fai anche l'orecchietta più difficile.
Ok, a posto.
Gli devi dare la forma e strascinarlo
Alla fine.
con 2 dita.
Ok.
Vai, vediamo un po'.
Vediamo, ma quindi, aspetta, madonna, sto sudando.
Come un esame.
Sì. Beh.
Cavatello.
Che cos'è?
Eh no, viene così.
Non ha nessuna forma.
Non
C'è da apprezzare, insomma, questa
Sto
manualità.
caldo, guarda, è più faticoso fare la pasta. Ma quando stai dentro, ben raccolta, il freddo, è piacevole.
Sì, si rilassa. Quando la sai fare, altrimenti stai lì con l'ansia, oddio.
The first batch of orecchiette is ready. The pasta is going to dry outside, which is Nunzio's official shop and showroom.
Però non mettere quello brutto che ho fatto io. Pure quello, vai.
Invece quando sono queste grosse bisogna mettere così. A posto. Non possiamo andare fuori.
Ma fino a che ora devi rimanere qua?
Dipende, da quando mi sta. Oggi c'ho poca voglia di lavorare veramente.
Va bene,
Come
dai.
me la sono fatta uscire la voglia, va bene?
Ma meno male. Ma sicuramente perché siamo vestiti uguali. Quindi oggi
Abbiamo intonato anche
il colore delle orecchie.
Ditelo che la Puglia è bella, i sapori di Bari sono buoni, sono genuini, sono gustosi. Venite, venite, venite. State buoni.
La vera tradizione barese che bisogna difendere. We're in Bari, Italy, my hometown, and today I'm going to take you to a local bakery to try some focaccia bread. I know what you're thinking, haven't you done a video on focaccia already? Well, kind of, but what in the northern regions is a savory bread with olive oil, here in the southern regions is got, well actually here we're not shy on the ingredients. We got olive oil, but we also got tomatoes, we got oregano, we got olives, we got more olive oil, so can't wait to try it. Let's go and see how it's made.
Today we're going to visit Panificio Fiore, a local bakery that's been churning fresh focaccia every day for over a century. The bakery is just a few steps away from the city's Basilica di San Nicola, an important destination for pilgrims all over the world. For those foodies exploring the old town on another kind of pilgrimage, a slice of focaccia here will cost you only €1 and will for sure open the doors of heaven. P.S. The bakery is actually located in a deconsecrated 13th century Byzantine chapel.
Siamo centrali vicino alla Basilica di San Nicola. Io sono una terza generazione, quindi ci conoscono penso dappertutto. Mio nonno, mio padre, adesso ci sono io.
Ed è sempre stato questo?
Sempre stato quello, non è stato cambiato niente. Il forte è quello della guerra e tiriamo avanti ancora le tradizioni di una volta.
Focaccia at Panificio Fiore is made with a combination of semolina and with flour.
Questa è la massa pronta per la focaccia, iniziamo la lavorazione.
Quali sono gli ingredienti?
Acqua, sale, lievito di birra, lievito madre, zucchero e malto.
Ok, e quanto tempo fa l'hai preparata?
Questa un'oretta fa l'ho preparata.
Un'oretta fa. E quindi adesso l'hai lasciata qui a riposare,
sì, a riposare
per
un'oretta. Ora iniziamo a fare la procedura per la focaccia.
Va bene. E questi quanti chili sono di impasto?
Questa è una ventina di chili.
E quante focacce ne usciranno più o meno?
Una ventina.
Una ventina, ok.
Sono da chilo.
Perfetto, sì.
When the leavening time is over, the next step is to split the dough into small portions, which will in turn have to rest again for some time.
Per quanto tempo lievitano?
Adesso dipende sempre dal clima e il periodo. Mo stiamo in estate, che qui sono almeno 80 gradi, questo in un quarto d'ora già lievita.
Davvero?
Eh sì, perché il caldo chiaramente. porta alla fermentazione.
Sì. E invece in inverno quanto tempo ci
In
mettono?
inverno devi calcolare un'oretta.
Un'oretta?
Un'oretta qui, questa lievitazione, e poi abbiamo l'altra lievitazione.
Ah, ce ne sono 3? Sì, quindi ogni passo, man mano la pasta viene divisa, sì. E quindi si aspetta.
Sì, sì.
Ma voi non controllate qui la climatizzazione?
Sì che la controlliamo.
Sì?
Oggi sono 72 gradi.
Qua dentro, adesso?
Lì non lo sente?
Sì, lo sento, però non mi aspettavo sono 70. Mamma mia.
Perché abbiamo un forno di quasi 20 metri e chiaramente lì sono 350 gradi, immagina fuori.
Sì, quindi il forno occupa praticamente, non so,
una stanza
intera
quasi tutto il locale.
E poi riscalda tutto.
Chiaramente, sì. Ma l'inverno si sta da Dio.
Ovviamente.
Ma d'estate devi soffrire.
15 minutes later, the dough has fermented and is stretched onto these round baking trays, ready to be seasoned.
Vedo dei pomodori, adesso comincia a essere focaccia barese,
Allora, questi
no?
sono i pomodori dove iniziamo a schiacciarli per fare il condimento della focaccia.
Che tipo di pomodori?
Questo oggi è il San Marzano, perché
oggi,
noi siamo a periodi. A volte arriva il San Marzano, dipende dal periodo che stanno i pomodori.
Giustamente,
siamo in estate, usiamo il San Marzano.
Quindi non c'è un pomodoro migliore per
questo
la focaccia?
qui, se ve lo faccio vedere, eccolo qua, un bel San Marzano.
Sono grandissimi.
Questi sono di Foggia.
Beh, i pomodori belli
iniziamo
grossi.
a fare la focaccia. Adesso vedi sta già lievitata.
Ma perché la focaccia barese è tonda?
È sempre stata così, la tonda per allargarla nella teglia, perché se non la fai tonda, la fai quadrata, comunque gli devi dare una base che si allarga.
Però la caratteristica è che
Sì,
fatta
essere
sempre
tonda,
tonda, perché poi esce la ruota di focaccia.
Bravi. E questi sono delle teglie che vengono fatte a mano dagli artigiani che stanno scomparendo, è difficile trovarli. Sono di latta.
Di latta?
Non di ferro, perché questa è proprio la classica teglia per la focaccia. Allora adesso iniziamo a condirla.
Queste teglie voi da quanti anni ce l'avete? Anche queste sono di terza generazione?
No, questi dopo un anno li devi buttare perché si bruciano.
Ah sì?
Ma chiaramente non è mica eterna. Per questi abbiamo un artigiano che grazie a Dio vive ancora di Molfetta. Quindi ce le facciamo fare tipo migliaia e ce li teniamo.
Lui li fa solamente per voi, non è...
Sì, perché ormai non ce ne stanno più queste persone. Gli artigiani sono scomparsi tutti.
Quindi è tutto fatto a mano.
Tutto fatto a mano.
La focaccia ma anche la teglia proprio...
Sì. Allora iniziamo
Qui viene
a fare la focaccia.
Ma più o meno c'è insomma tu vai ad occhio per quanto riguarda gli ingredienti?
Ma ormai sì, no?
E si mettono tutti a crudo?
Sì, normale, poi c'è la cottura.
Vengono cotti tutti insieme?
After tomatoes, Antonio flavors each wheel with olives, salt and oregano.
Quindi queste adesso sono pronte per essere
Queste
infornate?
devono lievitare un po'.
Ah, lievitano con
Sì.
tutti gli ingredienti. Per quanto tempo?
Adesso un quarto d'ora di lievitazione con questa temperatura e poi li mettiamo in forno.
Here we go, another 15 minutes have passed and the focaccia has soaked up all the flavors of the seasoning. Now it's time to cook it in the bakery's 120-year-old wood-fired oven.
Questo forno è enorme. Wow, wow, bellissima. Ma qui fa caldissimo comunque.
Fa caldo.
Incredibile. Ma perché avete questa pala lunghissima?
E non vedi il forno quant'è? Come deve arrivare dietro?
Sì,
Sono 8 metri.
Sono 8 metri. Ma come mai è in lungo, diciamo, e non in altezza?
Prima anticamente li facevano
Si faceva
così.
per forza così. Ma quindi sopra e sotto?
Sopra, là e sotto c'è l'altra camera, uguale a quella.
Ah, quindi tutta la stanza proprio piena di focacce.
È normale che fa questo caldo.
Ah, ok, ho capito. Ma questa cosa è pericolosissima, comunque dovete stare attenti.
Noi siamo abituati, abbiamo tutti i metri calcolati.
Eh sì, e quanto è lunga questa pala?
Questa è 4 metri.
4 metri, caspita. E invece questa è la focaccia pronta. Che cosa ti suggerisce che è pronta quando la
Quando
vedi?
c'è la crosta attorno è cucinata bene.
So what is the best way to eat focaccia? Well, actually, there are many. What I like to do is just come in here by the seaside, sit here and have my piece of focaccia with a beer sometimes, you know, depends on the time of the day. So you see, this one has been made just around the corner at the bakery. Look at the oil, so good. Wow. Oh my goodness. It's so good. It's so oily, but in a good way. So fluffy inside, and the tomatoes are just incredible. I just love all the flavors all together. You got the acidity of the olive and the oily texture, and the tomatoes add that extra creaminess, and then you got the dough, which is nice and fluffy. This is the best feeling ever, sitting here by the seaside, having a piece of focaccia. It's so good. We're in London, England, and today we're going to see how jellied eels are made. If you think that fish and chips is the most traditional fish dish that you can get here in London, think again. Jellied eels and London have a history that is hundreds of years old, going back to the times where the eel population was thriving in the River Thames. Nowadays, there are not as many eels as there were in the past, but the dish has stood the test of time. Let's go see how it's made.
In their glory days, jellied eels were so popular that in the east end of London, competition among vendors was tough. Today, jellied eels can be found all over the UK at summer kiosks and racecourses, but there are only a handful of merchants who actually make them, all based in London. One of these is Barney's, an East End institution run by Mark Button, by his father Eddie before him, and now Mark's son has even gotten involved. Despite the challenges, Mark believes that jellied eels are far from being on the verge of disappearing.
The eel has become harder to get. We used to have eels every day from Whitstable and Southend-on-Sea. They used to come up to London, literally, 1,000 kilos a day would come into London of fresh Thames eels, Thames estuary eels. But they're no longer there, they disappeared. The price of eels today are dearer than salmon. When my father took over the business in the 1960s, the man that sold him the business said, "I don't think there's much left of it, see what you can do." And that was in 1965, which I know is 55 years ago, because that's when I was born. 55 years later, we're still going on. We've now got the third generation in the business.
The first step to making jellied eels is to clean the fish, take the guts out, and cut the eels into portions.
These are the eels. I mean, they start off as live eels last night, but we have them stunned, so they are ready to work. Otherwise, if they were too movement, the boys couldn't work on them, it was too dangerous.
Oh, I see.
They're very sharp knives. They're fantastic to work, otherwise you'd never handle them. If it's a live eel, if you pick them up, you'd be chasing them around the room.
Is it easier to clean than like a normal fish?
Well, these guys have been doing it for many years, so they find it easy, but even if you put a man who works with normal fish, flat fish, on this job, they would find it very hard. It's a different shaped fish, it's a different bone, it's the different pressures you put on the, you can see Simon at the end there, he uses a lot of strength in his arms and wrists to push it through.
All right, yeah, so they have different knives actually.
Yeah, this is like a filleted knife. And the guys here are cutting, they're using a cutting knife.
I see.
For every cut, there's hundreds and hundreds of cuts per day.
So they have to be sharp.
So they have to be very sharp. And they have to concentrate because you don't want to lose a digit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the finger is very close. I've read that the eels only have one bone.
With the jelly process, we leave the bone in and the customer eats around the bone.
Okay, so the part that you eat, is it just the beginning? Or you also eat
the flatter part is no good, so the pieces would start here, so from behind the gill, going back right the way through. So when you gut these pieces when they're cooked will be open, and these pieces when they're cooked will be round, which you'll see when I'll show
all
you the
right. So
difference.
you know where they come
Some
from.
people they call these the horseshoe pieces. So it looks like a horseshoe, which is open. That's where the food's been removed out of the belly.
And you leave the skin as well.
Leave the skin on. Yeah.
And where do they come from? They don't come from the Thames, right?
No, we haven't had any English eels for many years now. We get eels from Holland, and also we get wild eels from Northern Ireland, from Loch Ness. Well, this time of year, because they've taken on a winter coat, they've been feeding well and they're storing body fat, so they're very good high fat content, which gives the eel chance to migrate on a 6,000-7,000 mile journey, and they lose weight as they're swimming. When they're a summer eel and they've been eating a lot of food, but they're not absorbing it, the meat will be thinner, but it will eat softer because they're not storing it, so it's not storing the fuel.
So this one will have more body, like it will be more meaty.
More meaty, yeah. At the moment, we're processing about 300 kilos a day.
Once all the eels have been cut in portions, we move to this other room where they will be boiled in herb-infused water.
So we flavour the water with a bouquet garni, which is mainly parsley and pimentos.
Oh, so this
which has
is
got the
yeah, I can smell it.
smell the aroma.
And so the bag is never open; it stays closed in there just to flavour the water.
Just to flavour the water, then we remove that, and the water's flavoured.
Okay.
We add the eels to it. Depending on the nature of the eel, this time of year they take a bit longer to cook, about 45-50 minutes.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah, in the summer months it can be 30 minutes because the eel is softer because it's a summer eel. So explaining about the winter coat, they take a bit longer to cook to compensate to make the flesh softer. So we're slowly seeing the eels cook. The sediment is on the eel, and that will be taken off and the fat's coming to the top as well. Like anything else you're skimming the fat off, and it'll leave the juice clear for being decanted into the bowls.
It smells already like
you can
herby,
smell the parsley in the air, and because we've now got 4 pots on, the aroma here, I mean, we haven't got smelly vision yet, but the aroma is quite pleasant.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like, I don't know, when you're doing a fish soup. No, not at all. It smells very fresh, like the parsley, as you said.
That's right, you can smell the herbs.
Yeah. And will you add any more ingredients, or that is that? Like
No, the only thing Simon will add to this is salt.
Salt?
Yeah, a bit nearer the end process rather than the beginning.
Wait, so how about the jelly? So you don't add any gelatin?
Yeah, we use the gelatin granule. Because of the commercial volume and setting them and travelling and shelf life, we have to use a granulated gelatin.
Okay, because I've read that the fish itself releases some...
If you was to cook one eel on its own, put it in the fridge overnight in the water you cook it in, it would jelly fly, but not to the point of sending it to Leigh-on-Sea or Clacton or Scotland or anywhere else. We've got to have shelf life now, so the gelatin powder suspends it with the salt and gives it a good shelf life.
Our jellied eel bowls are ready, and they will now rest for about a day. Overnight, the gelatin was set and the eels will slowly float to the top.
So here we have yesterday's production, which are now jellied eels. They come in a bowl like this. We're ready for the main label with all the data on, which we've followed through on production.
And here they are.
But it's a sealed lid because we put them on hot, so the...
Oh.
And that is the
nice wiggle.
Finished product there.
How many pieces of eels?
It's approximately 90 pieces.
Okay.
Approximately. It's done by eye and visual over the years. The person doing it gets a good eye to what's in there. If the eels are cut slightly bigger, there'll be slightly less pieces.
Yeah.
These are a good winter eel. There should be a good 85 to 90 pieces. Jellied eels. So this is the finished product.
And that's it, now it's nice and solid.
So now you've got the solid gelatin texture. A consumer would take the pieces out, and now you've got the jelly.
Ooh. So normally do you eat it like this? Or
most people would eat them. I mean, we've just taken this out of the fridge, so it's going to be extremely cold.
Cool.
But it's better when the jelly becomes a little bit more room temperature and not too floppy. But eating wise, that's the piece of eel.
Whoa. And that's the bone there, huh?
That's the bone. Yeah. That's left. You've got the saltiness in the jelly, and you've got the texture of the fish. If you wanted to try, there's a clean spoon there. It does get a bit messy with the gelatine. I'll leave you with that.
All right. Which one should I have? Should I have the
they're
one
all-
that's
they're all good.
open or the one from
The open
back?
piece is good.
This one? Oh, there's a lot of gelatin.
You
Huh?
can knock some of the jelly off. Some people don't always like the flavour. And being it's cold, as I said, it's just come straight out of the fridge,
Yeah.
so it's cold.
All right, let me get the bone. Right. It's good.
Yes?
I don't mind the jelly.
Get
I
the
actually like it.
saltiness in the jelly.
Yeah. I like the saltiness of the
Yeah.
jelly with the fish.
Yeah.
I think they go
Very
very
well.
well together, yeah. The fish is nice, as you said.
The
Nice
eel is
meaty texture, yeah.
it's a lost thing. People don't always want to eat eel, but it's.
I mean, this gives it a bit more character, I
does,
think.
yeah.
Just the eel itself is like just.
and you can imagine
fish,
this.
yeah.
You know, if you're out enjoying yourself and not in a factory environment, these are quite nice. And
Yeah, it's a
if you're having
nice
a drink
snack.
as well, it's a nice snack,
Yeah.
or a meal even. You know.
So do you think it is better like this than with like vinegar or just
With some,
something on top?
I mean, we've got some non-brewed vinegar. If you'd like to try another piece with some vinegar on, would you like to try that?
Okay.
Yeah. So people would just do that.
Yeah. Yay. Why not? Yeah, it's good. It's more salty now. But yeah, you still get the freshness of the jelly and the fish. We're in Locorotondo, Italy, and today we're going to see how ricotta is made. Ricotta is a very versatile cheese, we all know it, that can be eaten in very different ways. And technically speaking, it's not even really a cheese, because it comes from the liquid whey when the milk is curdled. So today we're going to visit a small dairy here in the countryside to find out more about how it's made. Let's go. Ricotta is part of a family of fresh cheeses that are normally eaten the same day. Fresh dairy products are very popular in southern Italy, where each region will make its own version of ricotta depending on the milk used and its flavor profiles. Puglia, the region we're in today, favors a soft, delicate ricotta made with liquid whey derived from cow's milk. Bigger dairies that make cheese often consider liquid whey just a leftover product and use it to feed livestock or even discard it. But for smaller, local dairies here in Italy, it is a great opportunity to optimize their resources and get something great out of them. Just like its sisters, mozzarella and burrata, ricotta is a game of time and chemistry.
La ricotta in realtà non è un formaggio né un prodotto del latte, è un sottoprodotto, nel senso che prima si lavora il latte, si recupera il siero e si recupera la ricotta.
Quindi diciamo che per produrre cioè non si potrebbe mai produrre solamente la ricotta, perché sarebbe uno spreco alla fine di cagliata, cioè per un caseificio.
Sì, diciamo che la ricotta è un prodotto fondamentale per l'economia, nel senso la recuperi così dagli scarti, quindi per l'economia di un'azienda è molto importante.
Today, Giovanni is going to show us how he makes ricotta from 100 liters of milk. Out of this 100 liters, only 10 will turn into curds that will then make cheese. But cheese is not the star of the show for us today. In reality, as much as 90% of what's in here is liquid whey, and that's all going to be turning into ricotta.
Quindi noi oggi andremo a fare una caciotta morbida, molto umida, che tende a trattenere molta umidità, quindi recupereremo circa un 10-11%. Il resto sarà tutto il siero che andremo a recuperare per la ricotta.
Ok.
Quindi un sottoprodotto che recupereremo per la ricotta. Abbiamo portato il latte a 40 gradi, quindi un latte crudo, riscaldato, appena munto stamattina. Gli andremo solo ad aggiungere del caglio, nient'altro.
Questo sarebbe il caglio?
Questo è il caglio, sì, caglio animale di vitello.
E quindi con l'aggiunta di questo caglio tu...
Passeremo il latte dalla fase liquida alla fase solida.
Okay,
il caglio praticamente serve a questo. Aspetteremo un 10 minuti, un quarto d'ora circa.
Quindi è molto veloce?
È un passaggio abbastanza veloce, sì.
È una tempistica, diciamo...
È una tempistica che varia in base al tipo di formaggio, esatto.
in base al tipo di caglio o in base alle dosi da usare anche. Una volta cagliato il latte, nel senso che ha fatto presa, è diventato gelatinoso, non solido, andremo a fare la rottura del coagulo con il classico attrezzo, si chiama lo spino. Andremo a separare la parte solida, che rimarrà, dalla parte liquida, che sarà il siero. In base al tipo di grano che poi andremo a lasciare, dipenderà il tipo di formaggio.
E anche il tipo di attrezzo?
Il tipo di attrezzo, sì, diciamo che possiamo usare questo, ce ne sono altri, per altre tipologie di formaggio, però diciamo che questo è quello che va per la maggiore. Con questo se ne possono fare la maggior parte.
Sì, questo l'ho visto, anche in dimensioni più grandi.
Parecchio più grandi. Sì. Appena si inizia a rompere, comunque il coagulo rimane morbido, quindi bisogna essere delicati, non bisogna romperlo tanto, più di tanto, con i suoi tempi, e aspettare che comunque prenda la consistenza che vogliamo, quindi dargli sempre il tempo che ha il tipo di formaggio.
Che dimensione avrà?
Visto che noi andremo a fare un formaggio morbido, quindi come fosse una noce.
Ah, questa dimensione?
Questa dimensione, però dobbiamo sempre aspettare che si andrà ad indurire, in modo da non perdere troppo siero. Quindi più è piccolo, più siero perde, più sarà asciutto il formaggio alla fine.
Va bene. E per quanto tempo lo romperai?
Il tempo dipende sempre no, più che dalla dimensione, dalla durezza che prende il chicco, quindi diciamo che entra in gioco anche il fattore del latte, quindi più sono alte le proteine all'interno del latte, più sarà duro e quindi sarà diverso il movimento.
When the curds have reached the desired texture and size, Giovanni will extract them and place them into molds, which will go on to age and become cheese. Finally free from its curdled twin, the liquid whey is ready to be turned into ricotta.
Una volta recuperato lo aggiungiamo semplicemente di sale, era una soluzione di acqua e sale. Lo porteremo a 60 gradi per aggiungere del latte, quindi comunque una piccola parte di latte c'è, e lo riporteremo fino a 85 gradi per permettere l'affioramento della ricotta.
Quindi la ricotta praticamente cosa sarà? La cagliata di quel latte che aggiungerai? Cioè come si fa a formare questa ricotta cremosa?
La ricotta è un passaggio più delicato forse, è l'affioramento del grasso che si lega con le siroproteine. Okay. Le siroproteine che non sono influenzate nel formaggio dal caglio vengono recuperate nella ricotta. Quindi sono sempre proteine del latte che si legano al grasso che andremo ad aggiungere del latte a una temperatura di 85 gradi con una piccola quantità di acido, noi ci andremo ad aggiungere del siero innesto, tende a far affiorare questa unione che si crea tra siroproteine e grasso.
Ah, va bene.
Che salirà, esatto, salirà tutta, affiorerà. Esatto. È il termine giusto.
Giovanni then starts heating up the whey to add milk and ferments to it. If we had to judge a step by how loud it is, I'd say this is definitely a crucial one. Thankfully for our ears, it was also a pretty quick one.
Ma questa che si è formata qui in superficie è panna?
È solo schiuma. La schiuma del cappuccino, cioè per intenderci.
Ma infatti, cioè, questa macchina fa esattamente lo stesso rumore di una macchinetta del caffè. Sembra di entrare in un bar, praticamente.
Magari.
E in quanto tempo raggiunge la temperatura a 85 gradi?
È già arrivato.
Ah, è già arrivato. Quindi molto rapido.
While Giovanni carefully removes all the excess foam, we can see it slowly starting to surface, the ricotta we came for today.
Una volta affiorata si può solamente raccogliere.
Ok. La raccogli direttamente così?
Cercando di romperla il meno possibile, in modo da fare in modo che trattiene quanto più umidità possibile. Quindi
così viene bella morbida il risultato finale. E comunque deve essere un movimento abbastanza veloce, perché vedo che comunque un po' di siero cola, cioè non riesce a trattenerlo tutto.
Il siero comunque un po' lo perderà, è normale. Però più si rompe il coagulo, diciamo, quello che si è creato, più siero tenderà a perdere. però comunque la ricotta dopo un po' tenderà a scendere giù, una volta scesa giù non si può più raccogliere. Ma in questo mestiere ci sono tante cose dove bisogna prendere l'attimo giusto, partire dal formaggio, l'acidificazione, la filatura della mozzarella, o un sacco di cose che si possono fare solo in un determinato momento. Passato quel momento non sono più recuperabili.
Sempre stato un casaro?
Sì, cerco di approfondire sempre di più, ma sempre nello stesso settore, cioè non mi sono mai mosso da questo.
E come hai imparato?
Diciamo che ho iniziato come il lavoretto di fine scuola, d'estate, ho iniziato così a lavoricchiare. Poi è iniziata la passione, quindi non mi sono più allontanato. Diciamo che la tradizione ti insegna.
You may know it by the name of Capocollo, Coppa, Capicola, Gabagool, dozens of names to describe one Italian delicacy, a distinctive cured meat made from pork neck, easy to spot thanks to its vivid red color and beautiful marbling. Unlike ham, the fat in pork neck makes Capocollo a soft, tender and incredibly tasty cut.
We're in the countryside of Martina Franca, Italy, and today we're going to talk about one of the country's finest Capocollo. Capocollo di Martina Franca. This type of capocollo is very special because it's made from pigs that feed only on acorns from a local tree, Fragno. And it doesn't stop there. The tree is also very important in the making process. Let's go find out more.
Il pezzo di carne che noi in questo momento inizieremo a lavorare viene realizzato dalla testa alla settima vertebra, dopodiché viene risossato e viene lavorato.
Ma quindi i maiali hanno due colli?
Un maiale ha due colli, un destro e un sinistro. Da un maiale potremmo ricavare solamente 2 capocolli.
Ma non c'è differenza tra il destro e il sinistro?
No, è sempre il pezzo anatomico uguale. L'importante è che viene lavorato dalla testa alla settima vertebra.
The piece Giuseppe works with is a big one, about 3 or 4 kilos, which at the end of the curing process will lose about 50% of its weight. The meat is then seasoned with salt, pepper and a touch of Senise chili pepper, a variety of chili pepper coming from the neighboring region of Basilicata, that adds a sweet, smoky scent to the meat. The capocollo then cures for 15 days, and every couple of days it is rubbed by hand to ensure it absorbs all the flavors from the spices. Unlike other types of capocollo that will go straight to dry curing, this one is also brined for 6 hours. But this brine is not your average water and salt. It's vincotto, cooked grape must. Grape must is that thick, fresh juice you get when crushing grapes to make wine. Its freshness also makes it high in sugar, a perfect sweetener, but also a drink.
Martina Franca nasce come paese vinicoltori, producevano vino. E questo vincotto veniva realizzato nel periodo di vendemmia.
Quindi adesso si deve fare un bel bagno.
Che in questa marinatura, che succede? Se c'è un po' di sale in eccesso, viene scaricato, si scarica.
Quindi come il sale prima doveva entrare proprio nel
Ora deve entrare il vino a cuore, in modo tale per dare quel sapore che è unico. Dopo messi in marinatura si passa alla fase di insacco. La fase di insacco noi usiamo budello naturale, lo stomaco del maiale, non artificiale, lo stomaco del maiale.
Che è questo?
Che è questo.
Quindi è perfetto proprio per insaccare.
Sì.
Si sente proprio l'odore di vincotto. Sì.
After casing it, Giuseppe pierces the capocollo to allow excess air out, firmly tying a string to it to be able to hang it during the curing. To make sure the capocollo has a perfect cylindrical shape, he first wraps it with a sock and then puts it through a custom-made funnel.
Sembra uno di quegli strumenti per misurare la misura della valigia all'aeroporto.
Sì, infatti si mette dentro...
No? Wow.
Ora viene messa una seconda calza che serve sempre per compattare e per stringere, per far sì che tutta l'umidità, l'acquina che comunque c'è adesso, poi
vada via.
Sì, quindi adesso viene praticamente stretto tra
Esattamente,
queste
per far sì che
calze.
tutto il sangue, tutto il vin cotto e quant'altro poi
Rimane
corrano.
solo proprio
Esattamente,
la carne.
solo la carne, esattamente.
Ed ecco il capocollo.
Un bambino.
Un bambino.
The goal now is to remove all the excess liquid from the meat. This drying phase will happen gradually in 3 different temperature-controlled environments. The first one is a drying room, where the meat will spend 7 days and lose all of its liquids, like grape must and blood. The second, a pre-curing room, is a room with high humidity levels to reintroduce some moisture into the meat.
Lì abbiamo lavorato su 20 gradi e 50 di umidità, poi invece iniziamo a lavorare al contrario. Abbiamo 17 gradi, cominciamo a scendere come temperatura e aumentare l'umidità. Significa che qua stiamo sui 68-70 gradi. Stiamo ridando di nuovo umidità, lì umido, l'umidità. Aria pulita, aria pulita.
Quindi questo mi fa presagire che nella prossima cella ci sarà ancora più umidità e la temperatura sarà più bassa, no?
Okay.
After another 7 days in the pre-curing room, the meat reaches the final destination of its curing process, the curing room. It will stay here for 150 days.
La vera stagionatura perfetta in questo caso. In questo caso il nostro prodotto starà sui 15 gradi e 80-85 di umidità.
At the end of the 150 days, it's time to remove the socks to finally reveal the capocollo hiding inside.
E perché lo fate fuori?
Perché la nostra azienda, grazie alle nostre famiglie, abbiamo avuto la fortuna di crearlo proprio nei boschi, proprio nel clima adatto dei salumi, significa della freschezza delle querce che abbiamo qua nel nostro bosco. Allora, stando nella natura, per me è un valore aggiunto lavorare fuori per avere un prodotto veramente d'eccellenza.
Beh, che poi c'è da dire che nonostante siamo fuori si sente un profumo incredibile.
Dopo tutto questo lavoro che abbiamo fatto, sicuramente avremo dei prodotti eccellenti.
Quindi adesso comunque è asciutto, non secco ma asciutto,
non secco,
ha
tutte le caratteristiche del capocollo.
Ecco, qui ci sono 3 calze.
Sì.
4 calze. Wow.
Ok, ora in questo momento abbiamo un prodotto già da poter affumicare e nello stesso tempo fra qualche giorno essere commercializzato.
Quindi questo è il capocollo?
Il capocollo di Martina Franca, il famoso capocollo di Martina Franca.
Il profumo è davvero inebriante.
Non vediamo l'ora di poterlo assaggiare, ci sta facendo venire l'acquolina in bocca.
Giuseppe tricked me when he said the capocollo is calling us to taste it. We still have another step to see, the smoking. To better understand just how much this step affects the final product, we need to go back to the forest that is so dear to Giuseppe. While he removes all the socks, his son Andrea tells me more about the local oak tree, Fragno.
Oggi ci troviamo qui alla Corte dei Fragni, nonché un grande bosco immerso nella natura. Il fragno è un albero molto importante a Martina, proprio perché il capocollo che noi comunque produciamo viene affumicato grazie al fragno, che è comunque un albero che ci dà la possibilità di dare un profumo molto ma molto buono affumicandolo. Il fragno è importantissimo anche perché i nostri maiali che vivono allo stato brado si cibano di ghiande di fragno, ecco per esempio qui abbiamo esattamente.
Spreading from the Balkans to Turkey, the Etria Valley is the only place in Italy where you can find this type of oak. The fertile soils of this hilly farmland, together with the very Italian practice of curing pork neck, makes Capocollo from Martina Franca a truly unique product. After breathing the crisp air of the Court of Fragni, I rejoin Giuseppe in the smoking room, or the black room, as he likes to call it.
Qua dentro accenderemo il fuoco e con il fragno, quelle querce che voi avete visitato che gli maiali mangiano le ghiande da terra, quelle querce là, noi prenderemo dei rametti e accenderemo il fuoco e verranno affumicati. Perché questa è l'altra ricetta anche tipica, perché i nostri nonni prima, 50 anni fa, non c'era la possibilità, voglio dire, di mettere i conservanti o quella roba lì. Per non avvicinarsi alle mosche, per non attaccare la mosca, venivano affumicati.
Però aggiunge anche comunque un
E
sapore
poi aggiunge anche
distinto.
il nostro profumo, la caratteristica della quercia. Dopo la fumicatura si passa ad andare a degustare il famoso capocollo.
Andiamo, prima che accendano il fuoco.
Sì.
Wow, si inizia già a intravedere.
Tutti i nostri profumi stanno uscendo, vedi?
Sì, incredibile, si sente
Il
veramente...
vincotto riesce a sentire le caratteristiche del vincotto.
Sì, sì, anche la
Affumicatura.
affumicatura. E anche si sente che la carne è morbida, cioè
Sì.
non è secca. Si
Sì.
riesce anche a vedere dal
Sì.
colore un bel rosso. Che in questo pezzo, cioè comunque in questo taglio, non c'è tanto grasso. Cioè veramente...
E il capocollo ha il 15% perché ha il giusto per mantenerlo umido e fettino.
Ed è proprio una caratteristica del collo.
Del collo,
Del
sì.
collo, sì.
Lo degustiamo.
Ma... Buonissimo. Si sente il vincotto, anche il pepe, proprio
Sì.
il sale, il pepe, le spezie. Però mi piace tantissimo che comunque rimane quel sapore di carne.
No, perché i maiali sono lo stato brado, che hanno mangiato le ghiande del nostro bosco. Si sente proprio che è una bella carne, bella soda
Sì.
e ben saporita.
Sì, sì. C'è anche un po' insomma, questo retrogusto di...
E il dietrogusto della
sì,
fumicatura
insomma,
e del vincotto.
veramente incredibile.
Buono, buono, buono.
Buonissimo. Quindi per fare questo capocollo quanti giorni ci sono voluti in totale?
160 giorni, 150 giorni.
160 giorni.
150, 160 giorni.
You will spot it in a crowd thanks to its circular shape, but the reason why you will forever remember this sausage is the taste. With a coarser, juicier texture than other sausages and a flavorful aroma from the generous amount of spices, Cumberland sausages are a favorite in the UK. But there are only 12 butchers in the country making the original traditional sausage that's been granted a protected status.
We're in Barrow-in-Furness, Cumbria, England. This county has been the home of Cumberland sausages for hundreds of years. And today we're going to learn more about the traditional method to make Cumberland sausages, a method that will take us back to the times of the British Empire. Let's go find out more.
To make traditional Cumberland sausages, butchers would have originally used a local breed, the Cumberland pig, which is now extinct. So now they use rare breeds, outdoor pigs, like today's British Lop.
And what you find is because they live longer, the flavour is in the meat, and with a little bit of spices and herbs, the sausage is fantastic. So here we have the half of the pig.
All right.
This is the shoulder. This is the middle and the belly. So we have the loin, which is the loin chops and the belly pork, and then we have the leg. And we make a combination of the leg and the shoulder together. Because in the leg it's lean, and if you only just use the leg, you need a little bit of fat. So we need to combine the both.
All right.
And when we cut this, you will see that the combination is the best. So the knife skills in taking off the meat from the bone, they've got to separate any sinew and skin.
Okay.
Believe it or not, any skin like this in a commercial machine can be made into a paste and could end up in a sausage. We don't want that, and we haven't got the machine. So it's important that every little bit of sinew, bone, cartilage is removed, so we end up with really nice meat.
Yeah.
And depending on profit, we need as much meat from the bone as possible. Otherwise, he's a very bad butcher.
So okay. So this one has been skinned pretty well. Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Once the meat is deboned and degristled, these are the chops that will later be turned into Cumberland sausages. Rather than going through a more commercial bowl chopper and being emulsified, the meat is thickly minced to retain solid, chunky pieces.
So those are nice, chunky pieces of mince that in a mouth texture would be really good.
Yeah, that's true. I can see the fat, but it's not as dominant as you would think.
We call that 80 VL. So 80 pieces are red, 20 pieces are white. It's called visual lean. We can see this.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. Because you never want to get rid of all the fat.
No.
You still need a bit to flavor.
But if you put too much fat in, then it fills up the pan, and that's no good.
And
your
it
sausage
ruins,
shrinks. But with this, the sausage will stay the same.
It may sound obvious, but high meat content in a sausage is never a given. More commercial butchers will use bread or cereal, which is something Peter feels pretty strongly against. The bread or cereal will soak up some of that extra fat, which will in turn alter the structure and flavor of the sausage.
We want a high meat content sausage. We want a proper Cumberland sausage to be recognised because it's different. And so we applied to the European Union for protection of our regional sausage.
And that took
10 years.
10 years,
10 years.
to be approved. So,
this is what they call bureaucracy, 10 years.
Now that we're all set on the importance of the meat, we are ready to learn more about another distinctive feature of a Cumberland sausage, its spices. These are added by hand before the whole mix is encased in the pig's natural intestine.
So what sort of spices go into Cumberland sausages? What do we have here?
In here we've got salt and pepper, we've got a little bit of sage and nutmeg that are finely ground, we've got potato starch and rice flour.
Okay.
And this mixes the meat and the combination together. Then we've got some herbs, which is a little bit of sage. You could use a fresh sage, but with a dried sage, it gives it a little bit of better shelf life because it's nice and clean.
Yeah.
And then we've got the rusk, which is a pea starch.
Which is not bread, right?
Not bread, no. Now it's going a little bit dry, so we have to have a bit of water because all that has to come out of this nozzle.
This specific spice blend wasn't random. According to Peter, back in the 1800s, German slate miners moved to Cumbria for work and brought their sausage recipe with them. But instead of the spices they were used to, they used spices they could get locally, which weren't actually that local. Spices were being imported to Cumbria from the Caribbean, thanks to the port of Whitehaven, the second biggest port in the country at the time.
So there was always a little bit of spice. Sometimes you might even find ginger. But predominantly nutmeg, mace, pepper, and these were the spices that made the Cumberland sausage very different. If you were working hard in the slate mines and you wanted to have a nice strong sausage, the local spices were fantastic.
Wow.
But really, the real component was the meat.
Yeah, yeah. So
Now,
all together make something quite unique.
I take the intestine of the pig has been cleaned.
Okay, so this is the intestine, yeah?
Yeah, this is the intestine. And
Long.
basically, we put this onto the nozzle of the sausage machine.
All right.
And this is very important that we use a natural casing, a natural intestine, as opposed to the cowhide synthetic, which commercial sausage makers are now tending to use.
So it just gives you a better texture at the end of the and
exactly.
A better
When you
taste,
cook it, that natural texture, it isn't chewy or rubbery or plasticky like sometimes you find on some sausages.
Yeah. So how long is that? This is one intestine from one pig, no? Because it's continuous.
In Victorian times, it was 19 yards. Now it's 21 metres.
Okay, so now I know how long that is.
And that's interesting because as we've improved the commercial viability of our pigs. The intestine has got longer and probably the ability to absorb more food. It's just one of them things. But yeah, there is definitely 21 yards, 21 metres.
Oh, they have this
coil.
Yeah, distinct coil. And why is that?
Don't know.
No.
Probably because we couldn't tie knots.
Really?
Maybe it came with the Germans. Because
Maybe.
they make the rings of sausage.
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, maybe they were making a sausage with a ring, you know, like a ring like the sausage. Sometimes in Germany you have the type of sausages. We don't know.
And it's quite pink, no?
That's a nice traditional Cumberland sausage. You can see the white bits, you can see the 80 VL, you can see a little bit of the herbs.
You can see where the fat is, which also makes you realize that there's not that much of it.
Sometimes I think you see sausages in Italy like this, don't you?
Yeah, in my region we have one that's served like this that's called zampina.
Zampina?
Yeah, it means little pole.
Oh, right.
But it's served in a coil like this, yeah. And it's like the grilling sausage.
Once in a coil, a proper Cumberland sausage needs to be left overnight to let the spices and herbs blend into the meat. Peter grilled some from yesterday's production for us to taste.
Here, Claudia, have a taste of our sausage.
Thank you. Here you go.
Chef. got to remember the cameraman, then he gives you my best angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thickness is important, the coarse texture is important, but above all else, the taste in the mouth. Please.
Yeah. Cheers. The crack that you feel when you bite into the natural casing.
Natural casing, natural intestine.
Yeah.
You're also tasting meat.
Definitely.
That's prominent. A little bit of influence with the seasoning.
Pepper
A bit of pepper there, yeah. Obviously, a bit of nutmeg. Can you taste it?
Yeah, a bit of that as well.
And to be cooking this on the barbecue, on the grill, in the oven, fantastic.
Yeah, it's very good. It is. Yeah, you can taste the meat. Like it is quite meaty.
Claudia, if you own a Rolls Royce, you wouldn't put cheap oil in the engine. Don't put bad food in your mouth. This is fantastic.
Yeah. So, how would you recommend eating this? I mean, apart from this way, like on a stick.
Traditionally.
Oh. Huh.
In the ring.
Yeah.
A proper Cumberland sausage. A good meal. I mean, maybe a meal nowadays for two.
I'll eat that.
In the family of smelly cheeses, there are probably only a few that will really make you go,
oh!
Well, I have no doubt, for me, Stinking Bishop beats them all. Crowned the smelliest cheese in the UK, Stinking Bishop gets its distinctive smell thanks to perry, which is a pear cider used to wash the rind of the cheese. The result? A moldy exterior, a squidgy texture, and an everlasting, pungent smell.
We're in the pear orchards of De Meaux, Gloucestershire, England, at the home of Stinking Bishop. It is from the fruits of these trees that the infamous perry cider is made. But while the perry gives the cheese its distinctive smell, I'm curious, will the cheese taste as strong as it smells? We're here to find out.
There is only one farm in the world that makes this cheese, Charles Martel and Son. And just like Stinking Bishop is a semi-soft cheese, its recipe is semi-secret. We know it starts with pasteurized cow's milk that is left in a vat for 4 hours with ferments and rennet. We also know that the rennet used is a vegetable rennet. This helps coagulate the milk without interfering with the flavor of the cheese, which an animal rennet will do. The milk comes from the local Gloucester cattle. The milk from this breed is particularly suited for cheese making because during the coagulation process, its cream doesn't rise to the surface and get lost within the whey. Rather, it stays down in the milk and it will make the final cheese much richer. When the curd has reached the size of a nut, it is transferred into molds. This is the first secret step of the process. At the end of the molding, this tower of empty molds that you see behind me will be full of curd, and after a certain amount of time, that is also secret, the cheeses will be moved to the maturing room.
Okay, this is the moment of truth. Let's see.
Smelly?
Oh, It. Wow. Well, it's not as bad as I thought. It doesn't smell bad. It just has a strong smell, I think. Yeah, that's pungent.
Lots of people describe as old smelly socks, which
Okay.
is a bit disgusting. But actually, when you eat the cheese, it's really nice.
Yeah.
And you can't taste the smell. You can just taste the cheese, which is nice and smooth.
It fills up your nostrils and just stays there.
With that smell still very much up in my nostrils, Justina talks me through the most important step of the making of Stinking Bishop, washing it in perry. This is done when the cheese is 1 day old enough to hold its shape, but young enough to absorb the flavors of the perry.
How often do you do this? How often do you wash it in perry?
Only once.
Only once?
Only once,
Oh,
yes.
and that's enough just to,
That's enough.
make everything that the cheese is. All right.
Well, it's alcohol.
Yeah.
And also, you can smell the aroma of the perry, so you don't want to have this too strong at the same time.
And this washing, is there a method to it, or is just, you caressing the cheese
Yes.
and enjoying the work?
Putting my love to
yesterday's
it.
work.
Yes.
The molds around the cheese are made of beechwood. You may ask, why? We don't know. That's another secret that the makers wouldn't share. My guess is that this helps the cheese keep its shape, of course, without being too rigid and thus allowing the cheese to retain some moisture. Like other semi-soft cheeses, and this we know for sure, Stinking Bishop wheels age for 2 to 3 weeks, and they are turned regularly to ensure both sides mature equally.
So this is the finished cheese that still smells, even though it's
Yes, the
it's
cheese always
packaged.
smells, yes. So this is the ready cheese.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's quite... Oh, it's beautiful actually, no?
Yes,
It's it looks like one of those like eyeshadow palettes or something. But he has nice shades of yellow and red.
Yellow, red,
yeah.
yes, a bit of orange.
Yeah, it's kind
pink.
of sparkly, no?
Yes.
So all this is because of the washing in perry plus your secrets,
Yes, yes.
And I mean, is it a coincidence that the perry itself, it's kind of reddish?
Yeah, it's probably coming a bit from the perry itself.
So what's the deal with this perry? Well, around Gloucestershire there are over 100 varieties of perry pears, which are smaller than your average pear. I know, these are blossoms, but pears were not in season when we visited. Anyway, turning them into perry is quite a common thing here. The pear the Stinking Bishop baits in is called Stinking Bishop. Unlike what you might think, this pear doesn't stink.
Most perry pears are little hard things like that. If you threw somebody and hit them, it would hurt because they're so heavy and dense, little tiny things. But the Stinking Bishop pear is more pear-shaped and more juicy. It makes a good early perry because it's got high sugar. It ferments very quickly, and so it's got a reputation of being a very strong pear.
All right.
Named after Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop was rather an unsavoury character, and so he earned the name Stinking Bishop.
All right. So that has nothing to do with actual
with
bishops.
no.
Yeah.
But bishops love it. Lots of bishops give each other presents of Stinking Bishop because
It comes back. Yeah.
they think it's funny, and it is.
Jokes, secrets and smell aside, the story of Stinking Bishop is not really about making a cheese that will make headlines. Rather, it is about making something that could save its very source, the milk from Gloucester cattle, which risk disappearing.
Notice you've got a black head and black legs, but the body's brown. That's
Okay.
a mark of the breed, and they've got this white stripe and a white tail.
Oh, okay. So all Gloucester cows have a white tail.
White tail, yeah,
Oh.
a little white stripe and a white belly. Well, when I started here 50 years ago, there were 68 left in the world.
In the world.
And I thought, gosh, they can't be let to become extinct. How can I help them? I managed to get hold of 3, which I milked by hand. And I thought, I know, they're originally a cheese-making breed. We'll make cheese. It was my way of helping the breed survive. Not just by breeding them, but by using them. And that's the way they'll survive, if we use them.
Oh, thank you. So do you eat the rind?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that's where the most intense part of the flavour is.
Oh, all right. So let's just have. Oh,
A bit cold.
I
That's
love
all right.
it. It's really nice.
Flavour's gone in, isn't it?
Yeah, no smell at all.
No?
No, I mean.
Not supposed to say that.
Yeah. You know, like when you
Not
said you
edible.
can't taste the smell because the smell can put you off. But this taste, I really love it. I don't know. It reminds me of some cheese I used to eat when I was a child. It's just the texture in your mouth. A bit creamy, but not too runny, so not too messy.
The flavour goes in from the rind, obviously, because on the rind is the culture, which is where you get the flavour.
Yeah.
The building where we're tasting the cheese is a distillery, and yes, you guessed it, this is where Perry is made. Charles tells me that his distillery is 400 years old. He even showed me some property documents from 1810.
Built in 1650, so it's the oldest original distilling house still working in the British Isles.
Oh,
Yes.
is it?
We know of no other older.
The pear cider or perry that is used to wash the rind of the cheese is later turned into the sweet pear spirit called poirot, which is made out of perry and fresh pear juice.
Cheers.
Can you say it in Italian?
Salute.
Salute.
Sweet.
It's sweet, but not sugar sweet. That's
No,
pear
yeah.
sweet.
Depending on where you are in the world, you will find a different version of bacon. In the US, you will have a savory piece of pork belly that's been cured and smoked. As an Italian, my go-to bacon is pancetta, dry cured dices of pork belly.
Here in England, your bacon will be a leaner but still juicy cut of meat from the back of the pig, cured to perfection. Today we're in South Stirling, Gloucestershire, and we're at the Butts farm, a farm that specializes in rare breeds. What we're going to see today is bacon made from Gloucestershire Old Spots. They're one of the oldest breeds here in the UK, and they're renowned for having a tender marbled meat. So what better way to taste it than in the form of bacon? Thank you. Hello, friend.
Compared to more commercial pigs that feed on high protein and cereal, an old spot follows a low protein diet, complemented with grass, worms, and whatever they can munch away at here at the farm.
The Gloucester Old Spots also have a lot of fat on them naturally. That's good. You don't have to eat the fat, but when you cook it, you've got the fat running through the meat, which gives you the flavour.
All right.
This is what we're going to be working with.
Yep.
This section is cut from the top of the leg to the fourth rib, and on the other side, the first flat bone across the thigh and the leg. Carl pierces the skin a few times to allow the salt to get right into the center of the bacon. He tells me that the best bacon is one that is cured within the first week after slaughtering the pig. This is to avoid tough skin, which the curing will make even tougher and will take all the moisture out of the meat. Drawing most of the moisture out is, however, our way to go with our dry cure today. Carl uses fine sea salt, which he prefers as it gets right into the meat much quicker than coarse salt.
So you want to get all the cure mix into the centre. And when they're not having the nitrates in, it does take that little bit longer to cure. You want the salt to have contact first, because that will just give you the right way to cure.
Oh wow, that's quite a lot of salt.
It is. So
So how many kilos is that?
that's 5. For this much, you'd probably only need 2.5 kilos of salt, but it cures better if you just get that caked in salt.
All right.
And it doesn't really absorb more of it. It just seals. Just get nice and covered. So that provides the base of the cure. So that will instantly start drawing out the moisture, changing that product from pork into the bacon product.
Carl leaves a little bit of salt for later in the curing process. After a few days, the meat will be repacked with salt to drain the excess moisture that has come out. The next ingredient to be added is unrefined brown sugar. Just like salt, sugar will draw out moisture, but it will also add a light sweetness to the meat and get rid of the sharpness of the salt. Just like salt, a bit of sugar is saved for later. The cure continues with pink and black peppercorns, bay leaves, and juniper berries. The berries will bring lightness and sweetness with the sugar to the edge of the bacon.
And lots of colour, which is good. It'd be nice to have a big pestle and mortar and look.
Yeah, so you're just going to crush them.
Yeah,
like
so I'm
this.
going to gently just to get some of the powder out of the peppercorns.
Oh.
And the juniper berries are they're still slightly wet because they're a berry. As we break them, there's just a little moisture still. It's a little bit like making your gin and having the botanicals. It is like that. You can pick savoury and strong flavours in your botanicals. I've seen people do rosemary bacon and things like that.
Oh.
Just try and infuse different flavours in.
Yeah, you can just personalize it. Just a
I
little
think
bit.
so.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to see people experiment too
much.
Well,
but,
it's
yeah.
up to them, I guess. But yeah, bay leaves act almost like a stability to the flavour.
Oh.
You just give them a little bit of a crush because
Wow.
they're fresh. They're
They're very nice green.
Not like the dry ones. You just give those a little rip. Nice having them grown on a
nice smell.
in the garden by one of our ladies in the office. I asked her for some bay leaves. She brought me half of her tree, so this is very good.
That looks fantastic already.
After 14 days and after removing the bones, this is the end result of our curing process.
So we've got the back bacon, and this is where it went from the shoulder. That's where we came in from the leg. So we generally take the back bacon off with a little tail. So a small amount of the streaky remains on the back bacon.
Yeah.
Just because that's the shape we normally use. Plus it gives that little bit of fat to cook with.
Yeah, for sure.
So you just separate that. Down like that. And that will give you your streaky and your back bacon.
Oh.
Butchers refer to dry cured, unsmoked bacon like this here as green bacon or greenback. This is nothing scary and is completely natural. It's just the salt slightly over-curing the edges of the bacon. A little trim and our Gloucestershire Old Spots bacon is ready to be revealed.
If we then look at the centre of the bacon, that's when you've got that
Oh, nice.
beautiful cure, nice flavour going through.
There's a bit of marbling as well.
Yeah, so where you've got the really nice native breeds and the finish is really good on Judy's pigs, it just starts to build up just a little bit of fat in the muscle, which then for cooking makes it amazing, just like it would a ribeye steak. The fat will always disintegrate first because it reacts to heat and reduces, so it just breaks the meat into parts. So your bacon is then quite tender, which is quite a nice way to do things.
And so that's the speciality of like Gloucestershire Sauce.
Yeah, definitely.
So you can find out.
Yeah, well, you get your pork chops and there's not just fat on the outside, you've got actually a nice bit of taste and a flavour going through it, which is really good.
Wow.
So yeah, so that's traditionally dry cured nitrate-free bacon.
So my first question is, why did you put this in the oven rather than frying it?
Well, because it's got so much of its own lovely fat, and we love fat round here. We love food round here, but we love fat as well.
Especially.
Especially. You don't need to fry it in oil or butter, and you wouldn't even need to turn it over, which is why it really suits cooking in the oven. Especially me as a farmer, you know, the animals can get up to whatever, and I bung it in the oven, and I've got sort of 20, 30 minutes to go and sort out any crisis that might be on the farm. And there you go, it's ready without having to do anything.
Okay, and this is the most like traditional way around here too.
It is the most traditional way. The tradition is that you cook your bacon, you fry your eggs in the fat, and then you do your fried bread in the fat from the bacon.
All right, so the bacon is the base for everything.
It's the base for everything, exactly, and that is your traditional breakfast.
All right, let's have a taste then.
Oh, let's have a go, shall we? How lovely.
Just like that. So why is it that back bacon is more popular in here?
I think really probably because you've got more meat to fat ratio.
Yeah.
You know, you've got all that lovely eye muscle, it's called there. The eye muscle you can relate to a pork chop on maybe loin, and then the nice bit of crispy fat. But
that's great.
If you don't love fat quite as much as I do, then maybe you have got a bit more meat there.
Yeah, but I like the taste of the meat as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And this is a great compromise between the two.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it tastes of pork, doesn't it? It shouts pork.
Yeah.
You know what you're eating.
Yeah.
And you'll notice also that we're eating the rind. It's edible. And that is because it's what's called supple first, and it's really just cured in a traditional way, and you can eat all of it.
Yeah,
the rind is not chewy.
No, not at all. I really like the fat that you can taste the fat, but there's also a bit of that, as Carl was saying, a little bit of that juniper berries.
Oh,
and,
definitely. Yeah.
So they add something to the taste.
The one flavour complements the other. You're not getting a dominant flavour there really at all, are you?
That's lovely.
Yeah.
It's
really good, isn't it? Really good. Yum.
You might not expect to find a tea plantation in Europe, but there is actually one off the coast of Portugal, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The tropical climate and volcanic soil make for perfect growing conditions, giving this tea a sweet, perfectly balanced mineral flavor.
We're in São Miguel, the biggest island here in the Azores and the home of tea. On this island alone, in the 19th century, there used to be 6 tea manufacturers, but now there are only 2 left. The biggest and the oldest is Goreana, which we're going to visit today. It's 138 years old, and they still make tea following the methods of the past.
Goreana makes both black and green tea. For black tea, depending on which leaf it comes from, the tea is given a different grading: orange pekoe, or broken leaf.
This is a strong tea, pekoe, orange pekoe, more aromatic. And this is broken leaf, very light tea. If you can touch it, you can feel the difference.
Yeah, this is a bit rougher. So why is it that this plant grows so well here in the Azores and not, anywhere else in Europe?
Because it needs water, not too much sun, fog. And because it rains a lot, the land is acid, so our tea is different from other teas by the taste. It's very balanced, not strong. And the green tea doesn't have a fishy taste on the end. So this is the perfect place to have tea.
The tea plant is not native to the Azores. It was brought here over 2 centuries ago, as islanders were in need of a new crop after a fungal disease wiped out San Miguel's main source of trade at the time, oranges. They were not disappointed. The Camellia sinensis couldn't have found more fertile soils than these.
And here, the plants don't die because it rains a lot when a plant is old, more or less 20 anos. 20 anos is 90 years old. There's another one that comes.
Okay, so
you have always to take off plants.
The harvest lasts 6 months, from spring to fall, until the leaves become too strong to make a good tea. In order to move around freely, harvesters first have to cut the sides of the plant. Then they use a machine that cuts only the very first leaves. The leaves may be small, but harvesting them is not a light job at all. The same way water plays an important role in the growth of the plant, it makes life difficult for the harvesters when they have to bring the leaves indoors. A bag of wet leaves like this weighs around 15 kilos, and there are hundreds to move a day. Goreana is set on 3 floors, which conveniently follow the transformation from fresh leaf to tea leaf. On the first floor, there is a wilting room. It's a warm room where the leaves stay for 12 hours to let the water evaporate and the leaves soften.
So how many leaves do you collect on average?
To make 1 kilo, you need 5 kilos
of leaves.
So we make 45 tons a year.
Black tea and green tea come from the same plant. What is different is the making process. To make black tea, leaves fall in this cylinder to be rolled on the ground floor of the factory. Rolling releases the juices of the leaves. The step that follows is oxidation, which happens in the basement of the factory. Leaves reach it by going through this other machine with a net. The net has different sized holes to start dividing leaves into the 3 grades of black tea. It's what Maddalena was telling me here, but the noise from the rolling machines was so loud that our microphones didn't really catch much of it. Listen for yourself. The sound was a bit better downstairs in the oxidation room. Maddalena explained to me that oxidation is a natural process that occurs after the leaves are exposed to the air. This contributes to the aroma of the tea.
What the machines did have was this movement for roll the leaves and for the juice come out to stay black for the oxidation process. In 2 hours it's black. My ends are starting to be black.
So oxidation is not something you do, it's just when you extract the juice, it
If I was
comes out.
trying to make green tea, it doesn't come here. Because we don't need oxidate, we have to stop the oxidation.
Okay, so the leaves are like constantly separated.
Yes, always, because it's orthodox way. Orthodox way, you are always separating the leaves. It's more expensive to make orthodox way. And here, this one is the bigger one. The ones that stay inside are not good.
The tea leaves will be separated another 3 times during the drying process, by size and by weight by machines, and by hand and human eye as a final check. But we'll have to wait a couple of hours for the oxidation to happen. So how about we talk about green tea for a minute? Maddalena tells me that, unlike black tea, green tea is only made at the end of summer, where the sun has hardened the leaves. The process is similar, but the big difference is that after spending 12 hours in the wilting room, the leaves go through a steaming process before being rolled.
We close the machine and stays here for 4 or 5 minutes, and the oxidation process is stopped because we don't want to oxidate the tea.
All right.
And then goes roll and dry.
So, and then what is the difference, in taste between the 2 teas?
Green tea is more healthy because they have more antioxidants. And black tea, I said, is for salt. Black tea is more tasty, have more balance. My father always told me that the best tea on the world is the tea the one that you drink with your grandmother, it's the one that
you remember. So how about you, because your grandmother used to actually work here, so which one would you drink?
You drink pico because I like very strong teas.
Rolling, sorting, steaming, the machines are the true wonder of this factory. At Goriana, very little has changed since the 19th century.
And these are like the original machines.
Yes, the original.
Goriana, so they've never changed.
Because the tea of machine didn't grow. Maybe now the material it's different, but the movements, the way of making tea is the same. This is from the revolution, the industrial revolution. They are made to live all the world. The energy, it's from 1920. It's the first energy in the world called continuous.
Another great feature of the Goriana factory is that it is powered entirely by water. The system was installed by Maddalena's grandfather and uses a stream flowing through the factory's estate. Not paying for power is the main reason why Goriana has stood the test of time against other tea manufacturers on the island, and why the company can afford the 72 employees who work in the factory today.
Many people come here not to see the tea, but to see the energy, because they are electronic engineers and they come to a world that no more exists, but exists in Goriana.
Let's go back to our black tea. We left off at the oxidation process, which is now over. The next phase is drying and then separating the leaves. They are first separated by size in this roller and then by weight in this wooden machine.
After the dry, one that rolls, and then the second one that rolls again and separate by size, and then goes by weight, more cellulosic, less cellulosic, in a machine made of wood that is the oldest one in the tea factory.
Okay, so the leaves that have more cellulose,
they go out.
The machines may never stop working, but the final check is always left to a human eye, to Carla and her colleagues.
Here we are taking out the stamps. This is the black tea, the pico, the strongest tea. Here you could see the brown. It's different because it's brown. The lighter ones, the leaves are more black.
And these are the only ones you need, right? The
Yes.
leaves. How many years have you been doing this?
22 years.
Okay, so yeah, you know by eye.
Yes.
That's why it's so fast for you. So here we are with what normally will be a beautiful view on the sea.
The sea, but you can see a little bit of blue on the corner.
Okay, yeah, maybe. But this is actually the best weather
It's the
to
best
make tea.
weather for the
So
tea.
let's see if it's the best weather to also taste.
This is the
tea.
strong one.
This is the one you like.
You can make a ching ching.
Okay. That's good, and you actually don't put anything in tea.
No,
So you just
no
drink it out.
sugar.
Yeah, that's the way I like it. It is a bit acidic.
Yes.
Yeah?
If it was an orange pico, more flavor.
Yes.
This one it's more strong.
Yeah, it is
more
strong.
aggressive.
But it's still pretty balanced.
Yes, it's balanced. The English call our tea fresh.
So this one is like aggressive for like the variety
Yes.
of
For the no, because of
leaf?
our
Yeah.
land, our plants change and adapt to the weather. Because here we have sea all over the place.
Yeah, that's true.
We cannot go to a place and don't have the wind of the sea because we are a very little island.
The defining qualities of Cornish Yarg cheese are a dark green rind and a candid white mold. The rind actually comes from these leaves, called stinging nettles, which are brushed on by hand, one by one. The nettles give the cheese a fresh, creamy taste with hints of herbs, seaweed and lemon. Cornish Yarg may not be as popular as other English cheeses like Stilton or traditional cheddar, but it's just as rare because it can only be made in one place. We're in the hedgerows of Ponsonooth, Cornwall, and these right here are the nettle leaves that are used to wrap Cornish Yarg. Imagine there are only 5 people in the whole world that know how to properly wrap a Cornish Yarg. So how did this recipe even come about? Well, it was actually found randomly in a book about 400 years ago. Fascinating, isn't it? Well, I'm certainly intrigued. So it's time for us to go and find out more. There's only one dairy in the world that makes this cheese, Liner Dairies in the heart of Cornwall. Like all cheeses, it all starts here, with fresh milk, rennet, and in this case, cultures. You see these beautiful white molds around the cheese? That's what the cultures will trigger in the aging process later on.
You need to disperse the whey bit by bit gently. If you take the whey off too quickly, you won't leave enough behind for the cultures to feed on. The sugar is in the way. Your cheese will be very metallic, very cheddary, which you don't want.
Leighton will test the whey up to 20 times per vat between each step. He does it to monitor its temperature and those levels of lactic acid, which will give us a crumbly cheese. For a few hours, the day goes like this: cutting, testing, cutting, testing.
They're big,
The curd itself is still quite delicate, and you can see underneath the pat. You can see the curds, the individual curds.
Yes, yeah, but they still stick together, even though...
It always wants to knit itself together.
Oh, I see, because they remember where they came from.
Once all the whey is drained, all that is left is salting the curd, cutting it again into very small pieces, placing it into molds, and pressing them. After it spends 24 hours in the press and in brine, we have a beautiful white canvas that is ready to turn into a Cornish Yarg. The only people fit for the job are these ladies, the nettlers. Every year between May and July, they go out in the fields to carefully pick the stinging nettles that are used to wrap the cheese. This large quantity of nettles is kept frozen to freeze off the small needle-like structures that sting and cause a rash when they touch human skin.
So what we have to ensure is to make sure that this leaf is dipped, completely immersed 5 times.
Oh, 5 times?
Because you are actually washing it. And then with as you see, there's a furry side and there's a shiny side.
Yeah.
The shiny side goes against the cheese. So what
Okay.
you're trying to do is make that leaf stick on that cheese. And then with your brush, take your moisture out And then what you do is you just cover the cheese.
All right, and do you have a specific pattern in mind when
Yes,
you do it?
we do.
Oh, yeah?
We call it dragon's teeth, but as you can see, it's like up and down. So it's quite therapeutic. It's
That's true.
mesmerising sometimes.
Yeah. So how many years have you been doing this?
This is my 15th.
Wow. So what would this nettles do to the actual cheese?
It gives a lovely earthy flavour. It completely surrounds the cheese, so it's giving it like a protective layer. It's very, very quirky. It's very unusual. No one else does it.
To see if I could create a Cornish Yarg myself, I gave nettling a go.
Okay, so I pick it up from the
Pick
top.
it up, keep it in your left hand.
Yeah.
Spread your fingers out like you're doing, and then submerge that 5 times.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, so then the shiny side, I would then pick it up with 2 hands. That's it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and I would put that
The
on
shiny side.
on that corner. That's it.
Like here?
Yep.
All right, well, it's holding its shape. I thought it was just
Yeah,
gonna
no, you're
disintegrate
doing.
in my hand.
No, you're doing very
All right.
well. That's it. And then with that, you quite forcefully you can get the water out. That's it. So you're trying to
Okay.
make that leaf stick to the cheese.
Jenny told me that it's okay to leave little gaps between leaves when nettling. Why? Because the cultures that we added at the very start of the making process will form a natural mold once the cheese ages.
Can you see the pattern you're forming?
Yeah. It's not intentional.
You're doing very well.
How do you call it?
Well, dragon's teeth, I'd call it.
Dragon's
But
teeth? Yeah,
it's
that's-
just like that jagged effect.
This is more like sheep's teeth, to be honest.
Sheep's teeth.
They're not.
A Cornish Yarg matures for 21 days. It ages in cold maturing rooms with high humidity. The cold temperature preserves the cheese, but also the nettles, which will decompose very easily in a warm environment. The nettles themselves also help the cheese mature, giving it rigidity and firmness and creating a rind.
And the perfect rind is firm, but not soft. It's dry, but not too dry. It's not crispy. It's a little bit moist, and then it's got this lovely environment for these white molds to develop. And so, you know, every cheese looks like a Christmas tree.
Oh, yeah, it does.
So you have one nettle meeting another nettle here. The white Candida mold is in the cheese, so at sort of 20 days, it's starting to break through and create this mold that then spreads its way. So this little bit here is where there's a gap in the nettles that the mold can poke through. And then finally, as the cheese matures, as these molds take a hold, that flavour starts permeating down through the cheese.
Catherine's Dairy is the only one in the world that makes this cheese. But the idea that nettle leaves enable cheese to mature is at least 400 years old, from the time when cheese was made at home. Back then, cheeses were placed on beds of nettles to favour the aging.
So we're looking at a little bit of maturing under the rind. You can see that the rind has softened under there, and then you've still got this sort of slightly crumbly core.
I was expecting the rind to be a bit thicker. Yeah.
Well, it's just one thin nettle leaf. It's very, very lactic. It's got a bit of a snap to it as you break it, and then as you get to the rind, it's slightly more elasticy and
That's
a little
true.
bit more.
Yeah. That's what.
So,
let's see.
So very milky, slightly acid.
Yeah. God. I don't know, I'm just having some childhood memories. It really reminds me of something that I would have back home in Italy. Like the same sort of texture, milky, and a bit lactic. Just everything is said, but with something different.
And you can taste that nettle, can't you?
Yeah.
You can taste the nettle. So the nettle's giving you a textural experience, but also is imparting flavour.
It's almost a bit lemony as well. Yeah, because it's fresh and there is that acidity. Maybe not a very acidic lemon, but something like, you know, an Amalfi lemon, you know, one of those sweeter ones. So there is something about
right.
it. Yeah.
And the other thing I think you get a bit of is yogurty.
Definitely.
But the older the cheese gets, the more likely you are to get some of those flavours coming through.
São Jorge Cheese is one of Portugal's best-kept secrets. Made in a remote volcanic island under constant humidity, this cheese is packed with moisture, hints of spiciness and a grassy scent.
The art of cheese making arrived here on the island of São Jorge over 500 years ago, and it has become an important part of its identity. Imagine there are over 10,000 cows on the island, which is more than double the size of the human population. Cows here even dictate the start of their day for their keepers.
São Jorge is a tiny island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It is also home to one of the richest and most elaborate cheeses on earth, São Jorge Cheese. The volcanic geology of this island means that its soil is rich and fertile. The result is abundant vegetation that basically never dies, and cows that are able to graze freely 365 days a year. These conditions make São Jorge cheese incredibly rich in flavor. Every bite reminds of the very grass where everything started.
Há 2 vacas para cada açoriano. Elas só comem mesmo erva da pastagem, sem mais nada. Não são estabuladas nem nada, estão sempre ao ar livre. Por isso é que chamam as vacas açorianas as vacas felizes.
João is one of the keepers here in São Jorge. He runs one of the only 4 dairies on the island, the smallest of them all, and the one that sticks to the way this cheese has been made for decades. His 40 cows give him around 400 liters of milk per day, 200 at dawn and 200 at sunset. He will combine them to make cheese. When milk arrives at the dairy, it's João's mom, Graça, and his dad, Manuel, who take the lead. They devote the whole cheese-making process to preserving the flavors of the island in the cheese by not killing the native cultures that are present in the milk. To do that, there are 2 crucial steps. The first thing is to keep the milk raw and not pasteurize it. The second is to use whey from the day before to ferment the milk, instead of adding other fermenting agents. This way, the whey is imparting even more flavor to the milk without interfering with its natural composition. As this is a more gentle way to acidify the milk, it takes 4 hours to split the milk into curds, 1 hour of rest and 3 hours of cutting. This is more than double the time other cheeses take.
Why is it this long? Is it like a recipe that is specific to São Jorge?
Sim, a receita é mesmo assim, são 4 horas. Pode até demorar mais das 4 horas, menos é mau sinal, é sinal que alguma coisa correu mal. Something went wrong.
How did the recipe come to you?
Aprendemos esta receita com várias pessoas que faziam queijo há cerca de 50 anos atrás. Alguns que faziam queijo em casa e outros que faziam queijo mesmo nas fábricas. Foi com as ideias de várias pessoas é que conseguimos chegar a esta receita.
And then your family has perfected it?
Yes.
Okay.
With the experience.
At the 4-hour mark, the cheese is salted and transferred into molds. It will stay in the molds for 48 hours, with just a short break after 1 day to quickly turn it. São Jorge then matures from 3 to 12 months. Unlike other cheeses that spend their aging days in temperature-controlled rooms, São Jorge rests at room temperature. Why? São Jorge Island is a very humid place, subject to constant fog, like really thick fog. As it ages, the humidity packs the cheese with moisture and turns it from sweet and mild to tangy and peppery.
O tempo também influencia muito o queijo, principalmente no inverno, o queijo é melhor do que no verão. O calor é um bocado inimigo do queijo.
Okay.
Daí que também a maioria das fábricas são na parte alta da ilha, porque é a parte mais fresca.
That's true, actually we drove around and we saw all the cheese making at the top.
Fica mais macio, fica melhor, é sempre melhor, com umidade do queijo é sempre melhor do que no verão. Este queijo tem mais ou menos 2 meses. 2 meses e tal, 2 e meio talvez.
And it's ready to be tasted.
Está pronto a vender, sim.
And what is this? Is this like the moisture of the cheese
Yes.
that is inside? Okay. Just from here you can see that it's pretty wet inside.
E ainda há outro pormenor interessante aqui, que é estes pontinhos vermelhos, castanhos, que a oxidação da gordura, a secagem da gordura, faz uma coisa que parece ferrugem, que nós chamamos mesmo a ferrugem do queijo. E é uma das características que é devido a curar à temperatura ambiente.
Can we try?
Yes. It's a bit spicy, like São Jorge Cheese. Este queijo cura mais rapidamente que o grande, que as outras cooperativas têm à volta de 10 kg. E este, como tem 3,5 kg, seca mais rápido.
And it's nice and soft, but without being chewy. You can feel the humidity, it's still
Thank you.
there.
On an island where there are so few people and the only ones to compete for space are cows and hydrangeas, you might expect that Joao's cheese is accessible to all the human population here. But this is not the case. There are bigger, more commercial cheese factories on the island that are making a less traditional version of São Jorge cheese.
Isto foi sonho antigo de família, do meu pai, que ele foi criado, via o seu pai a trabalhar a dirigir a cooperativa, que ele era dirigente, era diretor. E depois sempre tivemos vacas, toda a vida tivemos vacas, eu fui criado também nisto e gosto muito disto porque foi aquilo que é a tradição da ilha e é muito bom continuar as tradições.
Red Leicester is a raw milk, nutty, sweet cheese with a citrus finish. But no doubt what makes it stand out is its bright orangey red color. The cheese is actually deliberately turned this vibrant hue with a natural coloring called annatto. It doesn't contribute to the flavor of the cheese, so why is it added?
The story goes that Stilton and its blue veins were so popular that other cheeses, including Red Leicester, were having a hard time standing out. So cheesemakers thought, what can we do to make it more popular? Let's just turn it red, and it worked. Red Leicester is one of the most popular cheeses now in the UK. So what is annatto specifically? Is it a colorant, but it's natural, right?
It's a natural colourant from a South American plant, and it's been used since the early 1800s.
Oh.
And farmers' wives would have used marigold flower colouring before that, or carotene. Yeah. It's a very deep colour, and it sticks to the fat protein, to the curd, to the fat protein matrix as it goes through the process. So as the whey goes out, it doesn't have much colour, but the curd does.
Does it stain?
Yeah, it does, yeah. And I normally manage to spill it everywhere, so they call me Annatto Dave.
Oh, it's fresh. Okay, well, no need to do nail polish. You can just dip your hands in annatto.
Do you want to pour it in? There we are. You got it?
Okay, what do I do?
Just pour. It doesn't make a pattern, write your name.
It's like a futuristic sort of painting or something like that.
It's a monster.
Yeah, it's like a tie-dye shirt.
Right, I'm going to switch the paddles on and then it'll make an even more wonderful pattern then.
Let's see.
When the milk has curdled, Izzy and Craig here are in charge of cutting the curds until they reach the size of a pea. The curds still look a bit white, as the annatto hasn't fully stuck to them yet and is still swimming in the whey. 1 hour later, the whey is drained to reveal some very yellow curds. They are cut and cut and cut into blocks, with the color getting brighter and brighter each time.
Oh my god, it's so yellow, it's like hurting my eyes a little bit.
You need sunglasses on.
Because you're like so close to it, and you know when you stare at the sun for a bit too long.
It needs to stand out.
Yeah.
The curds are then milled and salted. David uses this fork to evenly distribute the salt.
That piece is a garden fork.
Okay.
And we had somebody put a stainless steel scale on it. Could you take a little lump?
This one. Yeah, it's quite nice.
Just tastes salty now, doesn't it? Salty.
Yeah, just tastes salty.
And squeaky.
Salty and squeaky. Yeah, I know. Our American friends will know about this.
Each cheese is then molded and pressed into what will be a 10-kilo wheel. When the cheese is 2 days old, it is cloth-bound with lard, a traditional method that had been abandoned until very recently. A muslin cloth is dipped in a bain-marie of hot lard and then wrapped around the cheese. Lard does not add to the flavor of the cheese, but creates a seal around it, preventing it from drying out and preserving its moisture and citrus finish. It also protects the cheese from molds, which eat the lard instead of the cheese itself, keeping it humid.
Mould lives on the lard, and that slowly eats the lard away. and then that starts to, and then the cheese can dry as it matures.
There's a lot of lard.
Just roll it out.
Yeah. So, that's not really. There's a bit of lard dripping. Is okay.
So you pull that down. Yeah, perfect. Grab one of the edges.
Okay. This edge. Yep.
Okay. You'll be able to grab your hand underneath and flip it.
Whoa, because all this lard is very slippery. Okay, and then just
flip it down.
Woo.
There we go.
Perfect.
Red Leicester ages in a humid room from 6 months up to 14 months. Here you can see the mold building up and starting to do what David wants it to do, eat away the lard and leave the cheese intact. In fact, despite its moldy appearance, the cheese will have a nutty, sweet taste with a citrus finish. The lard stays on the cheese and is only removed when it is ready to be sold. Larding, as well as using raw milk to make Red Leicester, were two traditions that had been lost. Like other cheeses in the UK, Red Leicester suffered the rationing of World War II, and farms either stopped making it or abandoned traditional methods. It was David who brought this traditional recipe back after over 50 years.
Those colours on there are amazing.
It's quite a contrast with the orange. Yeah, you cannot do this job if you don't like cheese. Yeah, I like that. It is a bit crumbly, but it still holds its shape.
Yeah. But it's kind of meaty. We're looking for a meaty texture.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I really like this combination of textures. Actually, it has a nice sharp flavor.
Yeah, that's quite citrusy. That. So when you break a piece of Red Leicester, it should just snap. There's little white specks, which are basically tiny little pockets of air.
Like eyes in the cheese.
Yeah.
That's what cheesemakers told me once.
Eyes in the cheese.
Yeah.
You'll find these custard tarts in pretty much every bakery in Portugal. Pastéis de nata are beloved in Portugal the same way croissants are in France. And while tons of bakeries around the country make pastéis de nata, the original version is made using a 100-year-old secret recipe.
So how did these tiny tarts become such a big deal here in Portugal? Well, the answer is right here, at the Monastery of Geronimus. It is here that their story began because monks used to be the very first people to make the tarts. But thankfully for us, the recipe didn't stay locked in the monastery with them. A bakery nearby inherited it, and 6 generations later, it's still there.
The pastéis you find all around Portugal are called pastéis de nata, but at this bakery they're called pastéis de Belém. Belém refers to this neighborhood where the tarts were invented, and no other bakery is allowed to use this name for its sweets. There are 2 reasons why the pastéis at this bakery stand out. The first one is their pastry, extremely flaky, slightly salty, and with a signature crunch. The second is their egg custard, more delicate, light, and not too sweet, which make these an ideal snack for any time of the day. To preserve the ancient recipe it inherited from the monastery, the Lisbon bakery keeps its pastry and custard recipes secret.
This is the secret part of the recipe, that it's made inside. Only 4 people work with the recipe. These are 4 people that we trust very much and that do this amazing work every day.
So how many people in total know the recipe? Like in here, but I guess in the world?
7.
From here, we don't know exactly what happened, but we can see that the dough is pretty wet. This is because of the egg yolks.
You can guess.
And then this dough will then be turned into like little pastéis.
Yes.
Okay, let's go see.
Yeah. We do it all with our hands. That is a big part of the secret.
When she goes in there and cuts it, inside you can see the little layers.
You see outside when it's cooked, you see them separated.
Still, I imagine there's still a lot of work with the dough. You have to create your layers and alternate and laminate with the butter. It's just a testament of what is happening in that little secret room. And how many pastéis would you get out of one piece of dough like this?
Luísa, quantos pastéis é que dá cada rolo? Não sabe?
Faz 3 tabuleiros, 60 por 60 são 120 e 180. Dá 3 tabuleiros deste, 60, não dá um rolo?
Dá 3 tabuleiros de 60? Ok, 180, 180.
After being stretched, the little pieces of dough are placed in individual molds. Luisa and her colleagues go through over 22,000 of these a day.
In this room, it's only about like shaping the dough. Wow. Okay, so they must have very strong thumbs here.
Yeah.
So they just move it like this, yeah?
Press it.
Press it.
And then bring it out.
Bring it out. Because basically what you want to do is not having too thick. If you don't know what like you're trying to get, you know, if you don't know how thick the dough is to start,
yeah.
You can't just go in and be like, but yeah, there's lots of batter.
Time to wash those battery hands and try to reveal another secret, the egg custard. We don't know for sure, but during my research, a lot of sources mentioned how this custard is made with milk, not cream, to make for a lighter and less sweet custard, which is meant to better complement the salty flavors of the pastry.
But we know that there are egg yolks inside, right? This is not a secret.
Yes, I can tell you that. Yes, actually, not only the pastéis, but many sweets that are made in Portugal have egg yolks, because in the convents, the nuns use the egg white to iron their suits and left the egg yolk and then use it to bake sweets. The monastery were not, as we think now, a place where people were only praying. Actually, they were places of commerce. Here in Belém, we had the caravels that came from the Brazil, and it was really full of people.
So, what do you think? Is it the pastry dough or perhaps the egg custard that makes the tarts different from the rest? Penelope told me the way to get this caramelized look is to bake the tarts in the oven at 400 degrees Celsius for about 20 minutes.
And they are, the pastéis are getting married. They put, they put the two together, and they are ready for living.
Okay, so and why do you do that? Why do you put one on top of the other?
Because they protect each other, and together they are stronger.
Okay, I see. And then when you go and sell them, though, you have to
No, they
separate.
go together.
Oh, they always go together.
Well, unless you have only one.
And just like you would join a married couple at the reception, I can't help but join the two pastéis in the bakery's cafe for a little tasting session.
Finally, we got to this part, which is the best part.
Of course.
Okay.
It's always the best part.
And so now the pastéis go with the cinnamon that came from in the caravels, and then sprinkle with a little bit of sugar, and now they are ready to eat.
So you don't put any lemon or no?
No, no lemon.
So crunchy. It's actually very delicate as well. I really love the cream. You were saying the egg yolks, and there's lots of eggs, so you would expect heavy cream, you know. But this is amazing because it's very, very delicate. Lots of layers.
We know when the pastel is good by the sound of it. They are not very sweet, they are very balanced and have the salty of the outside and then the sweet from the inside.
So these two pastéis, they were married and now
they are divorced.
Have another one.
The way you know you're on the right track to making a perfect panettone is if your dough looks like this. Not just bright yellow, but soft and gooey, unlike most of the bread dough.
Panettone is made with an Italian yeast called lievito madre, which literally means mother yeast. It's a very hard yeast to master. You need time and a lot of patience. But here in Milan, the birthplace of panettone, bakers are only allowed to use this yeast and this yeast only. So what else makes Italian panettone so special? We're going to find out.
Lievito madre gives panettone its tangy flavor, but it also makes the baking process much longer. In total, it takes 3 days to make one panettone.
Questo è il nostro lievito madre che è la base della produzione del panettone.
E perché è così importante il lievito madre?
Perché è quello che ci permette all'impasto di fermentare nel modo corretto, e di durare più a lungo, di sviluppare profumi, aromi e sofficità all'interno del prodotto.
Quanto è vecchio questo lievito madre?
All'incirca 70-80 anni. Quindi è 80 anni che tutti i giorni qualcuno gli dà da mangiare. In questo caso adesso noi la mattina, tutte le mattine, lo andiamo a
C'è una crosticina.
pulire.
Quindi rimuovete questa crosticina.
La parte secca viene rimossa, lo annusiamo per sentire la fermentazione, capire se ha qualche problema e lo assaggiamo. Quindi deve essere ricordare un po' lo yogurt, leggermente acido, però non devi sentire...
Abbastanza acido.
È fermentato da 24 ore. E noi lo conserviamo in acqua, ci troviamo molto bene perché l'acqua permette al lievito di rimanere dolce.
This yeast weighs 2.5 kilos. 1 kilo will be used for about 25 kilos of panettone dough. To make panettone, lievito madre needs to be refreshed 3 times with flour and water every 3.5 hours.
Cioè, quanto rende, diciamo, più lunga la produzione di un panettone che già di per sé è molto elaborata?
Praticamente hai quasi 7-8 ore in più. Questo ci permette di appunto avere un prodotto che rimane soffice più a lungo.
Quindi quanto stai mettendo?
Allora, in questo momento noi rinfreschiamo una parte di lievito, una parte e 0,2 di farina e il 40% di acqua sul peso della farina.
Giovanni uses what's called type 0 flour, a finely ground flour that makes panettone soft while keeping it strong and elastic. Temperature is important too. Giovanni is looking for 26 degrees Celsius. The yeast is still a bit cold, so it will need to mix a bit more. When it's ready, Giovanni divides it into 2 parts. One will be used today for the panettone, and the second will continue to age as the original 80-year-old mother yeast. Then it is rolled to smooth it out a bit like croissant dough. In the evening, after the yeast has been refreshed 3 times, it is added to water, sugar, butter and egg yolks to create a panettone base mix. The rest of the ingredients will have to wait for the next day. This is how the base mix looks like the morning after.
Già qua adesso sono più o meno 2 volte e mezza, 3 volte. Se tu senti è profumo di più buoni che io conosca e poi ne assaggiamo sempre un pezzettino.
Buonissimo.
Andiamo a metterlo in macchina con la farina.
The base mixes with the flour for only 10 minutes to gain elasticity.
Adesso, come vedi, questa maglia comincia a formarsi. Non è ancora perfettamente perché vedi che si spacca, però sta cominciando a crearsi.
Once the network has formed, Giovanni proceeds to add all the other ingredients: egg yolks, sugar, a mix of honey, candied orange paste and vanilla, then salt, butter and water. It will mix for 40 minutes.
Puoi vedere?
Non si rompe.
La maglia è più che formata, quindi ci siamo.
The candied oranges, the candied cedar and the sultana raisins go in last, as they're there to add flavor but don't contribute to the texture of the dough.
Vedi come tiene?
Sì.
La frutta
quindi praticamente
è
dovrebbe arrivare fin su senza rompersi.
Sì, dovrebbe esatto, avere questa struttura elastica.
It rests for 1 hour, then gets split into 25 parts before resting for another hour. Then it has to go through a very important step called pirlatura. This movement gives panettone the strength it will need to grow in the oven.
Questa parola deriva da questo movimento, quindi di pirlare. Quindi andare in giro.
Sì, sì. Cosa si fa?
Qua ci sono diverse tipologie di pirlatura, quella più classica che mi hanno insegnato proprio all'inizio è questa. Dovrebbe girare sempre sullo stesso asse, no? Un po' come la terra, no? La parte centrale dovrebbe rimanere sempre lì, di modo che poi tutto lo sforzo vada in centro.
The dough is so strong now that it needs a little something to point it to the right direction, which is upward. This is when molds come in, called pirottini in Italian. They used to be made of wicker and were reused, but now they're made of paper. And once the dough is paired with its corresponding pirottino, they are there together for the long haul.
Quindi questi sono fatti appositamente
per i
panettoni.
Esatto. Vuoi provarne uno? Allora, praticamente...
Vai, cosa?
Ok.
Non so che fa.
Devi mettere la mano qua.
Ah, sì.
E vai. Non aver paura. Prima una mano e poi l'altra fai. Va bene, dai, vedi che prende forza?
Eh sì.
Un pochino. Basta.
Eccolo. Ok,
Se no si
poi?
strappa. Aspetta.
Ah. Vabbè, vedi un po' tu.
Ok. Lo chiudiamo per le eventuali bolle.
Sì, e poi...
Lo mettiamo qua.
Ok.
Ok?
È bella, è una bella sensazione sulle mani.
Questa è bella.
Ma quindi tu da quanti anni
I primi
fai?
panettoni che ho visto 15 anni fa.
E quanto tempo secondo te ci vuole per imparare a fare un buon panettone?
Forse adesso comincio a capirci qualcosina.
Ah, addirittura.
Dopo migliaia di panettoni sfornati. Però tuttora ci sono cose che faccio fatica magari a controllare, quindi ci vuoi 20 anni. Cioè 20 anni puoi dire, ok, so cosa vuol dire fare il panettone.
The panettoni have to rest one more day in the molds to ferment a bit more. This will give them a softer texture and allow the aromas to really burst through. When the day has passed and the wait is over, there is still one more thing to do.
Ho fatto una crosticina e puoi sentire anche gli odori della fermentazione notturna.
Adesso inizia proprio il sapore.
Con la vaniglia, il miele, la frutta. E andiamo a mettere una noce di burro. Scioglie e permette appunto di crescere, ok? Se no si cuocerebbe sopra e farebbe più fatica, farebbe da tappo.
Have you ever wondered why panettone has a perfect round shape but an uneven surface? It all has to do with the way it is prepped before going into the oven. This process, when the dough is cut in the shape of a cross, is called scarpatura and is a sign of a true Milanese panettone.
Vuoi farlo?
Ok.
Attenta che taglia, eh? Tienila solo in mezzo.
Questa tecnica, la scarpatura, è qualcosa di veramente tipico, milanese, del milanese.
Fa sviluppare di più un panettone, però questo è proprio il classico procedimento milanese. Tipico. Burro
Sopra, così.
in mezzo e poi chiudiamo gli angoli. Siamo pronti per il forno? Allora, adesso metto questo qua, è una sonda per vedere la temperatura. Let's go. È un attrezzo da barbecue in realtà, però è comodissimo perché mi dice a che temperatura è il cuore.
The panettoni bake for 1 hour at 170 degrees Celsius. As soon as Giovanni and his team churn them out, they are placed in the special pliers and turned upside down. Their dough is very rich, as we've seen so far, so turning them prevents them from collapsing. They will rest upside down for 8 hours to cool down.
Si vede il glutine, no?
Sì, esatto, la struttura è...
E quindi questo è, perché ha usato il lievito madre.
Sì,
Perché
esatto,
è cresciuto.
esatto. Cheers.
Ok.
Come si dice, buon Natale.
Buon Natale, sì. Proprio buono.
Si sentono i profumi che sentivamo nell'impasto, no?
Sì. La cosa fantastica è che si sente, cioè comunque è dolce, ma non dà di zucchero, non è zuccheroso,
Sì, non è
pesante.
fastidioso.
È veramente quel dolce leggero, aromatico, dato dai canditi.
La fermentazione e poi la...
Sì.
Esatto.
Ed è distribuito poi su tutta la pasta. È anche ancora un po' umida all'interno, no?
3 giorni di lavorazione proprio perché permette di rimanere soffice.
Wow. Però è un peccato mangiare questo solo a Natale, no? Che dici?
Sì. Dovrebbe essere il dolce di tutti i giorni, di tutti i milanesi di tutti i giorni.
It is here in Switzerland that the cocoa bean turned into the chocolate that we know today. But most importantly, they invented the conching machine, the most important machine in the making process of chocolate. It makes chocolate smoother, sweeter and creamier. But what else makes sweet chocolate so distinctive? Well, today we're going to see how this turns into this.
The beans are from the Forastero variety, which has a powerful taste of chocolate with no flowery aromas, a favorite for the Swiss. Fabergé in Geneva sources its cacao beans from Ghana, where they are fermented and left to dry in the sun to bring out their full flavor. Once the beans make it to the factory, which I know is a bit loud, the shells are broken so François can inspect the beans.
Ça, c'est une guillotine
Voilà, une guillotine.
pour les fêtes.
C'est exactement pareil.
Ouais, le casser à moitié, on peut voir des dents.
Voilà, et vous sentez un peu une acidité.
Parce qu'elles ont des couleurs différentes, ça veut dire quelque chose?
Ça veut exactement dire ça. Vous voyez, on voit quelques fèves violettes. Dans la fermentation, dans le bac, il y en a certaines qui ne sont pas chauffées, qui ont mal fermenté.
Brown color beans are ideal, while the violet ones are more acidic. But not all the acidic beans are tossed out. About 30% of any batch of beans are violet, because maintaining some acidity is important for Swiss chocolate at this stage.
C'est quand même très acide.
After they're cleaned, here 300 kilos of cacao beans are roasted in the cylinder at 135 degrees Celsius.
Attention, ça fait chaud là.
Wow, ok. Ça fait très froid ce matin.
Et la fève, c'est un peu comme les amandes ou le café. Ce qu'il faut, c'est on le torréfie à quelques secondes près et après il faut vite le faire refroidir. Parce que si on laisse une grosse masse chaude refroidir toute seule, elle continue à cuire. Mais là maintenant, elle est torréfiée. Ce qu'on veut, c'est une belle couleur. On veut la peau, on veut une peau qui craque. Vous voyez, elle craque. On l'entend. Elle craque. Et ce qu'on veut surtout, on le voit à l'intérieur, c'est qu'elle soit bien torréfiée à l'intérieur. Et donc elle amorce déjà une belle couleur de chocolat. Et l'odeur, surtout c'est l'odeur.
C'est vraiment l'odeur du chocolat.
On va garder quand même beaucoup d'acidité quand même. Hein.
Mais toujours, mais avec les goûts avec la chaleur de la torréfaction,
voilà.
On donne un peu plus l'impression de chocolat, voilà, d'embrasse qui est chaud.
Mais là, il n'y a pas de sucre. Hein. C'est un fruit qui n'a pas de sucre. Hein. Regardez comme elle est belle. On a déjà la couleur du chocolat.
At the end of the roasting, the cocoa nibs should separate easily from the shell, called the husk. To do that, Fabergé uses this machine from 1937. It works by cracking the beans and then blowing away the husks with a fan. François takes us to another level of the chocolate factory. Here, the nibs that we have just extracted are being ground. The grinding process actually starts to change the composition of the cacao bean, which is mostly made up of fiber and fat. In the raw bean, the fiber coats the fat. At the end of the homemaking process, it will be the fat coating the fiber, creating a silky smooth chocolate.
Ça écrase ça.
Et ça descend comme une pâte.
Ça fait comme une pâte. Donc on voit la matière grasse.
Elle ne bouge pas sur la cuillère.
Non, il y a beaucoup de fibres. Et il y a encore beaucoup de matière grasse emprisonnée dans la fibre. Et donc c'est encore trop épais. Ça va passer dans les machines pour vraiment faire ça beaucoup plus fin.
The fat might still be trapped in the fiber, but heating it up in the grinding process has definitely brought its acidity to life.
Oh, c'est très fort. Hein? Ouais, ça a un peu l'odeur, la même odeur du liqueur en fait, de l'alcool.
On appelle la liqueur de cacao d'ailleurs.
The liquor form marks the end of a lonely road for our chocolate. This mixer contains about 750 kilos of chocolate liquor, powdered milk and sugar. The Swiss first combined milk with chocolate in 1875, but they learned it was better not to use liquid milk because the liquid and the fat do not bind. So they opted for powdered milk, giving chocolate a smoother texture. François uses whole milk with at least 26% fat for his milk chocolate recipe here at Fabergé.
Et encore dans les fibres, on voit encore les grains de sucre, on voit encore beaucoup de... Voilà, vous voyez les grains de sucre. Donc ça ressemble pas du tout à un chocolat encore.
Mais les goûts un peu.
On se rapproche.
En fait, je sens qu'il y a le lait, il y a les sucres. C'est beaucoup différent de ce que nous avons goûté avant. Mais il y a toujours un peu d'acidité. C'est toujours un peu amer.
The conveyor belt is leading our chocolate to a roller. This is yet another step to refine the paste. They measure the size of the tiny particles of fiber in the paste down to the micron, which is 1/1000th of a millimeter. The tiny particles in our chocolate paste are now at 300 microns, and the goal is to refine them to as little as 18 with these rollers. The way to know if the chocolate is at the right micron level is a fluidity test. Here, Hervé is mixing it with paraffin for the test.
Et là, là-bas on était à 300 microns. Ça s'affine.
Et ça commence à avoir la même texture de chocolat que je connais.
Here we go, 18 microns. The paste is perfect to go ahead with the conching. Before the machine was invented, chocolate makers struggled to give chocolate a velvety texture, and instead their final product was coarse and dry. Now conching works with a combination of grinding and mixing movements. It's done in 2 stages in 2 different conching machines. In the first one, the chocolate is still dry and almost looks like a powder.
Donc là, à ce niveau-là, c'est pour ça que c'est aéré. C'est pour vraiment concher, c'est-à-dire vraiment sortir la matière grasse de la fibre et en même temps évacuer l'acide. Donc c'est constamment brassé.
Oh, ok.
Voilà, et toujours chaude. Sinon, ça bloque. Il faut que ce soit chaud, mais pas trop chaud.
Pourquoi?
Parce que trop chaud, ça cuirait la poudre de lait. La caséine de la poudre de lait. Et si on la cuit trop, elle va avoir le goût de miel ou de caramel.
In the second conching machine, the acidity is removed and the fat is extracted from the fiber, making the paste smoother. In total, the conching can last from 8 hours up to a whole day, depending on how the paste responds.
Voilà. Donc là, vous voyez, la masse, elle est plastique. Oui. Elle est élastique.
After conching, the paste will still be a bit thick. So, based on its fluidity, Hervé will run another test and add some cocoa butter. Cocoa butter is nothing more than the fat we've been talking about this whole time. The chocolate conches for another 40 minutes and then it's ready. But just to make sure that the fat is coating the fiber the way we want it to, let's run another fluidity test.
Pour moi, le test de fluidité est passé.
Le test est passé là, c'est bon?
Of course, no tour of a chocolate factory is complete without a visit to the chocolate atelier.
Donc ça sera comme ça, celui qu'on est en train de faire, il sera comme ça.
Très lisse.
Voilà, très lisse.
Fantastique.
François and his team create everything from small chocolates to these big chocolate cauldrons embellished with Geneva's coat of arms. They are called marmites and they are eaten in the city's Fête de l'Escalade. But as much as I would like to attempt making my old cauldron, my chocolate making skills are not at this level yet. So François decided it's best to go for a simple bar.
Ah non, j'ai voulu faire un travail de précision, non.
Non, c'est...
Alors, ça c'est simple. Oh, ok. Il n'y a pas...
Allez-y, il n'y a pas, ça va faire une tablette. Et maintenant, vous mettez les fruits, il y a des noix et puis des pistaches. Donc ça, ce sont des griottes. Vous avez des amandes, des noisettes.
Ouh. Santé. J'ai mis beaucoup. Hein.
Ouais.
J'adore le goût de chocolat au lait. C'est vraiment différent de ce auquel je suis habituée. Normalement, le chocolat au lait, on goûte beaucoup le sucre, le lait. Mais ici, c'est vraiment un goût plus doux. Peut-être que c'est le lait entier, non?
Je sais pas, c'est propre à la Suisse, on aime bien ce chocolat.
J'aime beaucoup. Et comme vous disiez, c'est vraiment lisse sur le palais, il n'y a rien du tout.
Je suis très satisfait de ma chocolatière.
Merci.
We're in the woods of Alba, Piedmont, Italy. You can find white truffles growing in these woods and these woods only. These trees, together with the right soil and weather conditions, can only be found in this region of Italy. Together they create this, a surprisingly big truffle, as you can see, but also one with a divine fragrance. Today we're gonna go hunt for more.
To find these famous truffles, we must hunt them in the woods where they grow. And because truffles grow underground unlike mushrooms, I needed to go on the hunt with licensed truffle hunter Gianni and his two dogs, Penny and Vito.
Qui comincia la zona tartufigena, la zona dove ci sono le piante che danno il tartufo. Toyu! Lei è un incrocio, non è un cane puro, è un bracco pointer incrociato col beagle, perché sono razze più forti e potenti. Lui è un cane di pura razza, è cane per eccellenza da caccia che si usa in queste zone, è lo spinone italiano. Perché comunque c'è un feeling tra me e il cane. Io oramai conosco il cane, già solo le movenze del cane, come si muove, come muove la coda, io riesco a individuare, a capire se cerca il tartufo o se nell'aria sente l'odore della selvaggina, dell'animale selvatico.
Dogs are the only ones that are actually allowed to dig into this soil. Tools like hoes and rakes are forbidden. If the soil is hard and the truffle is hidden deep down, a truffle hunter, or trifulao in the local dialect, is only allowed to use this small tool called zappino. We visited during a period of heavy drought, so truffles were mostly on the surface and there was no need to use it.
Piglia. Ah,
Eccolo, che cos'è questo?
questo è un nero. È lo scorzone. Prendi la Penny. Piglia. Gliela. C'è? Dov'è?
Che c'è, che c'è?
Sempre un nero.
Profumato.
After hunting for 3 hours, we only found black truffles. The heavy droughts this year made unfavorable conditions for white truffles to grow.
È stata una grande annata per i vini e una brutta annata per il tartufo e per i funghi, perché il vino, la pioggia fa sì che l'uva marcisca, gli acidi marciscano e escano i tartufi e viceversa. Le uve quest'anno erano speciali, erano molto belle, ma purtroppo i tartufi sono molto pochi.
Despite the good news about the wine, I'm not giving up on the truffles yet.
C'è? Brava, brava. Pepe, ferma. Bianco, piccolo. Un gemello.
Ma crescono anche in coppia?
Eh sì.
Si sente già che è molto più profumato rispetto.
Però purtroppo quest'anno bisogna accontentarsi. Questo c'è, questo prendiamo.
So even if a truffle hunter finds white truffles, they may not be the big ones that sell for the highest price. The harvest is unpredictable year to year.
L'anno scorso in questa zona qui le due gemelle erano una di 80 grammi e l'altra di 100 grammi. Quurtroppo quest'anno sono così.
E quindi abbiamo trovato questo bianco perché cosa c'è adesso intorno a noi?
Vedete qui siamo in una zona così, c'è una rovere molto grande e là c'è un pioppo. Non si sa, può essere il pioppo o può essere la rovere. Uno dei due ha una radice che arriva fino qua, che sarebbe quella che abbiamo visto prima, queste radici qua, queste micro radici che portano al tartufo bianco. Difatti questa radice qua.
This part of Piedmont is called lange, which means hills in the local dialect. While poplar trees and Durmas oaks are favorites for white truffles, their proximity to other trees also makes chestnut, linden, willow or hazelnut trees grow white truffles. It's like the whole forest is connected as one. But even still, not all trees make truffles. There is only 1 in 1,000th chance that the tree will actually enter in symbiosis with the truffle. The ones that do produce truffles produce dozens of varieties, of which only 6 are edible. 4 black, a bianchetto, which means whitish, and the most prestigious, the white truffle. While black truffles grow year-round, the prized white truffle is seasonal and can only be collected in the fall months.
La profumazione del tartufo bianco d'alba arriva a una profumazione maggiore perché il terreno è molto compatto, è un terreno molto marnoso, chiuso, quindi quando il tartufo arriva a maturazione ha un profumo che è diverso dagli altri, è più intenso.
After truffles get dug up, the hole is closed with soil and leaves to hide the hunter's spot from competitors, the human ones. Dogs will find it, but a well-trained dog will know that the hole is empty even if it's covered. But the main reason why the soil is covered is so the root of the tree that made the truffle won't spoil.
il prossimo anno c'è il rischio che non abbiamo più produzione.
Perché i punti sono sempre gli stessi?
I punti sono sempre gli stessi, la zona è sempre la stessa, il giro che faccio io è sempre uguale. Cambia l'orario, cioè io lo faccio per passione, perché per me se fosse un lavoro non lo farei perché sarebbe troppo faticoso.
Truffle hunters like Gianni usually sell their loot to local shops, which then clean and grade each truffle based on shape and weight. Normally, a truffelao collects 2 or 3 white truffles per day. So the tray right here is the daily work of 15 to 20 people. The shop we visited, Tartufi Morra, was the very first company in the region to bring the humble local Alba white truffle to the global stage in the early 1900s.
E un tartufo del genere, cioè come si fa appunto a distinguere se un tartufo è buono o insomma cattivo? Questo qui ha dei buchi.
Sì, questo ha dei buchi, no? Uno pensa, ma che brutto, ha dei buchi. No, assolutamente, se la lumaca ha la possibilità di mangiare, cosa mangia? Mangia quello più buono, giusto?
Beh, certo.
E allora, più della forma, conta sempre il profumo. Infatti io cosa faccio? Quando vedo uno così, la prima cosa che faccio annuso è...
Profumatissimo. Non profuma, ha un profumo molto delicato.
Sì, perché poi dipende sotto quale pianta viene trovato, perché questo qua è un salice. Il salice tiglio è più delicato, la quercia o il rovere è più intenso, però sono caratteristiche diverse. Quindi ogni tartufo ha una storia a sé, un profumo a sé, una cosa veramente
eccezionale.
Sì, incredibile.
Once collected, a truffle has a very short shelf life, losing its aroma and flavor after a few days. This means that if you want to enjoy an Alba white truffle outside of the city of Alba, you'd have to ship it within 24 hours. Restaurants can pay from $4,000 to $10,000 a kilogram to fly these truffles across continents. The best way to preserve a truffle is to avoid washing it until the very last minute. Alessandro recommends soaking it in cold water for 15 minutes so dirt can come off easily. While black truffles have a harder skin and are cleaned with a stiff brush, white truffles need something a little bit more delicate that can gently remove dirt without scraping off the outer skin.
Sto spazzolando in una maniera più delicata di come mi spazzolo i capelli, insomma, perché proprio col terrore. Vedi, qualcosa se ne sta andando.
Una cosa particolare può essere che subito dopo il lavaggio il profumo perda un po' di profumo, ma è normale.
Cioè c'è un po', però molto meno pronunciato.
Però nel momento in cui tu aspetti 5 minuti che asciughi, poi il profumo riemerge.
Ok, quindi non è stato spazzolato via.
No, assolutamente no.
At this stage, I know you're wondering the same things I am. What is the best way to eat it and what other foods does it pair with? We'll answer all these questions in the kitchen with Chef Mirko Febrile, who traveled to Alba from Singapore to research white truffles for a new project. We joined him to taste white truffles at their fullest taste and strongest aroma.
Hai visto come te l'ho pulito bene questo tartufo spazzolato proprio come
Grande,
se fosse
grazie.
uno stivale d'epoca, quindi adesso come lo andiamo a cucinare?
Allora, facciamo un primo piatto degli spaghetti di un grano antico, Croissants, è un grano antico coltivato in Puglia, io sono pugliese.
Io sono pugliese.
Quindi utilizziamo 3 degli ingredienti principali e eccezionali del Piemonte, la fassona piemontese, la nostra nocciola delle Langhe e poi il tartufo.
E quindi come andranno tutti questi sapori poi a complementare quello del tartufo?
Allora, avremo la parte grassa della nocciola, la parte tostata della nocciola, che va a complementare anche la parte dell'umami del tartufo. E poi abbiamo la diversa consistenza con la pasta tra la parte al dente della pasta e la parte tenera della carne, della fassona. Impiattiamo. Poi andiamo a condire la fassona, solo con un pizzico di sale e l'olio.
Cosa ne pensi tu dell'olio al tartufo? Cioè perché non condire, se tu cerchi quella consistenza insomma dell'olio nel piatto, perché non utilizzare l'olio al tartufo?
L'olio al tartufo è un sacrilegio, è praticamente la cosa più falsa che esista, è fatta sicuramente chimicamente.
Quindi molto meglio un olio d'oliva? Sì.
Sempre. Senti il profumo.
Wow, che profumo. E i profumi sono ancora più forti adesso che l'hai...
Esatto, perché comunque c'è la parte calda della pasta e quindi vai ad elevare quei sentori lì.
Sì, come si vede che tu sei lo chef e io una persona che mangia. Si sentono un po' tutti. Avevo un po' paura che la nocciola sarebbe stata troppo forte perché l'odore era anche importante. Invece riesco anche comunque a sentire carne.
Esatto. Quindi è molto importante il bilancio, il fatto che c'è abbastanza pepe bianco e poi senti il pizzichio dell'olio, sì. Però anche la burrosità di questa carne.
Cosa trovi in questi tartufi che non trovi altrove?
Quando la stagione del tartufo inizia, e penso parlo per tutti i colleghi e insomma per tutto il mondo, per noi è festa. Il tartufo d'Alpa tu aspetti ed è sempre una cosa misteriosa, no? E poi è magico, perché ogni tartufo è diverso per sapori, per sentori, per profumi, per consistenze anche. Ma il fatto che tu devi aspettare un anno, quindi una stagione, che è l'autunno, è magico, è qualcosa di speciale.
E devi venire qui per poterlo provare.
E in nessun altro posto al mondo. Quella è la bellezza, quella è la cosa che lo rende speciale e unico.
Tossing dough like this is the key to getting authentic Greek phyllo pastry incredibly thin. But this is only one of the challenges of making phyllo.
Phyllo means leaf in Greek, and well, the name couldn't be more accurate. These thin layers are achieved by a very complex lamination that involves not only a fat, like butter or margarine, but also oil. The oil gives extra slip and makes the pastry incredibly difficult to stretch. So difficult that most bakers have given up making phyllo by hand. We're in Thessaloniki and we're about to meet with Philippos Bantis. He's one of only a few artisans left still making phyllo by hand. This is his shop. Let's walk in.
Philippos makes his phyllo using water, a soft semolina flour with strong gluten, salt, vegetable oil and margarine.
It makes our phyllo more crunchy and light to the taste.
To be strong enough to be tossed in the air, the dough needs to be mixed for 20 minutes and then be mixed again with more oil and margarine.
So how is this dough different from like other types of dough that have like a lot of layers, like for example croissant or other pastries?
You cannot say that they have something in common. It's completely different.
Okay.
Because we don't make layers of butter dough. The layers are from the folding.
Yeah.
But we make here.
Yeah, you can smell a little bit the oil and the margarine.
After mixing, the dough rests for another 20 minutes on the counter. Here, Philippos is cutting it in small pieces of 250 grams each that will then be rolled into a bowl.
Like a perfect
bowl.
We leave them to rest again for 20 minutes with our oil on it. It will make a crust over there if we don't put the oil, and we don't want that.
After the 20-minute rest, Philippos uses his palms to press the dough, and not his fingers as they would create unwanted holes. Then, guess what? We have to wait another 20 minutes. It may sound like a lot of breaks, but this method is actually speeding things up. If the dough was kept as a whole, it would need much longer periods of rest.
Now, margarine inside.
Ooh.
Everywhere, and we put
missing.
them together. Okay, this will help us make the lamination, the layers.
Mm-hmm.
This will separate the
dough.
Yeah, the dough.
We wait 20 minutes again, and then the dough is ready to be tossed in the air.
Can you go a step back? Thank you very much.
Despite its theatricality, this technique is not for show. It's used to evenly spread the fat in the dough and to avoid any lumps. And again, it's a faster and more effective way than any rolling pin could possibly be. So, should I give it a try? Tossing out phyllo in the air reminded me a bit of tossing pizza dough. It made me feel a little bit closer to home, although I have a feeling that it won't be very useful today.
One hand like that.
Yep.
Okay. And the other hand like that, here. No. Take it
like
that? Yeah.
Okay.
Now, there and there.
Oof, like that.
Here. No.
No.
This side stays up. Okay.
Yeah.
You will not.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Take that. The finger
The finger here. So
here.
I see. So you don't want to flip it. It's
No,
just
no,
really
no.
to give it a little bit
A
of
little bit and
of
that.
air.
Good. Very, very good.
Ah.
Bravo.
Why is it that it doesn't break?
It was all this preparation we make and the flour that, as I told you, it's strong.
Yeah.
It have a strong gluten.
Wow, my God, look, you
Yeah.
can see your hand.
Ready now. If you can see your head, it's ready.
Yeah, it feels very thin but strong. I don't really want to dare touching it more because I'm really scared. I'm gonna
okay,
break
you
it.
can try later.
Yeah. So is the cold also why
Of
it
course,
stays
yes.
like that?
We don't want the dough to be hot because it will break
And what's the most common mistake when you do this?
these edges. You need a lot of practice and experience to make them thin as in the center of the fold. All this phyllo must be the same everywhere. This is the more difficult part. Of course, you must not have holes.
Okay, that's, I think
Yeah.
I touched there, sorry.
It's a problem that for many of us, the holes.
If you don't take into account my awkward toasting technique, the right technique might still give you some holes. This can be because of the wrong preparation of the dough or the wrong temperature, especially in the summer months. In Greece, Phyllo pastry is always paired with a pie, and often the making process changes depending on which pie it is. The one Philippos is making is specific to Burrata, a popular breakfast pie in Thessaloniki and northern Greece. Burrata phyllo is one of the most complicated to make because it has to be stretched and tossed in the air as a full large sheet, whereas other pies can be stretched in individual portions. Burrata has been around for centuries, from the times of the Byzantine Empire. In fact, Philippos tells me that both his family and the pie came from modern-day Greece, from Cappadocia, Turkey.
My grandfather came as a refugee here in 1922 and brought all the recipes that we continue to make them. This is my father, the year that opened this store in 1969. This is how they used to sell burrata in the streets. This photo is in Constantinopolis, in Istanbul.
The way you make phyllo is different depending on where you are in Greece.
Yes, we have some difference. The most popular breakfast is in North Greece, this burrata. Here in Thessaloniki, we try to make more crunch, the phyllo. And in Ceres, the other town, they make the phyllo more soft. Okay. It's a little different.
The giant phyllo sheet is cut in the middle and covered with more oil and margarine. Philippos then fills it with a sweet cream that he and his team make in the shop. The cream is added at room temperature, otherwise it would break the phyllo. It's now time to fold the phyllo. Each folded side has 4 layers, so there are 16 in this half. The first folded half with the cream filling goes inside the unfolded half, which creates 32 layers in total for a burrata.
Yeah, the dough looks super moist and humid. There's a little bit of air.
We want the air inside.
Yeah?
It will help us to cook better inside the burrata.
Apart from sweet cream burrata, you can also enjoy it as a savory pie with local cheese, spinach or meat.
The people that make burrata, year by the year, less and less and less and less, and this art will disappear. And it's a pity. It's another kind of food, the burrata with the machines. So I want to show the young people that it's a beautiful job and it's a nice art.
The pie rests in the fridge for 24 hours so all the flavors can come together and for maximum crunch. To achieve a golden crust, it cooks for 30 minutes at 180 degrees Celsius. One burrata makes 4 portions. Traditionally, each portion is then cut in 10 small pieces. As the pie is traditionally eaten for breakfast, in Thessaloniki, burrata with sweet cream is often enjoyed with a glass of chocolate milk.
You can see the layers from here, over there, all these.
Yes, they're over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many do we put? 32, you said?
Yes,
32.
32. It's very simple, a very simple cream, but the ingredients are all first quality, you know, and around Thessaloniki, local.
Also the crunch is not like an aggressive crunch. It's not oily, it's light. Wow, it's very, very nice.
It's very good.
Feta cheese is made with a combination of sheep's milk and goat's milk, which gives it that creaminess and an extra kick compared to cow's milk cheeses. But depending on where you are in Greece, you will get a different tasting feta, from soft and buttery to hard and tangy. It's all down to the combination of the two milks and how much of them you use. We're here in the Peloponnese to find out what other secrets are behind the making of feta cheese.
Γιατί μπορεί να έχεις μια φέτα που να είναι μόνο πρόβια και μπορεί να έχεις και μια φέτα που να έχει μέχρι 30% γίδινο μεσοπρόβιο. Απαγορεύεται το αγελαδινό, απαγορεύεται, έτσι. Εμείς δουλεύουμε περίπου με 90% πρόβιο και 10% γίδινο.
Why do you use a combination of the two? Like, how does that change the taste?
Έτσι που θέλουμε να είναι παράλληλα και βουτυράτη, αλλά ταυτόχρονα να είναι και ελαφρώς πικάντικη. Μέσα θα ήταν πολύ βουτυράτο, αλλά δεν θα είχαμε αυτή την πιπεράτα που δίνει το γίδινο.
The milk that you see here in this vat has rested for a day at cool temperatures and has been pasteurized. It is now ready to be turned into cheese. Once each batch has cooled to 35 degrees Celsius, Yorio's dad, Athanasius, adds cultures to the milk to kickstart its fermentation.
Από εδώ είναι ο πατέρας μου, είναι από το γεννημένος το 1948, είναι 73 χρονών. Η συνταγή η πρώτη ήταν της γιαγιάς μου το 1950. Μετά ο πατέρας μου μεγαλώνοντας την εξέλιξε.
After the cultures rest 20 minutes, Athanasius proceeds to add rennet. The rennet used also comes from two kinds of milk. This time it is a mix of cows and goats to add extra spice. Each batch rests for 55 minutes and is then cut into curds. The curds are cut first vertically and then horizontally to achieve perfect cubes.
Yeah, well, you just like to cut things in cube a lot.
After being cut, the curds are transferred into molds, which are in the shape of cubes, of course. While other cheeses go into molds and all their whey is pressed out, Feta's molds have some holes in them to gently drain the whey but without losing it all. And we'll find out why soon. Here, each cube holds 8 kilos of curd and whey, but will eventually weigh just 6 kilos. After a 2-hour break, each cube is cut into 1 kilo blocks and salted. Athanasius is putting salt beneath and over the blocks to evenly coat the cheese. It will rest for 24 hours. You may have noticed these plastic separators. They are used to keep gently draining whey out of the feta curd. This liquid whey mixed with the salt draining is in fact going to make feta's natural brine. Once the packaging is sealed, feta will release even more liquid, adding to that brine.
So how many kilos is this?
20.
20, okay. God, great kettlebell.
Για κούμπα το λίγο.
Feta ages for 15 days at 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. The temperature and aging time contribute to the intensity of flavor. The longer it ages, the more acidity it gains.
Εμείς κάνουμε μια πολύ καλή ορίμαση εδώ, ώστε να έχουμε πιο έντονη γεύση. Άμα δεν οριμάσει το τυρί, καταρχήν θα είναι άγευστο. Οπότε δεν θα είναι υπόξινο, θα είναι σαν χορτάρι. Το πρώτο πράγμα που βλέπουμε στο τυρί, αν είναι όριμο, είναι το χρώμα της άλμης, αν είναι πολύ κίτρινο ή όχι, και το χρώμα του τυριού. Μετά βλέπουμε, πιέζοντας το τυρί χαμηλά κάτω-κάτω, πόσο εύκολα ή δύσκολα πάει κάτω και πόσο εύκολα ή δύσκολα έρχεται επάνω. Άμα είναι πιο όριμο, έρχεται πιο γρήγορα. Μετά βλέπουμε και αν τα κομμάτια μεταξύ τους αρχίζουν και αποκτούν χώρο, που σημαίνει ότι αρχίζει από οριμάζει το τυρί και σφίγγει. Είναι και αυτό ένας τρόπος. Taste.
Oh yeah, of course. Nice texture.
Και είναι και ζεστό ακόμα.
Crumbly, but a little bit
Είναι και ζεστό. Βουτυράτο. Ναι, είναι υπόξινο και απλά είναι και βουτυράτο ταυτόχρονα, έτσι. Αλλά σε 3-4 μέρες θα είναι αυτή η γεύση, αλλά λίγο πιο σκληρό. και θα είναι just.
Feta used to be aged in barrels. I've read that the barrels used to add a little bit of spice in the rennet, giving it that bitterness.
Είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλος μύθος ότι επηρεάζει τη γεύση, την επηρεάζει. Αλλά αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι θα έχει καλύτερη γεύση.
After the first 15 aging days at mild temperature, feta is then stored at a cold temperature for 45 days to reach its full taste and aroma.
Μισό κιλό το κάνα.
Thank you.
Δεν έχουμε κρασί μόνο.
You can taste the goat milk there. There is that hint of spiciness. It's like the one we had before, with that extra crumbliness as well in the texture. It's a nice balance of flavor. You get like that aftertaste, that kick with it.
Από εκεί πέρα να είναι λίγο πιπεράτη, γιατί θέλουμε και λίγο το γίδινο μέσα. Οπότε έχουμε να έχει βουτυράδα, να είναι υπόξινη, να είναι πιπεράτη. Και από εκεί πέρα να είναι και σε σκληρότητα, μέτρια σε σκληρότητα. Η γιαγιά μου την έκανε αρκετά πιο σκληρή. Η ίδια γεύση, αλλά πολύ σκληρή. Ο πατέρας μου την έκανε, άλλαξε και την κάνει μέτρια σε σκληράδα, οπότε είναι και λίγο πιο βουτυράτη. Και αυτό ήταν και πια η επιτυχία. Το τρώω όλο τώρα, πέρα, να ξέρεις, γιατί είναι πολύ ωραίο έτσι κι αλλιώς.
Red Leicester is a raw milk, nutty, sweet cheese with a citrus finish. But no doubt what makes it stand out is its bright orangey red color. The cheese is actually deliberately turned this vibrant hue with a natural coloring called annatto. It doesn't contribute to the flavor of the cheese, so why is it added?
The story goes that Stilton and its blue veins were so popular that other cheeses, including Red Leicester, were having a hard time standing out. So cheesemakers thought, what can we do to make it more popular? Let's just turn it red, and it worked. Red Leicester is one of the most popular cheeses now in the UK. So what is annatto specifically? Is it a colorant, but it's natural, right?
It's a natural colorant from a South American plant, and it's been used since the early 1800s.
Oh.
Farmers' wives would have used marigold flower colouring before that, or carotene. Yeah. It's a very deep colour, and it sticks to the fat protein, to the curd, to the fat protein matrix as it goes through the process. So as the whey goes out, it doesn't have much colour, but the curd does.
Does it stain?
Yeah, it does, yeah. And I normally manage to spill it everywhere, so they call me Annatto Dave.
Oh, it's fresh. Okay, well, no need to do nail polish, you can just dip your hands in annatto.
Do you want to pour it in? There we are. You got it?
Okay, what do I do?
Just pour. It doesn't make a pattern, write your name.
It's like a futuristic sort of painting or something like that.
It's a monster.
Yeah, it's like a tie-dye shirt.
Right, I'm going to switch the paddles on and then it'll make an even more wonderful pattern then.
Let's see.
When the milk has curdled, Izzy and Craig here are in charge of cutting the curds until they reach the size of a pea. The curds still look a bit white, as the annatto hasn't fully stuck to them yet and is still swimming in the whey. 1 hour later, the whey is drained to reveal some very yellow curds. They are cut and cut and cut into blocks, with the color getting brighter and brighter each time.
Oh my god, it's so yellow. It's like hurting my eyes a little bit.
You need sunglasses on.
Because you're like so close to it, and you know when you stare at the sun for a bit too long.
It needs to stand out.
Yeah.
The curds are then milled and salted. David uses this fork to evenly distribute the salt.
That piece is a garden fork.
Okay.
And we had somebody put a stainless steel scale on it. Could you take a little lump?
This one. Yeah, it's quite nice.
Just tastes salty now, doesn't it? Salty.
Yeah, just tastes salty.
And squeaky.
Salty and squeaky. Yeah, I know. Our American friends will know about this.
Each cheese is then molded and pressed into what will be a 10-kilo wheel. When the cheese is 2 days old, it is cloth-bound with lard, a traditional method that had been abandoned until very recently. A muslin cloth is dipped in a bain-marie of hot lard and then wrapped around the cheese. Lard does not add to the flavor of the cheese, but creates a seal around it, preventing it from drying out and preserving its moisture and citrus finish. It also protects the cheese from molds, which eat the lard instead of the cheese itself, keeping it humid.
Mould lives on the lard, and that slowly eats the lard away. and then that starts to, and then the cheese can dry as it matures.
There's a lot of lard.
Just fold it out.
Yeah. That's not really. There's a bit of lard dripping. Is okay.
So you pull that down. Yeah, perfect. Grab one of the edges.
Okay. This edge. Yep.
And you'll be able to grab your hand underneath and flip it.
Whoa, because all this lard is very slippery. Okay, and then just
flip it down.
Woo.
There we go.
Perfect. Red Leicester ages in a humid room from 6 months up to 14 months. Here you can see the mold building up and starting to do what David wants it to do, eat away the lard and leave the cheese intact. In fact, despite its moldy appearance, the cheese will have a nutty, sweet taste with a citrus finish. The lard stays on the cheese and is only removed when it is ready to be sold. Larding, as well as using raw milk to make Red Leicester, were two traditions that had been lost. Like other cheeses in the UK, Red Leicester suffered the rationing of World War II, and farms either stopped making it or abandoned traditional methods. It was David who brought this traditional recipe back after over 50 years.
Those colours on there are amazing.
It's quite a contrast with the orange. Yeah, you cannot do this job if you don't like cheese. Yeah, I like that. It is a bit crumbly, but it still holds its shape.
Yeah, but it's kind of meaty. We're looking for a meaty texture.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I really like this combination of textures. Actually, it has a nice sharp flavor.
Yeah, that's quite citrusy. That. So when you break a piece of Red Leicester, it should just snap. There's little white specks, which are basically tiny little pockets of air. So
like eyes in the cheese.
Yeah.
That's what cheesemakers told me once.
Eyes in the cheese.
Yeah. We're in Kalamata in the Peloponnese, Greece. This region produces what is considered to be the finest olive oil in the world. It's made from this olive right here, the Koroneiki. It is a very small olive, but also very rich and aromatic. Thanks to a cold extraction and a slow fermentation process, Koroneiki olive oil tastes like no other, a true nectar of the gods. This is the land of ancient myths and heroes, after all.
This olive oil is considered a very bitter, very spicy olive oil, very intense, grassy, fruity, and that is what makes Koroneiki very special. Like the aromas of that and the spiciness, the intense character it has.
This region has a mild Mediterranean climate with extended periods of sunshine, which makes it the ideal home for olive groves. Koroneiki olives are harvested from late October until late January. The best olive oil is considered to be the one extracted from the olives harvested in the first 3 weeks, when they're bright green. Early harvest olive oil is more nutritious. It is rich in polyphenols and antioxidants, which make the flavor fresher and more intense. As the olives ripen, they do not really get any bigger, but they will get darker. These ripe olives contain more oil than the green ones and will give a larger yield, but their oil has a milder flavor. To preserve the nutrients inside the Koroneiki olive, the harvest happens as fast as possible. There are two methods. One is to shake the olives out of the tree with these electric sticks.
Now they just brush the olives fall and they do not hurt the tree.
And it's only the olives that are ready to fall that actually come down.
They do everything. So basically they go through the tree. Some of them are more ripe, some of them are more green. We need them both. We need them both to be harvested, all of them.
This one, yeah. Whoa, and so okay. Need to do this job with goggles or something. It's, let's see.
Another method is to prune all the inside branches and then collect the olives with the help of this machine, which filters out the leaves.
So the olives feel inside.
There's olives falling.
Be careful, be careful.
It's raining olives.
Yeah, it's raining olives. Bravo, like this.
Yeah.
With both methods, the olives fall into a net, which is made of breathable material to avoid compressing the olives. The net is then closed and the more stubborn branches and leaves are taken out by hand.
like fast. It's like brushing them. Yes.
So how many olives do you put in one sack?
50 kilos of olives in one sack.
Wow.
And from that you get 10 kilos of olive oil. Okay, scratch the olive, squeeze it to find the olive oil inside. Now look, this is the olive oil.
Oh, look. It's actually whiter, of course, because it's mixed with some pulp, yeah.
And smell it. Fresh.
Nice.
This is the fresh grass that we're looking for in a fresh olive oil. Exactly that sensation, that you just have crushed the olive and find the aromas.
Oh yeah, there's so much juice inside the olive itself. Can we taste it?
No, they're very bitter.
They are.
They are very bitter.
But it's still nice.
The Koroneiki olive has a sister, Kalamata. Both varieties are important for the life of the olive grove.
This is really good for the pollination of the trees. Also think of tradition. People produced what they needed for the house. So they needed both Kalamata olives and olive oil.
Because of their bitterness, Kalamata olives are not turned into olive oil. They are instead used as table olives and go through a debittering process. They are cured in brine, then vinegar, and then stored in jars with Koroneiki olive oil.
Okay, we have more than 2,000 olive trees. Some of them are 1,000 years old. We are very connected with the olive trees. Every family has 200 trees, 300 trees. It is their olive oil for the family, even though they are not farmers, and it's also for them an extra income.
Together with extracting the oil from her family's groves, Dimitra will usually work with local families to extract their own oil. Her meal is actually paid in olive oil by these families, as it keeps 8% of the production. More than 1,000 sacks arrive every day during peak harvest at Dimitra's mill. The oil is extracted within 24 hours. After this machine blows the leaves out, the olives are washed. This is an important step to remove any soil that may be in the olives that will give the oil an earthy taste. There is also a scale here to weigh the olives and see what percentage of olive oil is extracted from them.
We need to weight the olives to see how many olives every family has brought. Usually for the Koroneiki variety, when it's early harvest, about 14%. When it's mid-season, it's about 20%.
The olives, including the pits, are ground into a paste. The paste ferments and spins for a few minutes to bring out the aromas of the Koroneiki olive. Then the temperature cools down really fast to be able to extract the oil.
Cold extraction means that the olive oil is produced with olives less than 28 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. Okay. Because otherwise you would cook basically the...
Exactly, you burn the olive oil. Now we extract the olive oil, so basically we don't press the olives. Press is open air, so now here we don't want any oxygen. Press is human touch, we don't want that.
The extraction of the olive oil happens in this machine here in just 15 minutes. It works like a big centrifuge to separate the solids, like the paste, the pit and the flesh, from the liquid, which is our olive oil. The process is very fast. From their arrival, olives are turned into oil in less than 45 minutes. The liquid gold that comes out is extra virgin olive oil, the finest grade in the family of olive oils. Extra virgin means that the cold extraction has preserved all the antioxidants and polyphenols present in the Koroneiki olive, like cheese made with raw milk. Olive oil is also measured by a parameter called free acidity. For extra virgin, the free acidity must be 0.8% or less, meaning that less than 0.8% of the fatty acids normally present in olive oil have been damaged, either in production or storage. Extra virgin olive oil is more nutritious but also has a shorter shelf life compared to other grades.
We have the liquids and now we have to separate the liquids. There is some water that's naturally inside the olive oil. Again, it's a second centrifugation. At this time it's vertical. Olive oil is light, goes on the surface. Water is heavy, goes down, and like this naturally they are separated.
Olive oil is stored in 300-ton stainless steel tanks. When not full, the tanks are filled with nitrogen. In fact, light, oxygen and temperature are the worst enemies of olive oil. Unlike wine, there is no such thing as aging in the bottle. Olive oil is only bottled when needed. Dimitra's mill produces more than 600 tanks of olive oil every year.
This is my office.
Olive mill, yeah.
The traditional olive oil mill. It was in 1904 that the olive oil mill started working. and my husband now is the fifth generation owner of the olive oil.
Oh wow, so this is how it was originally.
This is the family, so this is my father-in-law. In that photo he's
the small one, yeah.
Yeah, the small boy is 4 years old now, he's 74. Okay, you're very lucky because this is the early harvest olive oil, harvested 10 days ago. So this is as fresh as you can get it, okay? This is the Coronic variety. This is from our own land, family estate. I want you to take your hand like this. Close it and cup it. And let's roll it a bit. Usually when we taste the olive oils, we taste them in 28 degrees. This is the perfect temperature because you have the aromas of the olive oil, you feel them, okay? Extra virgin olive oil has 3 characteristics. Number 1 is fruitiness. Fruitiness, you can only sense it with your nose. And fruitiness has a scale from 0 to 10 by international standards. Let's put our nose in.
Oh. I could put this on my bedside table.
Fruity, fresh.
Nice.
The Coronic variety has the fresh cut grass as a characteristic.
Yeah,
okay.
It smells exactly like that.
This is a fruitiness around 6.5.
And then, what are the other 2 characteristics?
Bitter, you feel it here, right and left part of your tongue. And spicy, you feel it here when you swallow your olive oil. Spicy.
So it's that movement you do the
oxygen.
To sort of make the
Breathe.
olive oil.
Yes,
Breathe.
yes.
So this is when you want oxygen. This is the only time where you need a little bit of it.
Yeah. You want a fresh and green mouth, not to be disturbing you, not feeling bad. Good quality bread, good quality olive oil can really make me blessed, make me feel really good.
So nice. Well, you are definitely blessed to be doing this.
I love it, I love it.
Suffolk black ham gets this black crust from its curing process, which is like no other, using molasses, brown sugar and a local black porter.
Soaking the ham in this sweet marinade doesn't just turn it black. It helps balance the flavor and break away from those more salty flavors of hams that are dry cured only using salt. The whole process takes 10 weeks, in which the ham is first dry cured, then marinated and then smoked. But it's all worth it. And here, Suffolk, England, is where this has been happening for over 200 years. How much beer is this? Like, this is quite a huge barrel.
This is 39.5 litres of black porter beer.
Okay.
It's like a stout, it's like a Guinness. And this is the basis for our black hams.
All right, and is this a local beer, right?
It's a local beer from Nethergate Brewery in Clare, which is an hour and 20 minutes from here.
As Mark releases the pressure in the barrel, the porter drains out into a cooker. Here is where we will make enough marinade to soak 40 hams.
So maybe you want to dip your finger in there and just try it.
Can I go? Yeah. Whoa. Nice. Yeah, it's quite a good beer. Can I have a glass?
The whole point of the marinade is that the marinade gets into the gammons. It adds depth, adds flavour. During the period of marination, the muscles are softened by the beer. So if you sit in the bath for half an hour and you look at your fingers, they sort of dry out and wrinkle.
Yeah.
Well, this is in the bath for 6 weeks.
The beer first cooks on its own for 3 hours at 95 degrees Celsius. Then Mark adds sugar and molasses to the marinade.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of sugar. This looks like we're making cake.
It smells just like, yeah.
So why is this recipe like so sweet?
It goes back a long way. I think it's all part of adding flavour to meat when meat was very salty. Because when you think about it, there was no refrigeration back in the 1800s, 1900s, or very little. And you wanted to preserve your meat, and the way to preserve it was with salt. But also the salt, it's not particularly pleasant to eat a lot of salt. So this was a way of dispersing the salt.
Oh, sticky.
Pure grade molasses, much blacker than you.
Ooh.
As you can see, this is part of the ingredient for black ham.
Dance.
It also being sweet adds not overly sweetness to the ham. It's quite a strong flavour.
It's giving me some Christmas vibes. Sugar mixing. Look at that. It's a fountain.
In total, each marinade contains almost 40 kilos of brown sugar and molasses. Once the marinade is ready, it is left to cool down for a day. In the meantime, Mark strings the gammons, which have already been cured with natural salt, black pepper and fennel seed.
This is the leg of a free-range pig. This is around 11 kilos in weight. So this is just the rear leg of the pig, nothing else. This is ham, not sham. Do you want to hold that?
11 kilos. Okay, that's like a kettlebell.
It's quite heavy. Here you have 20 gammons on the bone. This has been in here for a week so far.
It has lost a little bit in terms of size.
As you can see, it is gaining colour, taste, flavour straight away. I turn them twice a week. I don't go to the gym, I lift ham and bacon.
Oh.
But by turning them, you get rid of the white patches and you get an even distribution of flavour throughout the ham. Because as you can see, it's quite dense meat, and where they sit on top of each other, they don't get that flavour.
So this is like a very long marinating process, much longer than like other curing processes.
There's a nice colour already there, you see?
Yeah, and the black starts to come out. Okay, I can do it. The whole room smells quite strong. It's like a bit tangy.
You're smelling the beer?
Yeah.
It's yeasty?
Yeah, yeasty.
The meat soaks in the marinade for 6 weeks. As the marinade penetrates the meat, the skin gets darker. But for all flavors to really come together, we need a final touch: smoking. At Emmet's, the hams are cold smoked, which means that the temperature of the smokehouse is no more than 48 degrees Celsius. Hotter and they will cook.
This is our original smokehouse. We still have the original door. Dates from around 1820s, 200 years old.
So how long does the meat stay in there for?
Well, I hang it in there and I let it drip initially because obviously it's been in the marinade.
Yeah.
I then put on the floor in the well the actual beech flour itself, and it'll burn anything up to 2 days. The smoking is not part of the preservation, the smoking is part of the flavour. The smoke, like the cure, like the marinade, penetrates the muscle of the meat. This is not an injection of smoke, this is totally natural. So here again, we have ham, not sham.
I really need to get this
Remember that one, yeah. So this is one of our black hams. It's beautiful, look at it.
Mark also makes black off-the-bone ham and bacon.
Secret treasure chest.
So these have also been smoked.
Ah, smells good, this one, huh?
After the smoking, customers can choose to get a cooked or uncooked ham. The hams sold at the shop are boiled, but they can also be roasted in the oven.
Oh, ooh. It has the same smell of the other room.
As you can see, they're smaller now. When they're off the bone, they lose, here again, about 2 to 3 kilos. And so they cook down to around 5.7, 5.8, 6 kilos.
So actually the black is only the skin, outside skin.
Black is the skin, but as you can see, the moisture gets into the meat, the flavour gets into the meat, the colour gets into the meat.
Yeah.
It also becomes slightly fibrous, and this is where there's immense flavour. There are people who don't like crust on toast or crust on bread, but that's where the flavour is.
Black hams are a local favourite. Emmet's even held a royal warrant for 36 years. It means that the royal family had black ham on their menu for over 3 decades. But unfortunately, my humble opinion is all you've got today.
Wow, nice. That's the flavor. Yeah. So good, yeah. It's very sweet and yeasty, you were saying. There's a good balance between sweet and salty.
So you can see it becomes fibrous. It's delicious though.
There's still a little bit of jelly, is it the sugar, right?
This is the
marinade,
jelly.
yeah.
There's a nice bit of jelly in the middle there where the bone was. But as you get more towards the back, you get more and more fat and even more flavour because of the skin area here.
Yeah. So I have tried Jellied Eels, but so this is jellied ham.
It's unique to Emmet's. As I said before, it's ham, not sham.
The queen of afternoon tea served with scones and strawberry jam, clotted cream is sometimes confused with butter for its thick, rich texture. While it contains some butterfat, a lot of it actually, clotted cream isn't churned as butter would be. Instead, its butterfat is separated slowly, following a precise, lengthy process that here in Cornwall has been passed down over generations.
We're in Rood Minor, Cornwall, and today we're going to find out how clotted cream is made. I can't wait to taste it. Let's go see how it's made.
Just by looking at it, it has
the consistency of ice cream. It looks a bit like ice cream.
It does.
The texture
yeah, it
of
does.
butter.
Yeah.
And the taste of cream. Of like milk cream.
Yes, yes.
So it's really like these three things together.
And all come from milk. Very clever product, milk.
Yeah.
It is.
And how did that clever milk turn into such a product? Well, clotted cream starts with fresh milk that is pasteurized at 63 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. This temperature is ideal to preserve its creamy flavor without burning it. It is then cooled down to no more than 36 degrees to force the milk to separate into fat and liquid. The next step is to pour it into the separator, which skims the cream from the milk.
So how much milk are you putting here in the separator?
That'll be 35 litres of whole milk gone in. It's usually 1 litre of cream to 12 litres of milk.
Oh, all right. That's really small.
Yeah.
But you still want to make something out of it.
Yeah, it is the cream of the crop, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
literally. The best part of it. It's not easy to get it right.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, I think it's the temperature, of when you process the milk as well, to make sure you actually start separating it at the right temperature, the right consistency of cream. My uncle used to sell his own cream, and he taught me that if the cream will stick to your thumb, that's the right consistency. If it falls off, it's not going to be any good.
It's not good, because it means there's still a little bit of milk in
that's
there.
right,
Oh,
yeah.
So you don't want any
You'll
of
be
that.
you'll be here working with me in a minute.
Oh, this is your test. Oh, it looks like nail polish.
That's good.
The separation is done twice to get the richest cream possible. Once the separator is off, Claire takes it apart to explain to me how it works. Here you can see a series of discs. When the machine is on, they spin and push the skim milk through these holes, while the cream, which is heavier, flows to the bottom.
As each particle of milk goes through, these spin at such a rate, each one of them. The cream, there's loads. They all are separated, coming off like that. We obviously take them off every time we use them. But there's a lot of fat as well that's kept in here.
Oh,
it's probably really good for your skin. It's like a moisturiser.
The fresh cream is then poured into little pots. By skimming the milk twice, what we've got is double cream. To become clotted cream, it will need to be left to set for 12 hours in the fridge. During this time, the thickest part of the cream rises to the surface, creating clots.
Which will make it clotted cream.
Oh, I see. So that's why it's called
clotted
cream.
The clots, they cook the clots, and the cream underneath should be runny compared to the top, so you have that lovely crust.
Oh, I see. So this is the way to go, and it is a very lengthy process.
It is, yes, definitely. It's well worth waiting for.
They look nice and bubbly.
They do, yeah.
After spending the night in the fridge, the pots are ready to be cooked. Claire tells me she's found the perfect temperature and baking time to be 85 degrees Celsius for 1 hour and 30 minutes. This allows her to give the cream a nice crust without overcooking it.
Oh,
and what you want is that lovely crust.
Yeah, it has.
You see it crack in there, and then
it's runny.
It's just about right to put on that lovely scone.
Oh.
Make sure you have the crust on top. This is a good consistency because you've got the underneath isn't too runny. It won't run off your scone.
Yeah.
Your teeth will sink right into it.
Okay, it's my turn now. I'm not gonna get a spoon as big as yours.
Keep the crust. Make sure. There you go.
Cheers.
Cheers.
That was felt it.
Yeah, you do feel it.
Yeah.
You definitely need a scone to go with it.
Not,
you need to
you're not supposed to eat
you're
it
not
like
really
that.
meant to eat it on its own.
Unfortunately, Claire had to run to bottle the rest of the fresh milk of the day. So I sat down with Margaret, the owner of the farm, to enjoy clotted cream the most traditional way possible, in an afternoon tea, or cream tea as it's called here in Cornwall. The clotted cream is paired with strawberry jam and scones that Margaret herself made with some leftover buttermilk. While spreading cream and jam on your scone may look like the most natural thing, the order in which you do it has long been the subject of one of the biggest culinary debates in the UK.
Which way should I start? Because I know here there are a lot of rules on how to approach this.
And I could be persecuted if I put one thing before the other.
Have your scone. And then in Cornwall, you always put some jam on it first.
Okay, so first the jam. All right.
Yes.
Why would you put the jam first and the cream last?
Well, it's what we've always done it here. But I think if you put the jam in and you put as much cream on as you like, can't you? it is nice. Have a nice big one.
That's enough, huh? The whole thing?
Yes, at least that much.
At least? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot, huh? Very good, this cream.
Nice.
Oh, I can see why you put this for last, because it's really what stays there in your mouth. You know, when you have it and you just have it on the top of your lips. Very, very good. I like the scones as well. Homemade by you. Yeah, I really like them. Nice and soft and crumbly in the core.
Good. Everything together is so nice.
Yeah, it's true.
When it comes to Greek yogurt, we may think that the authentic version is made of cow's milk and is strained of its own liquid to reach the perfect thick and creamy consistency. Well, none of this is actually true.
Real Greek yogurt of the kind made not in factories but in villages like here in Floca near Olympia has never been strained and probably never will. Here yogurt is made with full-fat sheep's milk. This rich milk, together with a combination of time and temperatures, is going to give us a yogurt that is already tart and creamy in its own pot without the need to be strained at all.
It all starts with that fresh sheep's milk.
Drink some of
Smells
this.
strong, huh?
Yes.
Wow, yeah, there's a lot of fat there. It's thick.
Yes.
It has a little bit of tanginess. Like you said, it's not sweet, it's a bit
Yes,
acid.
yes, yes.
Yogurt at Anthony's Dairy starts with one-day-old cold milk. His technician Thanasis heats it up to 90 degrees Celsius, waits 1 hour, and then transfers it into small pots. Although it looks simple, gauging your strength with this pump is actually very difficult.
Oh, it's warm, huh?
Yeah. In here.
Like that?
Do it. Press it. Slowly.
It's super complicated because it's very, very sensitive. And it's also super warm.
It's not too complicated,
Yeah.
but it has small secrets.
Yeah.
As every job. As
For sure.
anything.
What is the difference between putting yogurt in like a plastic one versus this bowl?
It's not any different. It's the same yogurt. It has to do with the look.
With the tradition.
Yes. It looks more traditional.
If you look carefully, you will notice that Thanasis is not filling the pots to the brim. He is leaving a little room for what Antonis calls the powder. It's made of old, broken yogurt that is 20 or even 30 days old, mixed with some fresh milk. It's added to ferment the yogurt, a bit like sourdough. Thanasis uses an even smaller pump to add the powder. And yes, the smaller pump is even harder to use than the previous one. Thanasis has to put only 5 milligrams in every pot, so I won't even try using it this time. He adds the powder from the side of the pot to preserve the crust at the top.
The way that Thanasis use is the same way that my wife's mother, was making the yogurts 50 years ago. This is the authentic yogurt.
So yeah, actually you can see it already formed a little bit of a film, even though it's been here only for like 10 minutes.
Now we'll close the door and we'll turn on the heat from 45 to 50 degrees. And we are going to let it for 3 hours.
When the doors are opened 3 hours later, a crust is formed on the surface of the yogurt. That is the butterfat present in the milk, whereas the liquid whey now sits at the bottom.
It's ready. As strong we want for the time.
Every yogurt is different. Not all pots turn into yogurt. In this one here, the powder didn't work. As Antonis moves the pots out of the fridge, he has to be careful not to move them too much, because the liquid whey from the bottom of the pot can surface and spoil the yogurt. The only one that can handle a bit of wiggling for the camera is this 17-kilo tub that Antonis will turn into tzatziki.
Although at this step it is important that the butterfat at the top and the liquid whey at the bottom stay separate. That doesn't mean that the liquid whey needs to be strained and taken away. The whey is sour and the butterfat is sweet. As the yogurt keeps fermenting at room temperature in its pot, the two will slowly combine.
We open the window, we open the door, and all this fresh air works like a natural air conditioner.
Oh, all right, yeah.
The temperature goes down naturally. Believe me, this is something that not many people can see. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
because you normally have a yogurt
yes.
from the fridge.
You see it as we move it. It's not moved very easy. It's strong.
Yeah.
Too.
So, what does fresh, warm yogurt taste like?
It's almost like baby cream,
Nice,
something
yeah.
like this.
It's not like a feeling on your mouth that you're used to, because it's warm cream, and we're not used to eating warm cream.
You see the juices.
So this is the whey, the liquid whey in the milk, and this is the one that normally is taken away. You know, when you make strained milk.
A small 200-gram pot of Anthony's sheep's milk yogurt contains 6% fat and 6% protein, both of which sometimes rise as high as 8% depending on the weather and what the sheep forage. These percentages of fat and protein are double what cow's milk yogurt is made of, and can only be matched by straining out the whey in cow's milk to increase the volume of butterfat. Straining means you need more milk, so more fat to have the same volume of yogurt. Today's batch of milk gave Anthony's 280 pots of yogurt. After resting at room temperature for 1 hour, they will have a 15-day shelf life if stored in the fridge.
We had the milk, you see it?
Oh.
This is a final product.
When the yogurt is cold, the taste of the crust on top and the creamy part below it will be different.
This is sweet. All the butter.
And it's very tart
Yeah.
as well. Like it's not sweet like at all. And this is really.
You understand the difference?
Yeah, for sure. And this is this kind of milk compared to cow's milk or
Yes,
like
yes.
strained yogurt. This is much
Eat
more
the inside.
tart. Wow, it has a completely different taste. Huh?
Do you see it?
Yeah. This is a little bit sweet, but not sugary.
To add an extra layer of sweetness, Anthony's lets me try the yogurt topped with some grape jam made by his mother. We also tried spread on bread.
You know
Nice.
what the doctors say? It's a full dinner.
Yeah, I'm gonna send some pictures to my doctor.
Bread and yogurt.
A wheel of Parmesan cheese can cost over $1,000. The average wheel weighs 88 pounds, which means it costs over $11 per pound. That might not sound like a lot, but it's more than double the price of your average cheddar. A wheel of Parmesan cheese takes at least 1 year to age, 131 gallons of milk to make, and it can only be made in a small area in northern Italy. Parmesan cheese is a big business for Italy. An average of 3.6 million wheels are produced each year, and the industry is worth an eye-popping 2.2 billion euros, that's about 2.5 billion US dollars, making this cheese one of Italy's biggest exports. Every single cheese wheel is made in a restricted area in northern Italy, in the region of Emilia-Romagna. Its Italian name, in fact, Parmigiano Reggiano, means from the cities of Parma and Reggio Emilia. So how does this turn into this? And what makes it so special? We went to a dairy in Parma, Italy, to find out. The very first producers of Parmesan cheese were monks over 1,000 years ago. Then, like now, Parmesan wheels were made with only 3 ingredients: cow milk, salt, and rennet. There are only 329 dairies in the whole world that are certified to produce Parmesan cheese, and they are all based in the same area where the monks used to make it. In fact, it isn't even possible to make the exact same product outside of the production area. And why is that? Turns out, it's all about 3 good bacteria that only grow in this specific territory.
Tutta la logica nella filiera di produzione del parmigiano reggiano è trasferire questi batteri dall'erba alla forma di conservazione dell'erba, il fieno, dal fieno alla mangiatoia, dalla mangiatoia attraverso le tecniche di allevamento degli animali al latte, e una volta che sono nel latte, nel casificio, si cerca di farli crescere per permettere la loro presenza dentro la forma del parmigiano reggiano. Se loro ci sono, fermentano le componenti del latte negli aromi, profumi e sapori tipici del parmigiano.
It takes 131 gallons of milk to make 1 wheel of Parmesan cheese. That's whole low milk. Dairies combine freshly milked whole milk with day-old skim milk to make the cheese. The 2 milks are transferred in these copper vats along with fermented whey, a sort of sourdough, and then rennet, an enzyme which gives the milk a yogurt-like texture. The cheese master will then split the milk into curds using this tool called spino.
Il casaro deve trasformare questa consistenza in una consistenza più gommosa, perché dobbiamo togliere acqua, visto che dobbiamo fare un formaggio a lunga stagionatura. E inizia quindi la fase della cottura e in 5 minuti si passa dalla temperatura di 38 gradi centigradi a 55 gradi centigradi.
Together with changing the cheese texture, cooking the milk does another essential job. Do you remember the 3 good bacteria? Well, they're not alone. Other bacteria, bad bacteria, might have joined the party. Cooking the milk ensures that only the good bacteria can continue the journey, while the others are kicked out. When cooked, the curd travels all the way to the bottom of the vat, where it's left to settle. 45 minutes later, here it is, a compact mass of curd, weighing 220 pounds. This mass is the equivalent of 2 cheese wheels and is split carefully by workers with linen clothes. Each half is then transferred into molds.
Ogni 2 ore questo telo viene cambiato e l'operazione è: si toglie il peso sopra questa massa, si cambia il telo, si gira la forma. Questo ogni 2 ore fino alla sera, alle ore 20.
At 8 p.m., the cheese is covered with this stencil, which will engrave the logo Parmigiano Reggiano. These dots are the mark of origin used to tell customers that this is the real thing, made in the same restricted area where monks used to live in the Middle Ages. Each wheel is also given an ID. It's this plaque, made from milk protein, which contains information about where it was produced and when. The stencil is removed 4 days later, and the wheels are pressed into brines, where they stay completely plunged for about 19 days. This process helps to form the cheese rind, which acts as a barrier for the cheese. And this is when the maturation process begins. Wheels remain relatively untouched for 1 year. After that, a master grader will inspect them and brand them. The average maturation is 2 years, but some wheels are aged as long as 10 years to achieve a stronger, nuttier taste. A longer maturation period makes the price go higher. That's why a Stravecchio, very old Parmesan, that has matured for 3 years will be sold on the market for an average of 13 euros. That's about $15 per pound. This high price means that there is now a black market of counterfeit Parmesan products. Italy has been struggling with fake products for years. In fact, the problem is so big that the fakes have become an industry of their own that is estimated to be worth 100 billion euros. That's about 113 billion US dollars, with Parmigiano Reggiano being one of the biggest brands fighting copycats. While the cheese is protected in the European Union under the Protected Designation of Origin scheme, it is still struggling to get the recognition it deserves in the rest of the world.
Fuori l'Unione Europea e fuori quei paesi che non fanno parte di accordi bilaterali dove quindi viene riconosciuta la normativa europea, il problema è veramente molto grande, il problema è veramente molto serio. Infatti, al di là di poter proteggere il termine Parmigiano Reggiano attraverso un'operazione di deposito del marchio, in tanti paesi, in quasi tutti i paesi del mondo, il termine Parmigiano Reggiano è un trademark, però è possibile utilizzare in tanti paesi del mondo il termine Parmesan, quindi mettendo in confusione il consumatore finale che pensa di acquistare il vero Parmigiano Reggiano acquistando un Parmesan. Lì il problema è veramente molto grande e si sta lavorando a livello governativo.
So, how do you recognize a real Parmesan cheese? Do you remember this dotted stencil? That's a solid indication that the cheese is legit. If that's not visible, the packaging should contain Parmigiano Reggiano's official logo and the EU's Protected Designation of Origin. Hi guys, this is Claudia and today I'm in Battipaglia in the Campania region in South Italy, where I'm gonna see how they make the world's biggest mozzarella. In this dairy they have made 20-30 kilo mozzarella. That is like way more than the average one. As a Southern Italian, my favorite food is definitely mozzarella. Forget pasta, pizza and all those things that are sold all over the world as like typical Italian things. Mozzarella is the real deal. So I'm really curious to see how these massive ones are made. Let's go check it out. Some say that the Campania region is the birthplace of mozzarella. The name even comes from the local dialect mozzare, which means cutting by hand. Mozzarella from this Italian region is made with buffalo milk, and this dairy makes it in a variety of shapes and sizes. Its brightest star? This one, called Zizzona.
La zizzona di Battipaglia è una mozzarella di bufala, 100% latte di bufala, molto grande. Parliamo di pezzature che vanno da 1 chilo, che partono da 1 chilo e possono arrivare fino a 30-40 kg e ha la particolarità di avere un capezzolo sulla testa della mozzarella che ricorda un po' il seno materno che caccia il latte. La zizzona prende il nome da una parola del dialetto della nostra terra che vuol dire il seno della madre, che è il seno che caccia il latte.
Caseificio La Fattoria was established in 1988 by the Paraggio family to honor a generation-old tradition started in 1930. Overall, the dairy makes over 9 tons of mozzarella a day, 4,000 of which are zizzonas.
La lavorazione della zizzona è studiata in modo tale che la pasta al suo interno ha una certa solidità, una certa forza, deve essere retinata, cioè deve avere una struttura tale da poter trattenere al suo interno il latte che si utilizza durante la lavorazione, in modo che quando la vai a tagliare il piatto si riempie di latte e quando la vai a mangiare la stessa bocca, lo stesso palato viene inondato dai sapori e dalla fragranza del latte fresco.
And now the main event. It's time to see how a 66-pound zizzona is made. Mozzarella production at the dairy starts early at about 3 a.m. when milk comes in from the farm. Whey is drained from milk to get these blocks of curd, which in Italian is called cagliata. The curd is cut into smaller pieces and is placed into this machine, which will cook it at about 96 degrees Celsius. That's about 204 degrees Fahrenheit. This stretchy dough that comes out is now ready to be turned into mozzarella. As you can see, the dough is kneaded in a few smaller formats, but we're not interested in those. Yes, that's right, this is what we're all here for. So, the big stuff. When the curd is ready, it takes 2 workers to knead it and transfer it to a pool of salty water. Because of its size, the giant zizzona has to bait in the pool for a bit to make sure that the curd holds together perfectly, so when it's ready to be lifted, it comes out like this. Here you go, 30 kilos. That's a whopping 66 pounds. When a giant zizzona is born, the team at the dairy will for sure not keep that a secret. They will pose next to it for a photo. I couldn't resist either.
La differenza nella lavorazione c'è perché bisogna lavorare la pasta in modo tale da fargli conservare quella sua caratteristica di cacciare il latte, però contemporaneamente bisogna fare in modo che la pasta sia strutturata meglio, perché chiaramente il prodotto pesa di più, quindi quando lo metti sul piatto, se non è strutturata bene, collassa su se stessa e perde la forma. Quindi più sono grandi le zizzone e più ci vuole un'abilità, una manualità particolare per riuscire a farlo venire bene.
If you're worried about food waste, fear not. These giant-sized mozzarellas are only made bespoke for big events, big dinners, or those sorts of events where everybody comes in hungry for cheese. You might have also noticed that the workers aren't wearing gloves. Here's why.
Tutte le mani dei nostri operai vengono sanificati con dei prodotti che igienizzanti, ovviamente a norma di legge e quindi assolutamente commestibili, e i guanti non vengono utilizzati perché questo lavoro è un lavoro del tutto artigianale. Il lavoro del mastro casaro è come il lavoro del falegname, è come il lavoro dello scultore o del pittore, quindi i guanti ci farebbero perdere quella sensibilità sulle mani, sul tatto, che ci permettono invece di formare le mozzarelle, le trecce, le zizzone nel modo più corretto. Lavoriamo a temperature, la pasta filata viene cotta ad una temperatura di circa 96 gradi, quindi le nostre mani lavorano sempre costantemente a temperature di 80-85 gradi e quindi non c'è nessun rischio di contaminazione.
The giant zizzona is incredibly popular on social media. The dairy has realized this and made the most of it. Its Instagram is filled with videos of fresh mozzarella. The platform is also used to run contests, competitions and to sell products directly to customers.
La pubblicità che si utilizza sui social è sicuramente una pubblicità più autentica, più vera, perché si scavalcano tutte le agenzie di marketing, quindi non è quella pubblicità studiata a tavolino, ma una pubblicità che viene fatta con la stessa artigianalità con cui si lavora il prodotto, ovvero noi entriamo con i telefonini nelle sale di lavorazione, riprendiamo i veri dipendenti che stanno lavorando e quindi riusciamo a fare una fotografia o un video di quello che succede realmente all'interno della nostra azienda, e per noi che siamo legati durante il lavoro ad una tradizione e ad una familiarità, questo è molto importante.
So far it's been a beautiful day, the sun is shining and there is a giant mozzarella statue behind me. I've seen a 30-kilo mozzarella come to life. It was absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It took 2 people to lift it, and the moment they cut it open, it released so much milk that I had to just like take a step back.
What do you think of this 66-pound mozzarella? Would you have one bespoke for your next big dinner or for your birthday? I for sure would prefer this to a birthday cake. Let us know in the comments below.
Hi guys, this is Claudia and today I'm gonna take you to see how Gorgonzola cheese is made in Italy. I'm in Trecate in the Piedmont region, which is one of the only 2 Italian regions together with Lombardy where this cheese can be made. And this is one of the only 29 dairies in the world that can produce this cheese.
The Gorgonzola industry is worth over $800 million. Almost 5 million wheels are produced each year, and production is confined to this small area only. Gorgonzola cheese has a centuries-old history, and it is still done using the same ingredients and techniques that it was decades ago. Even machines like this one, used to stir the curd, are designed to recreate human movements as gently as possible. Its beautiful marbled interior is given by Penicillium roqueforti, a fungus that is used to ripen the cheese, and this is why, in fact, blue cheese is called so.
Innanzitutto il gorgonzola è un formaggio che è nato in Valsassina, quindi è un formaggio che nasce sulle Alpi. Le famiglie di bergamini, cioè che erano quelli come i pastori fanno con le pecore, i bergamini lo facevano con le vacche, quindi portavano le vacche al pascolo sostanzialmente. La mia famiglia è una famiglia bergamina, e da queste famiglie che hanno iniziato a trasformare quel latte che raccoglievano in formaggi. Nel nostro caso hanno fatto formaggio arborinato, quindi in che modo? Facendolo sostanzialmente, dopo aver fatto il formaggio, veniva lasciato stagionare in queste che anticamente erano degli incavi naturali, quindi delle grotte naturali. Poi sono state delle casere, che erano delle costruzioni proprio particolari che andavano sottoterra in Valsassina. Poi successivamente tutti i produttori, i maggiori produttori di gorgonzola, per diciamo necessità economica del tempo, perché comunque le stalle nella pianura padana si erano sviluppate, quindi il commercio era aumentato, si sono spostati in pianura padana.
Gorgonzola cheese is made with unskimmed, pasteurized cow's milk, and it can either be mild and creamy or hard and pungent, depending on how long it is left to age. The two kinds are easily distinguishable by the color of their veins, blue in the creamy and green in the pungent.
Il gorgonzola e quindi anche i formaggi blu sono, per noi sono un formaggio molto particolare, trasversale, perché non è né un formaggio molle né un formaggio stagionato, cioè è tutte e due le cose. In più c'è la variante della muffa blu, del Penicillium roqueforti, che è un altro, diciamo, apportatore di sapore e di differenze, quindi è un formaggio che ha molte strutture, oltre che visive, cioè anche visivamente è molto bello.
Penicillium roqueforti, the fungus, is added to milk at the very beginning of the production process, in a big cauldron together with enzymes, rennet and yeast. In about 20 minutes, milk becomes curd and can be transferred into molds. Each wheel is marked with the dairy's identification number. You can see number 16 here. That's Caseificio C in Vernizzi we visited. Here, between 450 and 500 gorgonzola wheels are made every day. To help the curd settle, wheels are turned 4 times and then left to rest overnight. Then they are salted a couple of times. At this stage, they weigh about 18 kilos, that's 40 pounds, but this number will drop to 12 kilos, 26 pounds, at the end of the aging process as excess whey is released. The salting rooms are warm and humid. This is also to favor the activity of yeasts inside the cheese. Mild gorgonzola wheels stay for 3 days and hard gorgonzola for 5. Then they are moved again into a cold room, where they are punctured 100 times on each side. This is to allow oxygen into the cheese for it to grow its signature blue veins. All gorgonzolas at Caseificio C in Vernizzi are punctured with a machine, but some other in-house cheeses are still punctured by hand. After this step, the cheese is left to age. It takes 2 months for the blue, creamy gorgonzola and 3 months for the green, pungent one. The color difference is pretty evident. But do they really taste different? The dairy set up a little cheese tasting so that we could try them both.
That's amazing, my God. It almost doesn't feel like, you know, you bite it into cheese. It just melts in your mouth. Oh wow. They're so different, it's crazy, you know? I mean, you can tell from the texture that this is harder and this is creamier, but this is much, much stronger. It has a stronger bite.
After trying gorgonzola on its own, in-house chef Giampiero Cravero wanted to show me how versatile the cheese is, so he cooked some squid ink spaghetti with both cheeses.
Io basta.
Wow, cheese taste is very strong, but I think the combination with the squid ink is great. I mean, color-wise, of course, it's amazing because black and white, they're like opposite, right? So you can really see the cheese in there and it's sort of creamy texture on the pasta.
Gorgonzola cheese is protected by the European Union by the Protected Designation of Origin scheme. This means that any cheese labeled gorgonzola must meet a particular set of standards and is subject to quality checks. It's also wrapped in a signature aluminium foil.
devi essere un caseificio che nasce in questo territorio, cioè tra, diciamo, genericamente tra Novara e Bergamo. Questo è il territorio consentito, quindi deve essere un caseificio che nasce, che sta in quel territorio, che raccoglie il latte da quel territorio. Infatti noi lo raccogliamo, il nostro latte viene da Magenta, che qui ha 7 km. Tutte le stalle da cui raccogli il latte devono essere certificate per la produzione di gorgonzola. Devi rispettare tutti gli standard che richiede il consorzio. Avrai un numero di casello che tu dovrai imprimere sulle tue forme nel caseificio appena sono state prodotte, e oltre a rispettare i giorni di stagionatura, ad esempio, avrai anche da mettere sulla forma finale, quando sarà stata stagionata completamente, l'alluminio goffrato. Questo è il modo in cui puoi essere tutelato e un produttore deve seguire per fare il gorgonzola DOP, che nella maggior parte dei casi sono comunque delle famiglie storiche che l'hanno sempre prodotto e quindi si sono originate in questi territori.
We are at Villa Divina, a wonderful villa on the Amalfi Coast in the city of Vietri, where they grow lemons that, as you can see, can reach very, very big sizes. They have about 600 lemon trees, and it's all grown using no pesticides. They're all hand-picked, and this is where the production line starts. So we're gonna go and see how they're harvested.
Limoncello is one of the most popular Italian liqueurs. The yellow drink is made in southern Italy, in particular in the sunny Sicily, the Gulf of Naples, and the Amalfi Coast. Mostly because these areas offer the perfect soil and weather conditions to grow lemons. Villa Divina supplies lemons to Pallini, a company established in 1875 in a small village near Rome that specializes in Italian liqueurs such as Sambuca and Mistra. Pallini limoncello production started in the 90s, and today, Pallini makes almost 1 million liters of the lemon liqueur per year.
Limoncello is a very traditional Italian liqueur. It's really a family tradition. Most Italian families do it at home. The key to limoncello is the quality of its ingredients and the procedure. So as every family, especially being a producer of liqueur, we had our proprietary family recipe. And around the end of in the 90s actually, limoncello became fashionable, also in more of an industrial production, not just a family recipe. And so we started producing our own recipe. Also, family recipes generally have very high and alcohol proof. So what we did, we had to counterbalance it in order to have the flavor, all the perfumes come out and become balanced with the tartness and the sweetness, so that none of them overcomes the other.
The type of lemon used for making Pallini limoncello is the Sfusato Amalfitano, also known as Amalfi lemon. These lemons are protected by the Protected Geographical Indication, or PGI, from the EU, delimiting a specific area where they can be grown that comprises the 13 towns of the Amalfi Coast. Approximately 100,000 tons of lemons are harvested each year in 40 hectares across the coast. A key quality of the Amalfi lemons is that they are grown using no pesticides.
This special lemon cannot really travel because it's not classified organic, but the way it's grown is very similar to an organic lemon. So these lemons, if you have them in your fridge, actually go bad after 2-3 weeks. They don't resist. If you buy them in the supermarket, you see the lemons can stay for months without really changing anything. These are lemons that the lemon peel is extremely rich in lemon oils. If you dig your fingernail in the peel, you actually see the lemon oil coming out, so rich as it is. And this gives the limoncello a totally different flavor.
So this is one of the freshly harvested lemons, and here at Pallini they say that these lemons are special not just because they are massive, but also because they are the only lemons that you can literally eat like an apple. So we're going to put this to the test and literally bite into this lemon slice. Wow, incredible but true. This is the first lemon that I have that tastes almost sweet. Like the inside in here, of course, it's a bit tangy, but it's not, you don't get the same reaction when you go like, oh, that was really strong when you eat like your standard supermarket lemon. But what's interesting is the zest here. It's very soft. It's not really an apple, it's even softer than an apple. I would say this is like melon maybe, one of those like orangey lemons. They are like very, very soft and juicy. And now there's no aftertaste. I could like easily finish this. It's really like a good snack to have on its own.
The average weight of an Amalfi lemon is no fewer than 100 grams. And the lemons are typically harvested between spring and summer. When they're ready, lemons are harvested by hand, peeled, sealed, and then sent to Pallini's distillery in Rome within 24 hours.
Qui vengono portate le bucce, queste vengono messe in infusione con un tot di alcol, un tot di bucce. È lì in realtà che sta il, chiamiamolo segreto. Tot di alcol e tot di bucce, anche il tempo di infusione è importante. Ti posso dire, va da un minimo di 3 giorni a un massimo di una settimana. Ci sono degli studi che sono stati fatti, a seconda quindi di quanto alcol usi, di quanto bucce usi e del tempo di infusione hai un flavor, un gusto, un sapore differente.
During the infusion, the lemon peel transfers all its flavor and richness to the alcohol to get the yellow liquor we call limoncello. This is why the use of a superior quality lemon, like the Amalfi lemon, is so important.
This means that when you do the infusion, since the key, the heart of limoncello is the lemon peel infusion, and you cannot wash the lemons with chemicals, otherwise you would have them in the infusion. This is why it's so important that there are no pesticides on the peel, because otherwise in the alcohol infusion you would extract the pesticides even before extracting the flavor of the lemons. Moreover, these peels are very, very thin. And very rich in lemon oils, and this makes the infusion even much richer in perfumes and flavor, and it gives it a special sweet tartness that limoncello Pallini has.
A sample of the infusion is tested to establish the alcoholic strength by volume and correct it if necessary. After that, the limoncello is ready to be bottled. The production line at Pallini's distillery in Rome bottles 9,000 liters every half hour. Agroetica Lombarda Group in northern Italy produces 15% of the world's caviar. The group is based in the Lombardy region and is split into 2 companies. Ars Italica Caviar, which farms sturgeons near the city of Castelnuovo, and Calvisius Caviar, based in Calvisano, where the 2 companies also share the extraction facility. In total, both farms stretch over 250 acres of land and breed 7 species of sturgeon, with 28 tons of caviar produced per year. The most expensive caviar produced here, beluga, costs $5,700 per kilogram. We visited Ars Italica's farm, where there are 4 species: Russian sturgeons, starred sturgeons, Adriatic sturgeons, and sterling sturgeons in the albino variety.
At this site we can find 300,000 sturgeons that can go from 1 year old up until 20 years old, and they can reach a weight of up to 60 kilos. And actually this site is close to a natural reserve that's called Ticino.
The fresh water and clean climate of the natural reserve make an ideal home for the sturgeon, which spends its first years in indoor incubators with well water and is then moved to an outdoor water supply fed with resin water.
Il ciclo biologico dello storione è molto lungo perché come minimo è un decennio. Noi abbiamo un ciclo integrato che va da uovo a uovo, quindi abbiamo i nostri riproduttori, li scegliamo in base all'annata e alla tipologia di storioni che vogliamo ottenere per le semine annuali. Non facciamo nient'altro che ottenere appunto le uova, quindi le uova fecondate poi diventano larve, diventano piccoli di storione che una volta cresciuti fino all'incirca 5 anni possono essere poi separati, quindi sessati, si riconosce il maschio dalla femmina solo ed esclusivamente tramite l'ausilio, noi utilizziamo perlomeno questa tecnica, ecografica, quindi facciamo all'incirca dalle 25 alle 30.000 ecografie all'anno, appunto per separare i maschi dalle femmine.
Sturgeons take from 8 to 20 years to produce their eggs, depending on their species. At the top of the chain is beluga, which takes 20 years to mature. When ready, the belly of the fish is sliced open and the egg sac is removed. After extraction, eggs are rubbed over a metal grate and then rinsed to remove any impurities. As flavors differ from fish to fish, eggs from each sturgeon are packed individually. The eggs are then salted following the malosol recipe, which means there is a less than 3% salt content. Then the eggs are packaged and will be mature and ready to be eaten in a few months, depending on which sturgeon breed they come from and on customers' preferences. Ostrzetra caviar comes from Russian sturgeon, Sevruga from starred sturgeon, and Da Vinci from the Adriatic sturgeon.
Noi abbiamo fatto una scelta che è quella di basarci sulle specie pure all'interno del gruppo. Siamo consapevoli del fatto che ogni specie pura dia delle caratteristiche, delle note distintive al prodotto finale, al caviale finale. Quindi abbiamo potuto ad esempio visionare nella lavorazione di oggi lo storione russo, quindi a Cipenser Guldenstedi, e abbiamo visto che ha delle caratteristiche distintive particolari. Tra le caratteristiche distintive particolari ha anche una gamma di colori e una grandezza che può variare. Normalmente più è grande dimensionalmente il chicco, il grano del caviale, l'uovo, più è chiaro, più ha un pregio e quindi il prezzo è più elevato perché è più raro. Qui, oltre alla specie, interviene diciamo una sorta di classifica nella tipologia, quindi il top di gamma, il nostro top di gamma si chiama selezione Imperial, e a seguire c'è un Royal, che è sempre una selezione comunque con un grano abbastanza grosso e un colore diciamo medio, e poi c'è il caviale che è nella variante classica, diciamo, quindi la tipologia classic.
So we just left the production facility where we've seen how caviar was extracted and packaged, and now are going for the Mies caviar tasting plate. We got the Ochetra in both Royal and Imperial, and then we got the Sevruga ones.
The right way to taste caviar is to either use your hands, or, if you want to use cutlery, with a spoon made from mother of pearl or bone, because metal could alter caviar's natural taste.
So my favorite one is actually the Imperial one. It really has some sort of a nutty taste. It's kind of strong, it's less fishy, it's a bit more creamy in your mouth.
27 species of sturgeons exist in nature. However, as much as 85% of wild sturgeons are now on the brink of extinction, and regulations have been in place since 1998, banning wild caviar trade and fishing. This is why many caviar farms use sustainable aquaculture to produce their delicacy.
Lo storione è un pesce preistorico, è un pesce fossile, ha 250 milioni di anni, dai 200 ai 250 milioni di anni. Per farti un raffronto, gli ominidi, comunque l'Homo sapiens, diciamo, ha una storia di circa 1 milione o poco più di 1 milione di anni, e raffrontati all'evoluzione che ha avuto lo storione nel mondo, che è paragonabile a 200 volte tanto, quindi 200-250 milioni di anni. È un pesce che raggiunge dimensioni incredibili, perché può superare anche una di queste 27 specie al mondo, possono superare anche la tonnellata di peso e oltre i 5-6 metri di lunghezza. È un pesce molto longevo, perché tendenzialmente ha una vita che può arrivare a superare anche il secolo.